Welcome back to MSI 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Azael. It is another AA broadcast here as we bring you day number 2, and this one is gonna get spicy, Azael. That fan prediction blew my mind entirely. I haven't seen T1 get beaten my whole life.
I know, it is actually pretty shocking, but the blue wall is pretty huge on Twitter for
and pretty loud.
And very, very loud as you see them here showing up to cheer on their team in enemy territory here.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I will say, T1 has a couple fans in the crowd today. I think I've counted about 5,000 Faker jerseys on my walkover.
I know, I noticed that. We were trying to prep together, but you were counting it. I think you were at about 3,700 when I walked over. That takes a lot of time,
because I don't have that many toes and fingers.
You just kept recycling them, though. I see, that's how you got past 20. Really nicely
500 sets of toes and fingers for Faker jerseys.
That's absolutely ridiculous. And honestly, this place has filled up incredibly much. And I'm also very, very interested in how this one's going to go, because T1 did not look flawless yesterday. As a North American representative, I imagine you were a little bit more frustrated at TL rather than thinking that T1 were unbeatable.
Yeah, no, I absolutely came away from that series thinking that T1 does look beatable, you know, at least in some of those games. I think in Game 2 and in Game 3. TL had real opportunities to win. Game 2 in particular, I felt like compositionally they had a better scaling comp. They had some really good answers for what T1 had drafted. And at one point they were up, what, 6,000, 7,000 gold in that game? So, you know, Game 2, Game 3, both were very winnable for TL. And coming into play-ins, I had KC power ranked above TL. So I feel like, hey, you know, TL didn't get the job done, but if KC can get themselves in similar situations, I feel like they are a better team fighting than current TL. And I feel like they should be able to at least, you know, get themselves a game, if not do a lot more.
Yeah, and a lot of people
ljudi moji. Ja danas sedam za komp i čujem kastera koji kaže KC je bolji team fighting team. Ja nisam siguran što uzimaju ovi kasteri, ali teo bi ja malo iskreno.
That was a really close series between T1 and them. This could be a similar situation, at least we could hope. And there are big grins, especially on the face of Reapit there, who was very, very excited to get this one going. Mata is all business, though, as you can see. And I'm looking forward to seeing what this draft is going to look like. And we're lucky, because we're right in there. The Rumble, the Vi, and the Jarvan all taken away here. Is Yike getting a lot of focus here. His Vi being banned away, very, very cool stuff. The Lee Sin and the Bard feeling obligatory. And the Varus still going to get banned away as they pick away the Orianna. I love this.
Yeah, I mean, Keria is just not allowed to play Bard.
Nope.
This champion for that player is just way too ridiculous.
Pitam li se zašto Jace first pick? Stvari nije Orianna je first pick, kako su oni uzeli Jace Nocturna. Jutro. Ne, KC bolji team fighting team od T1, ono. T1 zadnjih od kad postoji najbolji team fighting team.
You know, for KC to kind of like pre-counter what they're doing. You know, if you want to go in towards a Zyricon, if you want to look for those types of answers, if you want to have globals of your own to answer, that can work as well. But instead they're going to the Ashe, which obviously does help a lot, you know, as far as the laning phase. Ashe Seraphine very powerful, and you do have the ability to track the enemy jungler, which is big when Yike is playing as well as he is. But that being said, I do always worry when you have now drafted 2 low mobility carries against Nocturne and what we can assume is going to be additional dive.
Yeah, I do like having so much augmentation for a potential carry from the top lane or the jungle, though. We've seen Ashe, Seraphine, Orianna be extremely strong when something like a Xin Zhao is put in the jungle. Like, really being able to utilize those
jako dobra Mel.
type junglers as the Mel is going to be locked in. This is something that PaZe is very good at. I believe it was only a few weeks ago where he ended the mid game at 8-0.
Jako dobra Mel.
And the rest of his teammates didn't get any kills. It was just all PaZe.
Sviđa mi se što radi T1 u draftu, iskreno. Uzeli su Mel da counteraju Ashe Seraphine. Uzeli su Nocturna kao takeaway od Nocturne Orianna. I Jace je overall kao dobar pick jer Kana igra dosta Jace-a. Iako mi se ne sviđa ideja da Doran igra Jace-a jer mislim se Doran malo raspada.
We'll have to see what he is going to pull out. He did try to play the Jax, was hovering that one, didn't decide to go there, so we'll see. The Shen, another option alongside the Mel that he could make.
Mel je dobro u Ashe Seraphine, jer ne smeš nikada ultaš.
But KC now with a couple of options. Is the Camille going to be taken away? Maybe it is just Camille Pike, and you force them to go with something at least a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, I do think it makes a lot of sense to me. You know, those are just very, very dangerous pairings. You know, pairings that can set up so easily for the Mel. Because if you have some ability to kind of get that hit confirm for the Mel, to set up these fights aggressively, Mel can easily burst you down, right? And Camille, as well as the Pike, also really assist in getting you low enough to get the execute either with the Pike ult or getting you low enough for that Mel ultimate to come through and get that execute. So I do expect the Pike to get banned out. Unless they just think, hey, like Pike, Nautilus, whatever, it's all the same. But I do tend to feel like Pike is pretty dangerous in this duo.
Yeah, I do feel like Nautilus is more the Ziggs one, and I feel like Pike is the Mel option. But we'll see where they do decide to go, as the Nautilus is going to be the decision. So they take that one out of the way. And now Pays, I mean, he can lock the Pike right now if they would like to, save Faker's pick until last, unless he wants to play Jace mid, which I highly doubt.
A ne, Mel bot Jace top verovatno.
It is going to be the Pike. Speaking of flimsy, man, like, you can try to build health, you're still going to not have any health.
Yeah, I mean, it is really interesting because there's kind of always
sviđa mi se Pike. Može da roma ko lud, a mislim da mogu da budu fajni u laneu.
But the other side of it is that everyone on T1 is going to do so much damage that even if you go tanky, you kind of just die too, right? Because there's so many threats. It is very, very dangerous. Games like this become so much about the initial engage, about positioning, about how the opening moments of a fight are going to go, because people will just flop. And Sion, you know, is going to be there to try to survive the onslaught here, to try to soak up that damage, create that space. KC very clearly are drafting for a front-to-back team fight. You know, it's going to be all about this, trying to protect your Orianna as well as your Ashe, utilize the counter-engage of the Seraphine, of the Sion, to try to create that space and keep them alive. And that is what you are kind of hoping for.
Okej. Ja ih volim da igra Kha'Zix, mislim Kha'Zix isto nije bio loš. O? A, ne sme.
The Akali for Faker, though, this is something that he's found a lot of success on, especially this season. This is one of the picks that he's still just incredible at making work, even though his laning phase this season hasn't necessarily been the best one that he's had throughout his career, which is a pretty high bar, let's be honest. But I'm really liking how incredibly diverse both of these comps are, right? You can see exactly what they want to do. KC, slow-moving juggernaut style of composition, very front to back. T1, absolute chaos. Let's pull you apart. Let's get better positioning, go for the flank angles, and make it happen from there. But honestly, if KC get even a little bit ahead, it's going to be hard for T1 to make their way back into the game.
It really is, but they do have a lot of ability to make individual plays, to split up fights, to kind of win on different sides, right?
There's a bit of poke there as well with the Jace.
Absolutely, Jace plus Mel, right? You know, so they can play for the poke, someone gets low, all of a sudden you are at risk of getting burst down by Pike, by Mel, by, you know, all of these champions that can fly in.
Ovo će biti iskreno jako fan. Actos, brat moj, pre 8 godina, au, čekaj, koja je pre 8 godina? Team Shine majica, ne? Ovu seriju, kome se ne sviđa da Kana igra Siona, Kana će igrati, slušajte sad, Vayne ili Brenda. Znači, imat ćete Vayne ili Brenda na topu ovu seriju od Kane i taj game će Kana u stvari imati prilike baš da sija.
As KC set up already, some vision already laid down towards that bottom side. Yak and Yehu getting themselves into position. Fun fact, Yehu has yet to beat Faker. Did play for DRX obviously in the LCK, so did have an opportunity to do so.
Ne, ja ti kažem, Renci, znači sjeo sam za komp i prvu stvar koju sam čuo na streamu je brat koji je rekao KC je bolji teamfight team. Ja ne znam, to je kod je rekao Šanimo kosu. Znači, ne znam da ne mogu da izvali manje tačnu stvar na prenosu i da ostane živ. Ovde, znate matchup, juče sam pričao o ovom specifično. Ori će da tuče Akali, Akali će do 5. će imati 100 healtha i od 7. levela dobiješ kill pressure.
Does get a little bit back in response, but it's not necessarily working out. Ladies and gentlemen, Vendetta is Riftbound's next set. It's arriving July 31, and it brings together new champs, iconic rivalries, and beautiful art from across Runeterra. Whether you want to collect or play Vendetta has something for you.
A lot of the casters have been saving their pennies.
I was going to say, my pennies have also been attempted to be saved when I'm not buying baby things. Not going to lie. As Faker down to about 100 here, as Yahoo is doing what it says on the tin. I am range champion prior to level 6 against Akali.
Faker, though, just popping his pot now, but he is getting very low. Yahoo doing a great job here, and it's kind of a battle for Akali against the mana of Orianna. Great hook, though.
Yeah, Bonesco are going to come on through there as Carrier does get himself.
Pogodio hook, ali nemaju kill pressure oni rano. I sad ovaj pressure bota Jaj koristi da invade onera, što je tačna odluka. Dropovi su one isport kapsule, ikonice i motovi. Ne znam su me sad ubacili na ovaj isport, moram da vidim.
Thanks for all of your time, KC.
Yeah, because meanwhile, bot lane, Pay's never even moved, and now Carrier looking.
Yeah, looking for another angle. Is Busio going to have to flash? Pay's now going to be moving as he looks to try and get some damage down. Busio going to live through the ignite, though, and now Carrier needs to get himself out of the way. Some defense here from Ona, but he gets into the
front wall.
Gets that help back. The flash bone skewer as Kalist now has to flash away, and Ona's made his way in.
Pay's loš W, to će da umre zbog toga.
Even manages to get the execute before going down. Yike will fall as well. It's a 2-for-1 for T1.
Dobro, dobro. Kako je moglo ispalo je okej.
Yike falls. Kalist goes down. Kalist was unable or maybe didn't think he needed to flash.
Ajde, Atrok se... Stros. Ne mogu da izgovorim, nema veze. Jedino ja krećem dan. A dobro, mora neko i to, šta da se radi. Što njemu opet što se događalo ovdje.
The KC members, but it didn't matter because Owner steals it away, he smites it out, Busio is forced to flash here early, and then when the hook comes back up a little bit later...
Ja se nadam da... Okej, zabavljanje. Rekao da nije meni. Sad nije Piz mogao da baci flash i da rutuje trojicu, ali onda bi umro 100%. Jeste, Piz je mlad, jeste.
Doesn't survive though, as the Neferi bleed is going to take him down. Yep. So really nicely played here from T1. At least able to get one back though is KC. 1,000 gold going to be the advantage. The problem is, this is exactly the type of game that T1 want to be playing, right? Chaotic, fast and loose, winning the trades, getting the advantages, and that is precisely what's happening here in this battle of former and current T1 top laners.
Busio je mrtav. Busio je mrtav. Busio je mrtav. I zato igrate Melo ovo matchup. Sad imaju Discord da smo live.
Where are you going to go, buddy? There's no way out from that position, and that is the danger, you know, of picking these type of champions into some of the playmakers available there. We saw Carrier going crazy on the Camille at times, and now, you know, off to a great start here in that bot lane. Pays is just getting so strong, and
Faker se drži još i okej, mada je mora baci TP, ali je bacio i Kahu da vrati manu nazad. Mrtav Kalist. Da. Doko je neprijatno igrati u carry-u, ne?
This game is very swiftly falling apart.
Oh yeah, it is a 2K lead at 5 minutes. So you can say that again. That is a crazy...
This game is swiftly falling apart.
Thank you, Max.
You're welcome,
you're welcome. Crazy advantage there for T1 over KC at this point. And I talked about it in draft, when you are going a low mobility style of champion against a comp like this, if you get behind, you are going to get one shot. It is so hard to actually play the game. And Ashe and Seraphine are looking like they're going to be paper. This is the kind of game that KC really needs to try to slow down the pace. They have a lot of scaling.
Oh, another Bone Skewer connects there. Even the route to connect onto Kalist as Busio's just dead. Pays gets the execution one more time. The daggers aren't going
Kerry ih baš maltretira, iskreno.
At least the Dragon might be considered, but I imagine T1 probably just want to keep killing them.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good objective as well. Just
not
keep
bad.
Racking up the gold here, as now it's nearly a 3,000 gold lead here at 6 minutes. They're going to be taking the Dragon as well. Even Faker in the isolated 1v1 in mid in this melee versus range, he's up a couple CS.
Yeah, he's
so
actually doing fine.
A slight gold lead.
Oh, another Bone Skewer to come through here as at least Yike is able to secure his Grump. congratulations. That does... Yeah, that is something. I've got
Čuo sam za Casey koji out team fightuje T1. Mislim, ruku na srce, gle, Casey ima bolji teamfight komp. I to by far, nije ni blizu. Teo sam kažem, ako ga ove Ignite-a, mislim da treba još jedan tik Ignite-a da prođe, pa tek onda da ulta.
Jury is still out.
At least it didn't get worse. So there is definitely that.
Well, he's not in lane. It got a bit worse.
At least it didn't get as
worse as it could.
At least it could have been worse.
Yeah, there we go.
So it wasn't the worst possible thing to happen. But now Busio, unfortunately, he is probably going to get dove here.
Well, there's a fight going on elsewhere as well. As Yike looking for Faker. He goes into the Shroud, though, and just ults away. That is going to be Pays on a killing spree. Carrier surviving as well as the successful 2v1 dive in the bottom lane.
No sums needed there. None available for T1, but they were so confident they could actually make that dive happen. Beautifully set up again by Carrier. As soon as he hits the undertow, as soon as you hit any sort of CC, the Solar Snare is guaranteed. That damage is going to come through, and they are bursting you down. And you know, even in the isolated 1v1 on the top side, obviously you are expecting to be down a bit as the Scion, but you are not expecting to be down this much. 20 CS, he's already taken 2 plates as well. Doran doing great in the laning phase, and did honestly have a pretty tough outing yesterday in the laning phase against Morgan, where he had been solo killed a number of times, but looking to be in really good form thus far in Game 1 versus Kana.
And it's actually kind of cute, right? Goes from playing against Morgan to playing against Kana. It is kind of just like a reunion in the top lane as far as the T1 matchups are concerned. As Ona going to take one of the grubs. Paranoia comes through pretty defensively here, as the fear is not quite going to work out too much. But now
Carrier nema 6, što je velika stvar. Shadow Wave.
The arrow is going to sail by, and T1 now realizing that they can go back, looking for the 2-for-1 grub straight, and Yike has to get out of there. Pays looking for Kalista.
Pays Kalista možda ubija lagano, nema problema. Pogotovo što vi nema Aero, da ima Aero bi vam samo vratio nazad.
There we go. T1 locked down all 3 of the grubs in the end to move to a 3.5k gold advantage.
Yeah, that is really nice for T1. When you already have all these winning lanes, when you already have the push across the map here, being able to get those grubs, just going to help to accelerate the game that much more. Look at Busio on the top side. It's kind of desperation hours. He is sitting behind to see if Doran would overextend, and they could look for a surprise play with this Seraphine. But Seraphine's not even level 6, so it's not really that dangerous whatsoever. And Kalista's down here on that bot side, but it's always pretty scary walking in, and T1 are just going to continue to invade here with Owner and Carrier in such good positions.
Yeah.
They are not going to be losing any 2v2s.
Nope. That's going to be the steal as well, as Yike has to flash away. Faker just backflips over the wall, though, and I don't think this doggo is going to be able to do anything. Does manage to bounce over the wall and escape.
Sin koliko je bitno kad ovo nije ni blizu, ali nema veze.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just keeping the pressure on because, like, look at this, right? Look at the CS. That is a giant circle.
That's a really big circle, but I think a larger circle helps. Yeah.
Almost 40 CS in the jungle. Yike has been a guy who in the LEC has really been impressing me.
Carry samo treba 6 i mnogo će mu biti lakše da igra.
But in this game, it is Owner getting very far ahead, and these are their individual stats in this head-to-head, which I think is going to be a very important one throughout the series.
Well, I hope that it gets more important as well. Good flash away from Kalist, who does manage to land the arrow. I believe Rebuttal was on cooldown, but the Paranoia, and Owner comes in and just puts him down. Another
one, Carrier ide. Thor. Pays ima ult. Koliko je jaka Mel, brate, mili, koliko je jaka.
Yeah, I mean, Carrier dies, but you're giving the Mel another kill, and Seraphine's the one taking the kill from you, so who cares, right?
Yeah.
Pays is just getting so ridiculously fed. Faker getting active on the map here, moving around, knowing you just want to keep invading, you want to keep the pressure up, do not allow Yike any space to be able to recover.
Ulti comes through here as Yike does avoid a bit of the damage, but he was never winning that 1v1. Pays is able to put him down. Oh dear, that looked like a little bit of a sign of desperation as Doran going 1v3 here towards his top side. He wants in on the fun, but I have a feeling he may just be going down, turns his attention to the wave, and will be falling. So there's a little bit more back here for KC as they do what they can to limit this gold advantage.
Yeah, it is something, and I mean, for KC, you've got to stay active on the map, try to find some sort of plays. You know, overload one side, look for something, because I don't think this is a game you can play slow anymore. You know, T1 are going to be snowballing towards a quick soul. They have a massive advantage. If you can somehow stabilize the game at this deficit and farm and farm and farm, then you are going to have a chance in a fight.
How did that hit? That didn't look very fair. Kana is going to come through and try and defend as Carrier still wanting to find an angle as he gets...
Iskreno, Carrier malo previše ga radi.
Okay, Carrier, you're having a little too much.
Malo ga previše radi, neću lagati.
No one from his team is anywhere near him. He was
I think he's been listening to all of those people saying he's the best player in the world, and it's got to his head. As now Pays looking for...
I Pays nema dobar rebound na Oriana matchup, tako da njemu ni odgovara da bude ovde.
But man... Yeah, maybe he was actually reading what Busio was saying. As there's a paranoia towards the bottom side of the map. Ona is just going to put down Yehu. And I do want to say something about this. We did have Ona's stats come up before, like 42-8 was the win rate. But one of those losses was against Hanwha Life Esports. There's a reason why T1 are our second seed, and it's because Hanwha were able to win that best of 5. And Ona's Nocturne was just not that good. But historically, it has been a lot more like this, where he just wins. Doran going to take down
64 CS-a. Njega je Owner bukvalno double out CS-ova, što je način od svega i dalje ima pressure u gankovima. Jako clean od tima Ona.
And Owner is going to grab the double dragon.
I'll give it to you.
Thanks, man.
No problem.
Appreciate
it. Charge. You got 2 charges of it.
Yeah, you do. You got one charge, does one thing. Another charge does a completely different thing.
Yeah.
Theoretically, different ability, but that's all right.
Completely different flip.
It's like Silas. He's got like his abduct abscond, 2 charges.
2 charges.
Yeah, one does dash, one does chain, 2 charges.
There you go.
Yeah.
We'll count it.
It's another Cloud Soul. T1 obsessed with Cloud Souls, kind of like me. They are very good at getting them. The RNG just works out. But now they can move towards having infinite movement speed, and for a composition like this, Cloud Soul is probably one of the most scary ones.
Yeah, it is definitely pretty terrifying when you have a comp that wants to play a lot through side lanes, wants the 1-through-1. You know, you have Owner and Carrier moving around the map all the time, giving that additional move speed. Pretty scary. I think there could be worse ones for KC, but they are just trying to hold on here. And you can see all of these KC members are on top side. All 5 of them. There's no one right now answering Faker in the bot lane, so they're going to try to overload and potentially make a play here.
Oh, Pays might be taken down. The rebuttal now on cooldown. The arrow is going to hit, and Yike going to get over that wall. Pays will be shut down finally as Carrier.
Znači, ovo je toliko free games da T1 sad samo trolaju, bukvalno. Sad legitimno samo rade šta hoće. U fazonu su, toliko smo ahead da možemo da grifamo. Malo nepotrebno, ali nema veze.
He had the flash, he had the rocket bell, he was trying to get out, wasn't able to do it. Clever play here from KC. They realized we can't just play 1-3-1, so they sent all 5 top, and they are looking to try to answer a play to try to make something happen. They are able to get a kill, but of course, in the meantime, Faker has been pushing down on bot side, and they still do have an enormous advantage for Pays, for Owner, for Doran. This top lane tower very close to going down here as well for Doran, as Carrier's just going to continually stay active on the map here, clearing out vision and just playing in the face of KC.
Yep, Serpent's Fang first here for Doran as well. Oftentimes with this Grasp Jace build, we do see the Black Cleaver, but wanted to go to ripping out that shield as quickly as possible as Owner with the Dustbringer. Seeing what he can do, Busio getting an encore, and it actually manages to clip Faker, goes into the Shroud.
Faker je bar ušao u Shroud, onda mislim da... Ne, mrtav da.
Tried to get whatever he could, and that, in fact, is nothing. And the KC composition, I think, is starting to work, starting to come together. And T1 also have opened the tent doors, if you can call them that, and the circus is really in town.
It does feel like KC are they're just going to squat up. They're going to walk around as 4, as 5. And T1 have been looking to, play the map, make individual plays. But it's very dangerous if KC are just always going to be grouped to look for those. And this time, Faker does get caught out. They had just caught Pace. They get a couple of kills back, but it's not the end of the world because T1 has been pushing everywhere, taking every objective. They got that second dragon uncontested. They're going to take the Herald uncontested. They got the 3 grubs. It's so everything's still looking pretty under control here, but T1 definitely want to clean it up a little bit and make sure they're cognizant of the fact that KC are overloading one side of the map over and over.
Yep. At this point, like with a 6,000 gold lead at 16 minutes into the game, yeah, you're still probably going to be pretty happy. I don't think that Tom and Marta are going to be all that mean about this mid game, because this lead was just absurd from the beginning. Still 4 minutes until Baron. which is just kind of crazy. Soul point is less than
Taman posla sudje, ti miš da ja vidim noći, to ti je dobra. Možda sutra vidjeti noći. Sutra bi trebao da vidim noći. Ja se nadam. Faker zajedno ima international experience kao svaka druga ekipa zajedno.
The experience gap in games, which is just ridiculous. You look at Faker versus
It's not fair to ever have Faker in these graphics at all.
Almost 10 times as many.
Ima 1500 nešto partija. Dobro, igra 10 godina. Ja mislim.
Yeah, KC combined have less games than Faker.
Yeah, exactly.
So that is kind of crazy.
Gore Faker dobio prvi svetski šampionat pre 12 godina. 13 godina već.
The amount of times that they've been here, the amount of times that they've been in these massive games and these big situations. You know, we had Calista on the desk yesterday, and he was saying that he was feeling like yesterday they were a little bit nervous. You know, they were kind of getting out of the way a bit, but that today they would be more calm. But it's like, I just don't feel like you see T1 looking nervous almost ever.
You will never be able to out-calm T1.
No.
They are just, they are very comfortable. They're also in Daejeon, right? Like, this is not very far from home.
Yeah.
And
Gangnam
is actually on, like, the Daejeon side of Seoul as well. So it's even quicker for them to get here than people in other parts of Seoul as well. So, yeah, it's not exactly the roughest of travel times as Doran feeling a little bit more like domestic Doran here today in this game as he does teleport away, not wanting to get dove.
Yep.
Carrier makes his way up and just going to cross map, and they might be able to take an inner turret off the back of that in trade for probably some bounty gold as the Rift Herald is thrown down. Is this inhibitor turret?
I think it is. That's what I was going to say, is that Calista, you know, is up here on the top side working the tower, but KC sent 4 members there to try to make that play. Faker was already at the tower, and they dropped the Herald, so they're going to get the tier 2 easily. They get 3 plates off that as well, and Carry is still just soaking experience on this top side, being annoying. They pushed in mid.
Sad sam tu, George, sad sam tu. 2 nedelje, svako jutro stream live. Skoro svako jutro, jednom nedeljno nema MSI.
You just full court press, push everywhere. If KC has to commit 4 or 5 to one side to get a kill, even if you get that kill, it's going to be a gold negative play basically every single time.
You just let them and make sure that you have the cross-map plan to take 2 for 1 in every scenario. And that is what's happening. The unstoppable onslaught comes through. The flash over from Canada. They really want to kill Dora and try and get something off the back of this play. Shockwave, fantastic from Yahoo, using the Scion in order to get that extra range on the hula hoop. Beautifully done. Pays not quite able to get there in time to save his top laner. But here is that sort of trade back that you have to be aware of. Faker's in that top lane, getting that wave shoved in, and T1 getting to work here in mid as well. Bone Skewer going to go wide. That is a great beat drop there onto Carrier, but not too much more going to come of it.
Exactly. I mean, you just look into the top side jungle. Owner is taking your red buff. Faker is working on your tier 2 tower.
Neopušteno sudija, nije kao da sam ti odgovorio, ali izgleda nisam ja jedini koji spava. To je dobra stvar. To je dobra stvar. Faker je IG, ali jeste. On je prefidan. Baš je prefidan. Taman posle.
Yeah, I mean the last wheel has fallen off the car. We'll say that much.
Wait, but now it's just a sled.
Yep. That
might be okay.
And the push. They're back in business.
To je bukvalno game 2 waiting room, ono, ubili su ih od levela 2.
This Scion to make some stuff happen, but I don't know. I think it's a 9.5k gold advantage. There's a stun on Doran. The unstoppable onslaught is going to come through as well. Q going to get charged as Calist trying to do damage to Doran, and it's just not going to work. Doran, though, going to show him how it's done as before he goes down. And it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end. Any 1-for-1 probably better for KC, though, to be honest. But although not Doran, really.
Just does not feel like he is really getting any damage there, you know. Even with Kana locking up Doran, just didn't have the damage to actually knock down Doran quickly at all, and then he turns, he gets a kill in that situation where it looked like he was completely dead to rights. Owner is farming every camp of Yikes. He did the red buff, then went down to the blue buff, killed Yike on it, took his blue buff.
It's a Flame Horizon.
Top side.
It's a Flame Horizon in 10 CS in the jungle.
Crazy
at 21 minutes.
I mean, look at Calist farm as well, right?
Yeah.
Owner is 60 CS up on the enemy AD carry.
Oner baš živi ovaj game, iskreno. Ovo je bolesno.
He needs 12, like 3 camps. Just got to take 3 camps. All right, there's a beautiful rebuttal as Busio just going to get executed by Pays. Dash cannon to try and get himself a little bit further away. Good sidestep from Kalista as a flash comes through from Pays, and he is just going to walk his way out of that. That kind of felt like a 1v3 play, but he is just kind of that fed.
Yeah, he is that fed and he is that good. Makes the play happen, knows his damage threshold there, is able to kill off Busio with that final Q. Well, meanwhile, Faker doing what
To, boga mi ne valja sudija, bar ti deo s hranom.
Faker has not really had to be involved in anything, and he hasn't really been involved in anything.
U duši ja nešto pričam, ja sam juče jednom jeo. Ali to je okej. Tako je vrijeme došlo, što bi se reklo. Meni je obrnuto, ja nisam jeo cijel dan, ja sam jeo pred spavanjem. Sam bio u fazonu, nešto mi fali kao da nisam jeo. Mada dobro, mislim, kad malo bolje namislim, možda je bolje što ovaj game prvi, jer mi lakše se probudim.
As it's only going to get worse. We explained this already, right? Any time they go for like a trade or a cross map or an overload, you're going to lose more than you gain. And so maybe just trying to catch them off guard and go for the Hail Mary might be the best way to get it done. But honestly, there aren't a lot of good choices in this situation when you're 10,000 gold behind and Baron has only just spawned. Speaking of spawn, this is kind of shellacking territory as well. He is the one that coined how a shellacking is supposed to work. A very quick victory under 25 minutes. This might be heading in that direction, but we'll see. There is the paranoia to come down very defensively, though, as he actually uses it to reposition. Ona gets in there. It'll be a big shutdown, and that is going to go over to Yahoo. Carrier getting amongst it, though, as we can see. 1 versus 3 now.
Carrier je dosta vremena kupio. Ma da, ništa. Mislim da možda nešto mogu da urade, ali ubili su Onera. Ovo je TP, Faker, ako pogodi je možda, ali neće stići. Ne sperke. Kad će grind? Pa posle MSI-a. Ove 2 nedelje je full focus na MSI i onda posle toga klikćemo ko ljudi. Mislim, igrat ću ja i ovih dana, samo neću igrati toliko. Very strong at this point of the game, and they're going to grab Soul for themselves here as well, as they just continue pushing in these waves, and Owner has secured the Flame Horizon, 222 CS to 116. Not something you see every day. 3 full levels up, 15 to 12.
All right, this might be the fastest Flame Horizon I have ever seen in my life. And also, it's probably the first one in the jungle that I have seen outside of the funnel meta, which was just that's not included.
Dark times.
It was definitely dark times. As the arrow is going to connect onto Faker, there is the unstoppable onslaught and the shockwave. That's a lot of R buttons, but I think it's required in order to make sure that they lock down this Akali and get the kill as quickly as possible. Now they've got 40 seconds before this Baron is going to be taken down. But due to the Mousepad priceless moment of the game, that Soul does get picked up from T1, and they should be able to use that to book it towards this Baron. Hang on. They're surely not able to just take this for free with Faker dead.
And look at the vision. There's no vision at all. And Busio is going to try to move forward and get some vision back, but it is so scary to actually walk in here. And Kalista, I think there may be a way.
Gledaj, ako si došao kući sudija, samo spavaj, brate, realno. Baron za time. Mislim, kažem, ovo je samo game 2 waiting room. Gle, pogledaj ovo, on je brat skočio njih 5. Umreće zato, ali dobro. Sad će umri i Carrier. Kako grifaju. Faker nije ni bio tu. A Fakeru treba dosta da ubije Kanu. Mislim, Kana je... Ipak je Sion u Akali. Mislim da on ne uleće ovdje, mislim samo backuje. Jer Pays je taj koji treba da ubije Siona. Da li je Master isto solidan skill level? Još te solidan, što da ne, da. Solidan skill level sigurno. Mislim, da li je dovoljno da se igra competitive LoL, verovatno nije. Ali da li je solidan, naravno da jeste.
That the 5v5s are very winnable, right?
Yeah.
You know, there are so many squishy members. They have some good AoE CC on the KC side, but they just fell so far behind that it has been incredibly difficult. And I mean, just look at the initial damage that comes down onto Kalist as they go in. This is not like a shockwave. That is just him.
Znaš što je on očekivao ovdje? Će blokira ulti od Serafina, I guess.
And on the other side, nicely played by Yike, is able to finish off Owner and then get that reset, take down Keria, who was quite low. From here, you know, T1 not able to kill off the Sion, who's very, very tanky, but not able to stop that Baron either.
And fun fact, once again talking about this Nocturne, this is the second largest CS deficit at 25 minutes in international history. As Owner is going to secure a rampage for Pays.
Ti damage, čovječ. Još neki basic da provuče, baci ulti, to je kill.
So we have a look at the Coinbase gold grind. Owner is just, making good money.
Leave some gold for the other people.
Or maybe just kill the Nexus and then you don't need to really worry about it. Owner just prove that that you are the carry. And he absolutely is. And man, what redemption for his Nocturne as well. After that series against Harmalife Esports, just showing that yes, this is a devastating pick for me. Do not disrespect it. I don't think anyone will for the next little while.
Definitely do not think you can disrespect him on really any champion.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Especially after a game like this. Casey yesterday had the second largest gold lead period at an international ever, and then this is against them, the second largest CSD at 25 in jungle specifically.
Yeah, in the jungle
in international history. So two gold records set in different directions with Casey over these last 2 days, and definitely liking the direction yesterday.
Mislim, što je najče od svega, iskreno, T1 mi izgleda dosta opušten ovaj game. U smislu, T1 je obično malo više lokti nego ovoga. Jer nekako kad pogledaš ekipa T1-a, oni su čak do 20. minuta kao klimavi pod navodnicima. Tu I tamo su I onda posle 20. minuta samo lock-in I završe game za 5 minuta. Ovaj game su se toliko nafidali da su počeli da luckaju.
To be able to bounce back after a tough game, and there's no one harder to do that against than T1.
Yeah, I think one thing that does help is that you basically lost the game at 6 minutes. So they've had a lot of time to be like, no, it doesn't, like, what happens from here doesn't really matter. Yeah. Let's just try and throw the kitchen sink at them and see what happens. And I think stylistically, this composition from T1 should either do this or lose, right? Like, it's a very one or the other style of composition. So maybe there is a little bit of that. That's the copium that I would go with.
That's how you have to look at it. You can't read into the game too much. You just have to say, you know what, we're confident in our preparation. This game went bad, and it went bad early. Move forward, believe in your practice, believe in your ability to take them down. They felt pretty confident coming in, so, you know, just go next and see what happens.
And guess what? They won't be able to play these champions again. You will not need to worry about Owner turning the lights off because he won't have the ability to do so in the next game.
Will remain on.
They will remain on. And there's nothing that they can really do about it. They could even maybe make more lights with a Twisted Fate pickup, something like that. It's absolutely fine. But KC right now on the ropes. And we do have an Elder Dragon spawning in 20 seconds time. Let's see whether they can get over to that one, as it won't be Exodia quite, as I don't know whether they'll have time to get a Baron before they just push and win the game.
Maybe
with 3 inhibitors down.
So Owner can get the double Flame Horizon.
That's the strategy. They heard that it's only the second largest CS deficit. As, all right, Yike in a lot of trouble here. Pays looks for the ulti. That was an ambitious one. There's a paranoia. Never mind.
Pogledaj ga, vidi ga. Jedan Kalist baca Arrow, samo da ga skine sa sebe. Dobar Shockwave, ali mislim da je džabe previše su behind, da. Ja, gubiš 13k golda od T1-a, mislim. T1 vina game I kad oni gube 10k golda, a nekad vode 12k, tako da... Ma da. Mislit ću ovako cijela serija dode, a light... Ko zna? Lep game, iskreno, lep game.
Showing their strength with these kind of bot lanes here, bringing out the Mel, bringing out the Pike.
Ništa, pauzica 12 minuta, idem ja da dođem sebi. I tu sam za Game Read 2.
Well guys,
As we say in the LCK, that was a shellacking.
Yeah.
T1 showing there's levels to 3-0s in the first round. And now,
Yeah.
Kobe, what do you think?
I'm saying, D-God, a lot of people I saw laughing at Team Liquid.
I knew
They
that's what
were
you were
pointing
doing.
at us. Ha, ha, ha. Okay, not so funny now, all right,
Oh,
as T1
man.
are blasting you.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this one was crazy again. Main specific points are going to be jungle as well as bottom lane. And this one also started out with an attempted invade against Owner. And Owner hits another smite. He keeps it going.
Yeah, it backfired so hard considering you had mid and bot lane both had prio for the side of KC, so they moved in aggressively. The Owner, his smites have been so good, and then the ensuing play, KC try and back out, and T1, they're still interested, and they managed to find a couple of kills.
Just being able to find windows like these, because yes, Owner ends up getting the smite on the red, but then recognizing that they were splitting with Yeti going topside and to leave the jungle, and then of course Kalista not flashing the initial hook flash from Pyke, and then they get like 4 kills off of those 2 flash timers. It was ridiculous of how much it was a dominating bot lane.
I mean, it's one of these things where sometimes in pro play, you see a flash down, you're like, okay, how do they follow up on this? Maybe they'll get a kill later, they'll find an angle, but just that pressure. This was not that.
Yeah.
This was, we're gonna kill you again and again and again. We have a 5-minute timer to just murderize you as much as possible. And the big beneficiary of this was Paze, who got 10 kills in this game, had a fantastic Mel game again yesterday, and he's just been on fire on this pick.
Exactly. They're running these kill lanes for him, bottom lane, with Mel plus X champion, either Camille or Pyke. And so when you are down a flash that early on, you are a very vulnerable target, and the enemy jungle is so far ahead because not only did Owner smite his own camp, but Yike drops a camp when you're walking to the enemy side to go for an invade in the first place. So he's already behind there, and then Owner got that first blood money too. So super accelerated Nocturne, which then gets to keep on ulting you, keeps on keeping his pressure up around the kill lane.
And the thing is, they banned the Nautilus and the Camille, and the Pyke still available, and Owner's Nocturne, he has been legendary on this pick so many times. 43-8 record over his career. It is such an intimidating
Who are those
pick.
8 teams? Let's get a Hall of Fame. Who was able to take down
KC is asking right now to call them out. Please, we need to know.
It is ridiculous because when they got that pressure, they kept going behind the tier 3 turret to try and find a pick on towards either Busio or Kalist, threatening Gromp. So like that second highest CSD at 25 that Nocturne was able to get was because you just never felt like secure in being able to take your camps.
Yeah, again, history being made, that second highest gold difference, or CSD difference at 25. I mean, we are in Korea. It is known in the top lane as a Flame Horizon Flame, one of the greats in the top lane through LoL history here in Korea and in FlyQuest. True. And yet again, a shout out there by Owner doing that to Yike. And it wasn't just that happening here. I mean, it was just a comprehensive victory. You look at that gold graph, it was never in doubt.
Whoa, look, there's a little bit of the start where the gold graph is KC's.
I was like, what am I looking at? Where am I looking?
Right
Zoom in, get the telescope out, zoom on in.
And you can't see it on the gold graph, but there were a couple moments where, you know, they were like, all right, whatever, we'll full send. You know, Owner's just straight into the back line, and they were able to kill him. But still, I mean, this was an absolute stomp. And to me, a lot of the things remain true of, like, continuing off what they showed yesterday. Being able to start off defending that invade so incredibly well, I already felt like, I was like, oh my God, they're going to pick up exactly where they left off. So, like, everybody in plans already was terrified of T1, but it seems like they are going to just take care of business very quickly.
And if you're a Reaper, you kind of just have to erase what happened in the early game because this team is much more stable than what they showed. If your Seraphine and Ashe are losing Flash that early on versus a Pyke, it's going to be ugly. And so from what we saw from Busio and Kalist yesterday was a much better, stable lane. You have to believe it's going to be better than that.
Yeah, but before we forget this match, it's time to toss to our HyperRex Reflex replay with Keria with the soul read on the Pyke to keep Owner's tether together.
Oh man, he was just styling on them this game. The flash read here.
I got you, Owner.
It keeps him in the fear tether. It's like, what?
But he's not done. He's not done after making this phenomenal play with his own skin, mind you.
Yeah, that's right.
He actually continued on after that. He solo killed the Seraphine as well. He was just dunking on them all game long. And again, Second rotation of bans, they ban Nautilus, they ban Camille. He's like, I'm fine. I'm good.
And then he escaped from the Seraphine kill with the Proto Belt too, and he's like, I'm out. He still lives. It's like
pretty tough.
He's just styling on them.
It's rough. It's rough because literally that play happened right after KC got a play bot lane. You're like, okay, maybe they can cleave this back. No, they can't. They can't claw it back in. It's
gonna be a tough task here for any team, but KC will have to bounce back after that tough one. We'll be back with game number 2 after this. You're watching MSI 2026.
The paranoia to come down very defensively though, as he actually uses it to reposition. Ona gets in there. It'll be a big shutdown, and that is going to go over to Yahoo. Carrier getting amongst it though, as we can see 1 versus 3 now, as the ulti from Pays comes on down, and that is going to lock up a kill. But Pays getting a little bit lower. Faker finally making his presence known as he tries to get over the wall. Nexus turrets fall. No elders required here for T1, as they will obliterate KC in the first game.
An incredible first game here to kick things off against KC.
Like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Faker and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He dropped it well as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen 2! They are just going to ace them!
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Superlight on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고,
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
ladies and gentlemen, MSI 2026. Yes, we are already through game one. It was a swift one. This one was kind of done pretty quickly. We're hoping that KC can bounce back afterwards. Just shake your sillies out, right? That was game one against T1. Let's get into the real stuff now. It's not match point just yet. There is still plenty to play for, plenty of time. Just relax and don't lose by as much this time.
In Korea, at an international, how bad could it be?
Hey, look, MSI, like that year a few times ago where the like Busan became a library, like that was a thing.
At MSI, like they only get to the finals and stuff.
Yeah, like every time. No,
we're in the finals, right?
Winnable. Let's just not tell them that it's that it's planes.
T1 historically known for getting knocked out of tournaments early. Much like their world's record where they've never been knocked out early.
They didn't even win the first MSI, you know, 11 years ago.
Falling off.
Yeah, falling off completely. Let's have a look at the draft here as we dive into it. T1 are going to ban away the Vi and the Rumble again. Should just be the Jarvan if they want to keep things the same.
Poppy ban.
And the cheeky Poppy ban to come on through.
So KC, I'm assuming, is first pick then, because otherwise you would probably would have banned the Bard.
Yeah, and also T1 still has a ban.
So of course, yeah. So Busio also is really well known for his Bard, and the question is, are you willing to just like first pick it? Because if you're not, then I think Carrie's going to take it, right? So that it is always quite a risk. Busio to me was definitely the best Western Bard player. I think he was absolutely last year one of the best Bard players in the world. Period. But
I think we have the two best Bard players.
You could never say the best.
No.
Because unfortunately, Carrier exists.
Yeah, and Busio might even use Carrier's skin. They lock the Casio instead.
So this is what I was going to say, is that in the West, not a lot of people are willing to blind Bard, right? So I am very curious to see what Busio's answer is, because if you're not willing to blind it, I expect Carrier to take it 100%, and then to me, that is KC laying a trap. Whether or not the trap will work at all remains to be seen.
We've seen a few teams attempt this.
Yeah.
Do you want me to tell you how it goes?
They lose.
Opa. Carrier dobio Barda. To je fan.
You know, there might be an option, there might be an angle, and obviously the Cassiopeia is very strong, but it is a risk, to say the least. As Owner is considering a Wukong here, would be a lot of power coming out of the jungle, definitely a little bit of a different vibe, although still wanting to race to level 6 in that early stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Carrier in competitive play this whole year has not yet lost on the Bard. Has played it only 5 times.
Yeah,
but he has
not
won
allowed
every single one. And exactly, that's what I was going to say, is the reason he's only played it 5 times is because it's always banned. It is the #1 pick, banned against T1 by far, in 75%, over 75% now of their games. And so
Hoću stvari biti giga fan, iskreno.
You know, I'm kind of curious, because Busio is a very flexible player. He is famed for going for all kinds of crazy stuff. So we will see, you know, how spicy they want to get in the bot lane. Would it just be Ziggs Camille to come out right off?
Ziggs was banned. That was the last ban from T1, so they got rid of it. And that's why I think that this is somewhat curious, right? Because are they going to play? That is true. You could theoretically play it towards the top side, but this is the lane we saw yesterday. And it was into the Caitlyn Bard, if I remember correctly. So the Ezreal Camille going to come out once again. I'm not feeling all that enthusiastic about it, as now Pays can just move to something else if he would like to. He doesn't need to opt in to the Caitlyn matchup, even though the Caitlyn did win yesterday. I believe it was KC versus DCG that did occur in.
And honestly, I feel like if you are playing the Caitlyn Bard, it's totally fine as long as you just don't opt into some of these crazy level 1s, right? Where it's like Camille gets in on you and gets insane value with the Hail of Blades. If they chunk you out like that, then yeah, they can obviously win the lane. But if Caitlyn Bard just kind of play it slow and steady, get a few levels before you're actually fighting this guy, it becomes very, very risky for Camille to hookshot in. If you hookshot in and you get Bard stunned against the wall, you get Caitlyn trapped, you get kited out.
Što znači, ja mislim da će Caitlyn Bard uništiti Camila Ezreala. Busio je dobar igrač, ali teška priča. Baš teška priča.
He is that kind of a player who, if he believes it is the right matchup, he's not going to worry about it going wrong. He's just going to think about it going right. And I always respect that, because that is the kind of player that Carrier is too. And that is, you know, part of why Carrier has become the best support ever, right? Is he has that unwavering confidence in himself and his ability to pull off any champion, any matchup, in any position.
Yep. And you can also Hextech Ultimatum the Bard, so he can't magically journey away, which is kind of fun. We did see that yesterday, and it did work for getting a couple of the picks. I just don't know whether it's quite going to be enough, as the Galio is going to be taken away from Faker. I think Galio Wukong, a fantastic combo, great one to deny as well, as Faker has been pretty good on the Galio throughout the years. And one more ban to come through here. Will it be more focused towards Yike? That is the question.
I think so. It makes a lot of sense, right? You know, you just keep limiting.
Ooh,
but
instead, Canon's going to have that Gnar taken away.
Yeah, his signature pick, I would say, for sure, is his Gnar. You know, very, very good on it. Known as a really strong laner. He's excellent on the Gnar. And so we'll see, you know, what they are actually looking to play here for Doran. Obviously, last game was very, very focused around playing through side lanes. They had the Nocturne, they had this Jace that built up this big lead. So I do think that KC are going to want kind of playing something that is a carry that can have kind of more individual agency.
Ooh, the Vayne. I think maybe Canon might be looking for a Crocodile.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
See what Doran has as far as an answer, or he could just take the Renekton himself.
Yep, definitely can. And I mean, it's not like you can't just play, you know, Doran can play a tank if he wants. You know, he is very comfortable in all kinds of matchups. He can play weak side, he can play carry versus carry. But he is really more known for his team fighting. You know, when I think about Doran, I think about his greatest moments. It's things like his Gragas, you know, being able to actually take over in a team fight, being able to make those big moments for the team. And it's going to be Syndra from Faker. Really cool, because I know a lot of people do not feel comfortable in a lot of matchups against Cassio, so going to be able to take a little bit of a longer range approach. And it's also pretty nice for setting up, you know, alongside the Caitlyn. You have low committal engage now with the Scatter of the Week. So you can set up a trap line as people are walking in. You could be fishing with scatters, fishing with poke, fishing with bard ults. You know, if you hit any of that, now all of a sudden you have a tremendous amount of damage and follow-up coming through. And
dobro, Yike odlučio opet igra na ruke, ali onda ga je baš prebio prošli game. Ne znam mu je to pametno, iskreno.
I like how Busio can't hover Vayne anymore, so he hovers Space Vayne instead. Love that. The Renekton seemed like something that we were going to see. That will be locked in for Canna. Feels pretty good now that... oh, the Trundle. So I was really interested in whether or not the Trundle was going to come out if a tank was locked in for KC. But instead, T1 are looking at it as a potential, I guess, theoretically top lane option.
I don't love it into the Renekton. In my experience, it can be pretty difficult to actually get effective trades. This I like a lot more. I mentioned the Gragas because I feel like it is a pretty good neutralizing.
Gragas je fine matchup u Renekton skroz.
You know,
and probably Doran's best champion.
And you can ult Camille out of the ultimatum, so you can kind of break the ultimatum with that, which is really, really nice. Great disengage against potential Kiana. Hard engages. Kiana, you know, I mentioned the buff on the patch. Did get a 20% damage increase to monsters on the Q. So that is pretty significant. Helped to clear a fair bit, as you're obviously using that quite a lot. But it is T1 here with a lot of CC. They are playing more that front to back style. It's not that they can't do any sort of aggressive plays through side lanes with Bard, but this is not a 1-3-1. This is push out sides, look for team fights. And I do feel like for KC, they want to be hyper aggressive. They need to find creative angles, and they're going to have to find a way for the Kiana, for the Camille, to get past the Scatter of the Week, to get past the trap line, to get past this Gragas and this Wukong if they want to have success, because you really do need to get on top of that Syndra and that Caitlyn to have success in a 5v5.
Yeah, and I really like how they've sort of mixed this single target focus, like the unleashed power from the Syndra, we know it as the gameplay button, right? Like you're gonna basically kill someone. Ace in the hole can then come through for the finish, and then someone's trying to block, but you get a cast to the face, and that separates them. There's a lot of cool combos here, not to mention the Tempered Fate also being a bit of a thorn in the side. But T1 a lot more combo-based for this composition. So we get onto the Rift for game number 2. T1 looking for match point. KC looking to try and come back after a difficult game 1.
Yeah, they are going to have to try their best to just shrug it off, bounce back. Let's see what they can get done. And you got to be confident. If you're going to play with Camille, you got to be a madman.
Well, Carrier already down to 50%, has to use the heal. And dodges away from a couple of Mystic shots to avoid full death. But that is a good start here for KC.
Yeah, that is really good. And that's the kind of thing you need to do, right? Like, that is why you have to play with incredible amounts of confidence if you're going to play Camille. When I think about guys like Carrier and On having amazing games on this, it is them throwing themselves into danger on repeat, trying to start fights, trying to get value. His owner here is going to be starting on the enemy blue buff. And I don't think they really know about this.
Flashing in already. Pays.
I to je Flash Ignite od Camila rano se vidi jako često isto. Jer ako to ne uradi, samo će dobiti batine. On mora da igra agro.
And I talked about the level 1. This is the kind of lane you need to play. You cannot allow Caitlyn and Bard to just sit there and stay full health and be comfortable because you will not win out in this situation. But my fear is Owner is going to get level 3 and then come from behind them and there's no flash on Busio. And I think we are seeing the first blood already shape up right now and it's probably going to be onto Busio unless Doran is in trouble here.
Yeah, Kanner's not going to kill him just yet.
Yeah, I think we're going to watch Busio die.
Gde si, Luka? Pa MSI, brate, MSI. Sljedeće 2 nedelje je stream live skoro svako jutro od 5 ili od 10 ujutru. I Busio je mrtav ovdje. Ne nema hookshot. Da, mori da gubi ovdje. Po duše Jajkovo možda trna. Ezreal je razvio Little Tempo, ne moraju trnju na Kalista. Clean, jako clean. Ok. Ovo je dobar trn. Da nisu trnali sva trojica bi riknuli. Ovako su bar tradali 2 za 1. 1 za 2.
He got over aggressive there. Shift didn't have the barrier flash. Maybe felt like he could outplay it, make them overcommit to him, and then go back. But I feel like if he had just stayed a little bit more patient, Yike would have been able to arrive. Then he could go in, and maybe they could have got multiple kills without him dying. Because at the end of the day, it is Yike benefiting from this play, but Kalist still ends up behind, and now this bot lane 2v2 is going to be that much more difficult. Because look at the buy for Kalist. It is just a tier. Pays went back and got double longswords. Much more combat power purchased up here for the T1 bot lane.
Yeah, that is some versus 0, if my mind is right. It's Yike. He was the big benefactor, and I actually think that a Kiana that gets accelerated is sort of the only one that has value. And so Yike is in a great position in this game.
Oh, he's looking for bot, but I think Owner has a read on this.
Yep, he is going to get stunned, but now Busio is in trouble. Still doesn't have the flash, remember. Peace once again. And that is another kill.
Sad će farme Busija.
Magical journey is going to bring them over towards Yike.
Samo na Jajka trebaju da okrenu emisiju.
Nice double stun. Guess what it means?
Jajk ima skok desno u pit možda. No, Kerry je brži. A Jajk ima pogrešan element. Znači ga basically samo i to je to.
That's 1-0, 300% kill contribution for the Bard out of Carrier.
And it's a moment like that where I want to hear comms, because I want to hear who from T1 was calling for Owner to pull off there. You know, was it him that had the read that Yike was coming? You know, who actually set up this play? Because, you know, here's the previous play that we were talking about. So I want to watch it back and actually watch Kalist, because to me, you see these low health bars. He is doing fine here. Wait for Yike to go in first. He is full health. The arcane shift in early, to me, was the big mistake. I don't think you needed to do that. You could have just waited a couple more seconds, and at the very least, I think you kill 2 and you live. And then he has the summoners for this play where Busio goes in. They're expecting them to be able to win this because Yike is coming behind, but then they spot Owner and they realize, oh God, we can't actually keep going forward. So Owner pulling off the Krugs there to move down to bot to either cover or to look for actually a fight himself was so critical. So whoever called that, whether it was Owner himself or Pays or Carrier, recognized that, hey, this is the moment that they'll be going. Really made a big difference in that game because that got them not 1 but 2 kills and Pays even more accelerated.
Oh, Carrier just able to magically journey his way out of that situation. We'll be all right for now. Busio still level 3 as Carrier does tick over to that level 4 now. Faker was having a little bit of trouble in lane. I think that Yahoo is doing a great job on the Casio, but as we can see here, it hasn't really equated to too much of anything at all. They'll get the crash, and we have Yahoo making his way back into lane now.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Carry on Bard. This is why we're talking about Carry on Bard. A 12.6 KDA with over 40 competitive games played and an over 80% kill participation means you're probably not bad at the champion, if I had to make an estimate.
And Carrier's been playing for quite some time now as well, with 41 games on the Bard as well, and wasn't always on the always winning team.
But don't worry, because surely his teammate down in the bot lane can't be as good at his champion. 12-1?
Yeah, and Pays hasn't been on T1 the whole time. He was just on Gen G before. It's all right.
Kana je okej. Okej, Kana. I to je flash od Gragasa također. Ovi su naši kill na botu, tako da ovo je fajn za KC. I mislim da ovdje Force dive-uju Paysa, jer znaju da je Wonder na topside-u. Ne, to od Paysa mrtav je.
finding some opportunities here on the map.
That is massive for KC, being able to take out both of the T1 bot laners, and just like that, Callista's back to parity, because even though Pays had those 2 kills, he's been missing a lot of farm. You know, that wave was crashed to the tower there. They're obviously fighting a lot, so he's not always around to get all that CS. And then on the top side, T1's play did not work out on Dakana. And Keria looking here.
Yeah, Faker is still with the ultimate, does have that available, but not
look
too
at his
much
items
behind it. Yeah, there's just some Swifties and a rock.
Exactly. You bought Swifties, you bought some mana, so not going to be able to do much there. Is Doran trying to keep him off of this tower, but Kana knows he has no explosive cask, so there's not really that risk of the wave just getting one shot and you picking up turret aggro.
Yeah, Busio making his way in, though. Hookshot is going to get the stun as Doran gets a bit of his health bar back, but Busio going to be able to withstand that one shot. The flash on in as Ona finds the Q for the kill. Flash away from Busio. No Warrior Trickster available.
Ko prljav game u stvari, holy koliko je prljav game.
This is great though, you know, Busio got 3 kills now. He's accelerated a bit. When you can get to that first item on the Camille, it is really, really relevant because you are just fighting non-stop here, looking to, you know, force the issue. And Kana, this time, is in a way better position. Yike is in a way better position, which I think is so important after a game like last game where you're getting Flame Horizon, where you're in this, you know, unplayable position that he was in. Now he has agency returned to him in a game like this, and he's been so critical for KC and their success throughout this split. So it's going to be exciting to see what KC can do now with a gold lead here. A big series of plays for them really gets them back into a great spot.
Well, they're on the Dragon now. It is spotted on a ward, but KC will be able to clear that one out. Azona moving on over towards his Raptor camp, and I don't think they're looking to contest this one. First Drake should be going over to KC after that play. Busio looking for an angle towards Faker, as he is getting into a very aggressive position. Scatter the Weak comes down just to make sure that that sphere does connect. And he just moves himself out of the way. So that is the first Drake going on over. Canon now just blowing the ultimate, but the magical journey comes through Cask. He's going to pull the crocodile away from the turret, and that should be the kill. Ona picks up that one as well, moving to 3-1, and T1 finding the cross map.
Yeah, nice try there from Kana. Almost took Owner down. One more tower shot probably would have done it, but didn't quite have the ability to do it. Faker in maybe a little trouble as they have TP'd, and Yikes coming behind Faker as well.
Yeah, that is a lot of true shot barrage damage to try and take down the Wukong as Faker able to get away from this.
Lep flash od Fakera. I dalje su omi 400 za KC, nisu loši u ovom gameu, iskreno.
Not going to be claimed. Faker will just be going back now.
Yep, and T1 make a play on top side. KC make a play of their own. 3-man go in towards Faker. They force out his flash. Meanwhile, T1 was taking this. They get all 3 grubs back-to-back games, so are going to be feeling pretty good about that. Especially when you are playing with the Caitlyn, you want to be sieging these towers, you want to be putting that pressure on. But of course, it really hasn't been that kind of standard game where Pays and Carry are non-stop pushing, because it's been more about the scrapping, more about the fighting, not so much that standard push them in, whittle down the tower play style that you see from Caitlyn.
Yeah, and I think that KC, I mean, they have a 1.5k gold lead. This is a great game for them so far. And T1, now we get to kind of talk about what T1 has looked like this year, right? Because this is actually kind of par for the course. They've done a lot of, we're going to fall behind, but then we're just way more coordinated and way better at you when the late game arrives, right? Yeah. Like, they can always just find a team fight, and then the game is all of a sudden over. And you think that you're in a comfortable position. You think that you've got the game in the bag, but T1 disagree. And it's been really frustrating if you're not a T1 fan and you're watching your team just cruising, having a good time, and then it doesn't quite work as Faker has found Yike, or has Yike found Faker? Is True Shot Barrage going to come on through? Busio going to take that kill with the Hex Tech sweep, and that is the first death here for Faker in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you look no further than yesterday. They were down 59-26 gold in game 2. You know, versus TL, obviously able to come back, even with a compositional disadvantage, and still win that game. They were down 1,200 gold as well in game 3, able to, you know, it's a much smaller lead, but still, from deficits, they are never out of it. Their team fighting is so good, and they have such strong playmakers on this team that are very difficult to deal with, as Keria,
I think he might just be dead. Yeah, Supreme Display of Talent does come on down here. It's the flash from Keria looking for the Cosmic Binding onto Canner and Yike, but it does not work. Sad bark noises as he is...
Da li nas KC vodi bar u 4 game ovu seriju? Ne znam, Doran I dalje ima previše, iskreno. Dobro, Dorane. Oner, pardon, ima previše, ne Doran. Doran nema previše, ali igra Graga sad nebitno je.
Looking for a flash to redirect his Q to bind Kana and Yike together. Yeah. So Kana then flashed the binding to make sure they didn't get stunned. So yes, he does go down, but it is a trade of flashes at the very least. And the Renegade flash is actually quite valuable. So, you know, being able to play in that team fight a lot harder to access backline without that. But KC rolling right now, 2.2K is their lead. The last quite a few plays have gone their way after an early start that made you think it might be heading in a similar direction to game one.
Well, can I remember freshly without that flash, like you were just talking about, Owner going to come on over and look to see whether he can capitalize, but with the wave being thinned out, should mean that Canon can get himself out of there and everything should be all right. Like just securing this blue buff, I don't think Owner is going to opt in for any sort of smite battle there. Yeah. And this time, Yike is returning the favor with quite a few camps in advantage. Thanks to his 2-0 start on the Kiana. Actually, just looking really, really good on this champion. And as an LCK representative, we're very used to Kiana just not doing a whole lot and losing the game. That's what she does in my region. And we are learning that that is not necessarily how it's supposed to go.
Man, Yehu has been sidestepping everything. We just saw him dodge like 6 or 7
Jutros
kills
jutro.
in a row.
Evo, chillamo, gledamo MSI malo. Gledamo kako KC u stvari pruža borbu. To solidno, 2.7k lida. Ovako rano nije ni malo loše.
Wanting to overload the top side of the map, but meanwhile, Busio was hunting around mid lane, and Kalist is pushing down bot lane. We'll see who gets first tower. It is going to be pretty close, and the first tower is going to go to KC.
Yeah,
and just like
solo
that,
gold
Kalist is 1.1k up.
Exactly, so gets all of the gold from those plates, and gets to hang around for that first brick as well, so that is a very...
Su vratili Malkice, mada je uzeo Kalisti boca I tako da...
This is something that we illustrated yesterday. Part of what gives you the advantage as the Ezreal in this matchup is that when the Caitlyn's weak, you are really, really strong. And we can see that that is precisely what's going to happen here for Kalist, getting very close to that Muramana. Needs a few extra stacks on the tier, but they should be coming in very, very quickly. And when you get your Manamune before the transformation of the tier comes in, that's when you know you're ahead of the clock. You're feeling really good about it, as oftentimes you do just get that instant transformation if you're just playing out the game in a normal sense. So really nice pacing so far for KC, as they are going to be able to take Double Dragon as well, and it's a Mountain Solis game.
Mountain actually really strong, honestly, for both sides, because there is a lot of burst in this, a lot of upfront damage, but we want to know, who do you think has the better fandom, because these are two of the teams with some of the largest fandoms in the entire world.
Oh, Pays going to get put into the Hextech ultimatum, nowhere to go, and will be taken out. Busio able to take that last turret shot as well, and when you can guarantee that type of kill, then that's when you know that the
Ukjerinog barda je poprilično interesantno.
But speaking of support, yes, we want to make sure that we get the Blue Wall versus T1 fandom, and honestly, T1 fans, I'm pretty disappointed from your prediction. Like earlier on today,
they lost the prediction.
They lost the prediction battle. We don't see that from T1.
So spam T1 or KC in chat. Let us know who you think has the better fandom. But Busio, super strong, just goes straight in here. Keria tries to come through and prevent as much damage as he possibly can. Throws the Bard ult not onto Busio but onto Kalist because he wanted the tower to stay onto Busio there. But they're going to look for Yike.
Yeah, Yike does throw down the ulti though defensively. Ono should have another Cyclone in order to take him down, and actually gets over the wall. But Canna and Yehu turn up as well, and that is going to be the answering kill onto the jungle. And now Faker dealing with Busio here, and does have to get himself out of the way. Keria taking a little while to die, but he will indeed do that. You've got Pays going for a cross map towards the bottom side, but T1 are just falling further and further behind.
Yeah, I mean, this is a crazy game from Busio. You know, it was 5 kills. He almost was solo killing Faker there on the side. He is ridiculously strong. Has had this Thundered Sky for some time.
Right.
Has had his completed sword. Okay.
Equilibrium has been restored. As that is a really nice arcane shift from Kalist, making sure they don't get thrown into the
power
tower.
right there, for sure.
Yeah. I think they may have taken the initial vote personally.
Yep.
All right, Canon now is just clearing out the wave, and that is Pays not able to quite find the value that he's looking for. This is the problem though, right? KC cannot rest on any laurels.
No.
Laurels are illegal in a matchup against
Stay
T1.
away from the laurels.
And we've seen so much of these type games, right? Where Pays is on the Caitlyn, falls into the trough, and T1 are looking like they're falling apart. And then he gets his third item, and the game's over.
And this is why you cannot rest on your laurels, because T1, I mean, everyone has a bad record against T1. Let's be honest, it's T1, but this is T1 all-time versus the LEC. They are 22-12 versus G2, so G2 has been the most competitive there, but still obviously very heavily favored for T1. Everyone else is that 24-7 record versus the rest of the LEC here. And KC looking to put another
Kako bi trebao da je lagano ovde. Gragas nema previše mara. Vratit će malo gola kroz ovu kulu bar, ali i dalje ni ništa spec.
But it is KC with the gold lead, with the objective lead, have the ability here in 2 minutes to try to grab that third dragon, move towards that mountain soul that would be so nice for them. They are going to be able to take a tower.
Yeah, nice charge to come on through here as the tower will be going down. Shelly should be ushered towards the inner turret as well. We'll see whether she does get another charge. As we have Ona being discovered by Busio in the jungle, takes a magical journey to get himself out of the way, but here is the charge and there is the denial as the Tempered Fate does come on through to make sure that this turret stays spick and span.
Yeah, nicely done there by Keria. Right place, right time with the Bard.
Whoa, flash miasma to come down from Yehu, who's looking to chase Faker down. He is going to flash, and Yehu is just going to have to let him go after that.
A da i morale mogu da ga juri. Interesantno što ide na protobal, drugi item na Casio, moram da priznam.
Yeah, he's a sitting duck. True shot barrage will be avoided by Faker going the same direction that he was going already.
Oh, they're trying to set a trap. Owner is actually here. They're going to look for Yehu.
Yeah, they do get out, and there is the unleashed power. Outplay that, he says.
Yeah, that is really well done there by T1. Yehu goes really aggressive. Obviously would have won the 1v1, but Faker gets away. And then he realizes, Owner is here behind me. We have a pink ward that's already in the brush. We know there's no vision. So they lay a trap. They set it up. Beautifully done by T1. Punishing Yehu, who just goes a little bit too far. Assumed that Faker would have gone back to base. He knew he had Busio behind him, so he felt confident because of it. And does get punished big time. So we'll see if T1 can take something more from this, because now both of those mid laners are pretty vulnerable for the next couple minutes here. But as you mentioned, Syndra without flash really is that much more scared, especially against the composition that KC have.
Yeah, barrier going to be used just to block the ace in the hole, but there's a nice amount of damage to come on through here as I believe Faker over the wall, finding a few angles towards the Ezreal.
And that's actually really big, because look at the time until Dragon spawns. Kalista is going to be able to grab the red buff. He also used his barrier there. They're TPing in deep. Kana's looking for a fast start to this fight.
Ok, ajmo da imamo. Faker je verovatno mrtav. Sigurno. Verovatno sigurno, odlično. Mislim samo hard gube fight. Holy, kako nemaju da igraju. Jak je failovo dash preko zida. Paze je živ. Mrtav, dajmo već ga. Daj već obojicu, ma kakvi. Kesi će ladno uzeti game. T1 je samo previše behind ovde.
Kana just TP'd in immediately and they full sent it before the dragon even spawned here. They get straight in there. There's no way Owner's going to be able to steal this. Not with Busio hunting for you. I don't think you can get there in time. So that is sole point for KC. You could see the blue wall popping off here in Dejan.
Yeah.
Really, really excited about how the second game is going. After the first game was absolutely T1 all the time. You could see the all-in pings immediately on that ward as they were TPing in, and Kana just gets in behind them. And look at this confident engage from Busio. Busio knows he's going to die there, but it doesn't matter. He's setting up for the rest of the team. Busio with the engage, and then the follow-up here from Yike. Kana is in the middle of your whole team. Busio is just on one this game. This man is on a mission here.
Him and Yike, man. Him and Yike both yesterday and today. And after that performance in game number 1, I think we were thinking, like, is Yike going to wake up this series? Well, he's definitely woken up. Looking absolutely fantastic. Supreme display of talent, one of those abilities that can sound a little bit silly when you read it out. Definitely didn't sound silly in that last fight. Looking absolutely beautiful on this Kiana.
That's some damage right there.
Da li može da se vrati T1 ovde?
Doing the numbers.
Pretty crazy that Kana just gets in the middle of the entire team.
Zašto se dati bolji? Njihova kultura gaminga, pogotovo što se LoLa tiče, je samo baš drugačija. Ima na dosta streamova, Monte Cristo je pričao o tome kako tamo jako malo praštaju. Imaš previše mi je razvijena tier 2 i tier 3 scena i onda, znaš, ti malo da se opustiš u tier 1 sceni, za mene to odmah, to u Evropi nije slučaj. U Evropi neko ko Larsen 2 godine se vuče kroz lec iako prste nema. Možda i jače. Koliko dugo već nije igrao dobro. Istok mnogo, što se Lola tiče, mnogo manje prašta. Zamena za Dorana, bro, at this point bilo ko ono. Ne znam. Neku smo kanu. Ne, Doran se baš ne uklopa, ne znam. Ajde kažem, guma je insane, ali bilo ko sa carryom izgleda okej. Ali Doran baš se ističe kao da se nije toko lepo uklopio.
As now, Yehu, speaking of looking for things, he's going to find Faker. Scatter the weak is not going to work because he's not very weak. And there is the last Twin Fang to take him down. The unleashed power is pitiful at best. And this Snake Lady is very strong.
Yeah, that is a solo kill there for Yehu. The Roa ticks over. He now goes up to level 15. And this has been a problem for Faker in the LCK. He has been getting a lot of solo kills, but he is second in the entire league in solo, in isolated deaths.
Yeah.
And you can see here on the Coinbase gold grind, a very significant damage, rather gold gap being opened up here by Yehu, who is now up 1k. Everyone on KC is ahead, but it is Yehu and Busio with the biggest gold leads.
And I think we're going to be looking at Doran in team fights and pays to get another item together in order to save this one for T1 if they are going to make it work. But KC have just been so good at pulling the trigger.
Ali imaju follow-up ovdje, mislim da nemaju. Osim ako Gragas ne nađe na Kalista gore, nije mu flash. On ne radi posao. Jajka moraju da šotaju i jesu. Holy, huge pick. I sa Kasio ne može da uradi ništa sama. Dame i gospodo, T1. Dame i gospodo, T1. Nevjerovatno.
Magic happen, losing all game long. We're talking about the soul, but they find the fight beside the Baron. 23-minute Baron here. It's all started up by Carrier. Lands the ult onto Busio. Dorian TP's in, and Owner flashes in. The cask is there, knocking back.
On ne previše posla uradio, on stvarno ima puno resursa ovaj game. Wukong je jako strašan kad dobije puno resursa.
Yehu arrives with a TP, but his whole team is already dead. And the Baron is theirs for the taking. It's so reminiscent of the series against TL yesterday. You know, T1 just grabbed these Barons, it feels like, out of nowhere, and now it is only an 800 gold lead here. It is sole point available. You talked about the third item. Pays has the rapid fire. Owner is on 3 items, has reclaimed that gold lead. And now KC are really going to have to be on point if they want to win these next fights, because they've lost the gold lead. It is so hard to play a 5v5 with Camille and Kiana. You got to be perfect.
Well, they're going to look for it here as Busio gets over the wall with a hook shot. The dash cannon to try and get him.
Okej, Busio možda. Ne može Kana da priđe do backlane-a, gle. Ne može da priđe do backlane-a i mrtav je. Renekton samo ima toliko problema. Čim se završi early game, samo je pola heroja. Pre-oner, Wi-Fi Q. Pro 5k golda su gubili ko da su vodili ceo game, nevjerovatno. To što su pustili Zevsa je greška management. Oni su htjeli Zevsa, samo htjeli mu daju malo manje para. To jest nisu htjeli mu dao povišicu.
Going to be a gromp to go over to Yike, but I just don't think they're going to be able to do enough here. There's the dragon secured, and T1 going to spend all of that hard-earned gold.
Yeah, T1 win another fight. Busio again, you know, he knows it's going to be hard to take the fight, so he just full sends it instantly, and Kana did get in on top of both Faker and Pace, and I thought there was an angle for them to win the fight here. So watch it one more time. It looks like, hey, did Busio go too early? But then you see everyone coming over. He is flashed in. Kana is moving down. Yehu is moving down. Throws down the X-Tech ultimate. And look at Kana, who goes in over the wall. This multi-man stun from that beautiful ult that came out of Yike. Kana's on top of the carries. just doesn't quite have the damage to finish off Pays and Faker.
And you know what it was? It was the locket from Carrier. Gets on in there, gets the big old shield to come on over.
Here's TP.
And now another flank angle. Supreme display of talent. They're looking for Faker. They should be able to lock him down. Takes a little bit longer to get him. As now Owner is in no man's
Oner je onda našao jedan. Borio se paze Kehua. Zadnje dva fajta Kehu uopšte nije bio prisutan.
He just wants to teleport out and he will be able to do so. A little bit of a catastrophe here, but KC finding themselves an advantage in the fight once again.
Yeah, honestly, good job by KC, you know, from that position. It's T1 with the Baron. It's T1 who have been winning the fights, but they are just continuing to force the issue here. This time they pick off Faker, who, you know, was missing that flash. They're able to find him. They're able to take him down. T1 wanted to set up a split map type situation where they're pushing in multiple lanes with the Baron buff. They're trying to get that into their favor, but KC just force the issue, find a fight, find these split up members, and are able to take down both the mid and jungle of T1 and really stifle the Baron. You know, the Baron went kind of nowhere whatsoever there.
Doesn't really work. And we saw the win probability. It was feeling a bit sure, and then starts to become completely confused about how this one is going to go. And I'm kind of there with them. There is still soul point for KC. That is a lot of power on the table. They can force T1 into that position, go for trades between the Dragon and Baron. They're separated by only 40 seconds. And so things can get a little bit murky as far as those setups around these objectives in the next couple of minutes.
Yehu is so strong right now though for KC. You know,
Ali da, ono što sam rekao, mislim Kehua samo ne smije da ostave. A što je 2 levela iznad Fakera, što je Casio ima bolestan carry potencijal.
In most of the actual big team fights, he hasn't really been able to get super involved. Busio looking again.
I believe Pays is dead. He's going to go golden for a few moments thanks to Carrier, but then will be shut down. That is money over to Cliff as well. They get to just set that one up. Now, everything all evened out as far as the kill score is concerned, and the gold as well. It is 56k versus 56k.
Busio finding another pick there, just constantly looking for these engages, setting up his team. Kalist gets the shutdown, which is critical because he was, you know, starting to fall behind a little bit. He's had the Endless Hunger. He is now working in towards his armor penetration. And you see Pays just picked up a GA, so decides to go defensive with the 4th item here. Makes a lot of sense when you're playing against Kiana as well as Camille.
Yeah, and not a lot of true tanks on this team as well, so the Lord Doms can come a little bit later.
The unfortunate thing, though, is there's nothing for KC to take after it.
Yeah. So not really getting too much as far as a trade is concerned. Pays with a lot of money in this game, despite just being taken down. But he does have the last whisper. So just went for as much flat AD as possible before the last fight, I guess, as Busio now in a little bit of trouble. Scatter the Weak is not going to connect, but the Cyclone a little bit more difficult to avoid as he does try to use the Hextech Ultimatum to deny the game. It does not actually do enough. As now T1 with a kill 15 seconds before the Baron. That is looking like a potential avenue here, and if they take the Baron before the Dragon is available, then that trade that we were talking about is not even going to be possible.
Yeah, and Busio is going to be dead for 10 seconds after the spawn, so if T1 are going to start it, they have to do it right on spawn, and they are going to do that. Pays undid his GA purchase, so he does not have that Guardian Angel. He has the last one that you pointed out instead. And Kalist getting chunked down.
Što znači Faker ima flash, onako pogodi scatterom, flash ulta, Kalist je mrtav kroz barijeru, ja mislim. Doran? Doran? Šalim se, Doran, on zone, sve cool, on zone, ljudi. Ne brinite se ništa. Ovo je zamalo bilo savršeno. Ja mislim da ne stižu za Soul, ne?
Yeah, KC can just rush it. It should be theirs, I think. You can see Pays is just going towards top side here. They're going to actually TP for this. I'm not sure why Pays is not coming if they're going to commit to the play, because Faker is in the area. He's trying to see, can I get there and make a magical steal? Cannot make it happen.
It is impossible. So that is the Mountain Soul to come through for KC. And now 6 minutes on the clock until the Elder's up. Yeah, I think Faker is probably just dead. Yeah, Hextech Ultimatum comes down. Find the Scatter the Weak on.
Ima protobelt, ali urajala i ne može da igra, samo je mrtv. Kako je baš prefida?
And T1, they are just trying to deny the backs so that Pays can take an inhibitor turret. And perhaps that is going to work, as Yehu's teleported over, looking for a bit of an angle towards these two here that are just trying to buy space, trying to buy time. They've got a blast cone to get themselves out. And Supreme Display of Talent will get the kill onto Carrier, and Canna did make it back to deny the Caitlyn. There's a cask to get some space for Owner as well, but I think the Rebel Baron power play is not going to be doing too much in this one either.
No, I mean, T1 really getting hurt pretty heavily here because, you know, they committed so much to go for the Baron, but the Mountain Soul was spawning, and that is what the game has been about this whole time. So sure, you do get the Baron, but with Dorian going over the wall there, obviously his objective is to stop the 50-50, right? So when he goes over the wall into both Yike and Yehu, it is a one-way trip. You can't get out through the miasma. So they burst him down, they kill off Doran, and then that really meant that T1 had no shot at actually stopping the Soul. So this ends up being a horrible trade for T1. Probably would have been a lot more the kind of safer play to try to just play for the Soul, but they felt like, hey, we killed Busio, we can go for this now, then get the Dragon after. But at the end of the day, they're not able to do that because they lost Doran, and now T1 back into a tough spot. The gold lead is nothing, but it is that Mountain Soul.
Well, Owner going to have to use a very early Cyclone here as Yehu just does so much.
Yo, it's to be cooldown.
Comes on through. It was actually a Leandri's purchase here from this Cassiopeia. So if they actually get to an Elder, the Elder is just going to die, like so incredibly quickly. So 4 minutes, T1 need to make sure that their setup around the Drake Pit is going to be way better than what we saw previously. Otherwise, that one could just disappear.
You can see Doran's gone for the Bandle Pipes. I mean, he knows the game really is about
I think I know which song
pace.
he's playing as well. A bit of the yakety sax out of this guy so far, as T1 have been playing fast and loose in this game.
Well, Pace has his GA this time, so and he's left the base, so it's for reals this time and now. But Kalista on the other side still very, very strong. You know, when you get to this later point of the game where you have your Armor Pen, where you have the Endless Hunger, you have just no cooldowns whatsoever on your Q. You get so much ability haste that if you hit a Q, your Q is back up. And, you know, it really starts being a real threat in the late game. People talk about Ezreal as not being able to kill tanks, but when you get to this point in the game, you can actually kill tanks. When you have all your abilities hitting, it is very, very threatening. But Mountain Soul or not, it is going to come down to the engages, because if you bungle the engage as the Kiana, as the Camille, you can absolutely still get one shot, even with the Edge of Night, even with the Mountain Soul. T1 are going to have the damage to push through here.
Well, Faker, he is the one that has been struggling a little bit in comparison to his counterpart. 6-1-6 for Yehu on this Cassiopeia. I think the snake will be imperative.
Mislim, jedini način da vidim da T1 dobija fight kako treba je da Kehu opet ne bude tu. 2-3 fajta koje je T1 dobio u ovom gameu je bilo kada Kehu nije bio tu. Ili da ga šotaju nekako, mislim. Otišao je na protobelt, nema zoniju, tako da... Šta znam, Wukong, Flash ulti, Scatter the Weak ulti. GG. Ne mogu se zvuku iz ovoga, ne? Nema šansu. 2 Guardiana. Ok, ima šans. I trap ispod Pace, ima kill. Ovo je mrtvo. Ali opet, Kehu je full health, on je prejak, ali ja ne mogu verujem da su... Joj, za malo unlucky. Mislim je Kalis mrtav ovde. Ok, jeste GG samo za drugu stranu, ne? Ja ne mogu da verujem, brate, T1 je samo bolestan. Znači, Casey je uhvatio Caitlyn van pozicije, oni su i dalje izgubili fight. Ja ne mogu verujem da su oni dobili ovaj fight. Ništa, u pauzi ćemo vidjeti replay ovog fighta, pošto ja bi ovo da pogledam još jedno 3 put. Prova Busio wave da uzme, ali... Ja ne mogu da verujem da su oni dobili ovaj fight. Iskreno insane. Iskreno insane.
Man, I cannot get over. I want to watch that carrier fight back again. I'm sure the desk is going to show it to us, because that was absolutely insane. Endless desk, what do you think about that?
Oh my goodness!
Absolute cinema.
They can't keep getting away with this.
Yo, it is deja vu in day 2. Another game 2 against a Western team.
Mislim da nakon ovoga je samo piši propol, idemo next game. Idemo na DCG protiv Team Liquida.
Game number 1 and then real action.
I have no clue. But what we do know is that throughout the history of LoL esports, there have been certain metas where certain players are associated with certain champions.
Vidi, istina, ali su uhvatili Caitlyn van pozicije. Zato sam bio u fazonu kao, verovatno bi trebao da bude fight za KC, zar ne? Ali očigledno ne. Ništa, pauzica 12 minuta i onda se vraćamo s game broj 3 da vidimo da li će KC da završi ovu seriju brzo.
So, in fairness, I will say to KC, they had a pretty good plan in this game, and we saw a lot of success in the mid game, but Carrier's bard still so fearsome, so hard to deal with. But the rolling potential, but also those team fights, he's just putting on a masterclass.
We will get to that team fight because that team fight was insane, but it was the journey because in the early portions of the game, that Camille was getting a little beat up. The early game, don't want to think about it. But at the 6-minute mark, when we saw Owner go up topside, and I thought Kana really ate that gank, and it was working out well. Meanwhile, they looked for a dive bot lane, and I thought that's when KC started to really find their groove. And it was there where Busio ended up getting the dive. They base, he goes directly top lane, he gets the dive towards the top side. Busio was really on a groove there.
And look, ignore the 8 deaths. That's just how you gotta play Camille. You gotta play aggressive, you gotta find the proactive plays, and even later in the team fights, he was diving in, but doing his job.
Yeah, especially a lot of these ones here. You know, Faker in the river as well. He's trying to take advantage of Yaiku is on the ward, but Busio sneaks over the back of the pit. They find the one there. He's making a lot of these mid-game plays for KC that got them into such a good position in the game.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, this is for you. Shooter's gonna shoot. Busio just kept shooting.
You better believe
he missed the first 2 and then went on a hot streak and then started to cool off a little bit. But let's take a look at some of those fights where KC were performing better.
Yeah, so this one was a super decisive engage, and we actually saw it was T1 who has set up, trying to make a trap here. They were in the river, in this brush. We'll see it in a second. And basically, they had a control ward in the wrong position. So they thought they were off vision. They were actually on vision. And I just love that KC was so decisive in this fight in just looking to punish this, because it was clear T1 were looking for something themselves.
Yeah.
I just ended up overextended.
Yeah,
and we'll see that coming out here. So T1 stacked up here. The control ward they have is too shallow. It doesn't see the ward that they're on. And then KC go, hey, let's just flank behind them with a TP. T1 realized now with a sweeper, it's too late. Renegade is behind them. Busio's going in. He dies immediately, but his job is done.
And oh my goodness, Yike with the big engage here with the follow-up from the ulti. All 3 of them just get locked up. Huge combo.
Yeah, Yike was insane, but also just like a terror in the back line. Kana had an incredible laning phase. It was accentuated by the dive that Busio came up with. And in all of these team fights, you could see the KC fans on fire. They truly believed. I believe.
Yeah, that was an exciting one.
Oh, man.
Well, what happened?
I don't want to talk about it.
You can never let up for a second versus T1. I mean, until you actually get up there to the Nexus, man. Yeah, they're never going down.
Raz, you got to talk about it.
This was the critical comeback play, though. This was critical because up until this point, KC, they had done so much work to make you believe. But look, Yike, you get comboed here as well, but really Kalist never got to move. He got one Mystic shot off there. It was a bounce house from Doran's teleport, flank from the Gragas from one side, into Owner's Wukong.
That Wukong ulti, that alley-oop into Wukong ulti, immediately deleting him.
Doran's laning hasn't been that strong in this tournament, but we always know him for his team fight impact and just sliding in there, catching the enemy AD carry. That's what we know him for best.
Yeah, again, just one of those things that doesn't show up on the scoreboard. Doran, the unsung hero of this squad, given all of them are superstars. Then, speaking of superstar moments, this final fight here, yet again, it is the stamp and reason why people come to the T1 circus. Despite getting caught out and a fantastic flank by Busio, they outplay it.
The timing on the ult, just as we see Yike commit onto the Caitlyn, stalls them out, the GAs then come in, and it buys some time to get away with this portal, and then when the GA comes in from Kana, it's into a Caitlyn, so he gets trapped. This peel from Carrier was flawless, and Pays and Owner able to re-navigate the fight. It was so good.
Yeah, the Syndra combo from Faker immediately, even afterwards, so close to being able to get the kill there. But man, the fact that that Baron fight much earlier on felt like it was going to solidify it for T1, but then you saw KC clawing back the game, pick after pick, but that one just put the hammer down. T1 is now at match point.
So critical, and so many times, like, the GA revival, like, the duration of it, oftentimes people are like, oh, well, is it really that great for AD carries? Because they'll just die when they get back up. No, they won't if they have carry in there to get to an exit path. They got the traps down just in time before as well, and then they have this Asus, then they have the exit path, then they have the heal back up. It was crazy, and the ult from the Kiana during the duration of those as well, oh my goodness.
And I feel like this is one of those fights where you look at everyone doing their part, and if anyone messes up or plays a little bit worse, the fight does not work. But T1 all came together in that clutch moment, and for KC, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is, but they're not done yet. They got to pull themselves up off the floor. It is 2-0 T1 over KC. We'll be back with game number 3.
He is unseen as he looks for the angle. Body slam doesn't work, but there is the cast. Supreme displaying talent onto only the tank, and they take out Kalist before anything had even happened. And it's just free hitting for Pays. Canon with a massive ultimate, but it doesn't do anything. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. T1 just win a team fight, take a Baron, and they're back in control. How annoying is it? Oh, this team just makes too much magic.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
드럼어겐 분위기에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 오늘 밤은 one take 되돌릴 수 없게 my friend you know we got no time for hesitate then now take that red pills feel like living in the mattress 맞아 즐겨 춤을 추는 객기 yelling 뿌리는 champagne let us get funky hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 부박 풀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커를 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 To the left, to the right 이끌이들은 좀 더 흔들어봐 To the left, to the right 목소리는 더 높였어 You know where 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 막 Let's get your mind That's right Just
ladies and gentlemen. MSI
Thank you.
2026. You're welcome, Asael.
Appreciate
Welcome
that.
back to you and to anyone who is watching as well. And we are ready to get into game number 3. T1 leading with match point now, but games 1 and 2, I felt things drift more towards the KC direction.
Yes.
Now, KC need to try and transition that into destroying a next.
Now they are feeling the pain that TL felt yesterday, where you're like, hey, we're winning. We're heading gold. We got soul. We're going to do it.
And now it can't be more heartbreaking, right? Like, that's what you need to avoid. Well, like, so that's what I'm saying. It certainly can, but they need to avoid that feeling as we get into Champ Select. Thanks to HyperX, and we're looking to see what changes are going to be made. Immediately, the Vayne ban is standing out to me here as KC just want to make sure the Busio isn't able to hover that pick.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting going into this next game. So much credit deserved, I think, by Yike for his bounce back in the second game compared to the first. Obviously, he had a brutal game in the first game. Was put so far behind, never really got to play. In game 2, was really doing well, but I feel like for KC, Busio was absolutely the star for me. No question, was finding so many plays. Even after the early game, the very early game went bad. Where Kalisk gets first blooded, and it was kind of, we could see it happening. I called it out a couple camps in advance. Usually, a lot of times when that kind of thing happens, and you give Pays first blood, you are just cooked, right? But they found engages, they found fights, they battled back, they got soul, they did so many good things in that game. But T1 always manages to grab a victory from the jaws of defeat, and they did it once more. Varus coming through, which a lot of people felt like, hey, Varus might be out of the meta with some of the changes, with some of the nerfs. We did see Yon play it. He went Shiv into Rageblade. We could still potentially see a top lane, so there is always that chance of it getting flexed around, but I do think Lethality Varus seems a lot worse these days.
But they do forego the Ryze first pick, which was what I was kind of thinking they were going to go with. Seeing the Anivia ban, the fact that Fearlessly, the Cassiopeia, has been removed, this is a champion that Faker has had a little bit of experience on, if you can cast your mind back a little bit there. And so that's a lot to sacrifice in order to get the Varus. As Owner is thinking about Jarvan, the next one on the tier list, you have to say, and that will be locked in.
Yeah, and it's always such an effective pick against Varus because Varus has no dash. It can be really difficult. I wonder if Yehu would go towards his Azir. I know that is kind of like his ultimate comfort pick. That is the champion that he's kind of most associated with, but instead it will be the Annie. So Varus, Annie, Xin, some really strong picks here, considering we are in game 3 especially, for Fearless. Giving them some engage, giving them some good front line, some follow-up. And I'm kind of curious to see if we're going to have matched roles here from T1, if they're going to grab a pick for Pace, or if we're going to have some differences.
Yeah, they could grab something for Doran here and just round out their top side of the map, assuming the Varus is also rounding out the top side of the map for KC, and that is what they're going to do. The Yorick will be picked up, and Yorick has been an answer into these ranged top laners.
It's quite good.
Often used into the Canon. I know that you stated it so beautifully last time we cast together in First Stand, and that was, if you hit E, you win lane.
Yep, that is literally
I've been using it all year. I'm like, oh, this is the best. I know exactly how it works.
I'm a Yorick expert. I know every Yorick matchup.
I mean, I was a Yorick expert, and it was the same, but you could hit E because it was targeted when he first came out.
There you go. Yeah. How does the Varus versus Yorick match go? Well, if you hit E, you usually win. How about the Jace one? This one's a little bit different. You have to hit E or you're going to lose. So there are some differences.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
But definitely is a fun pick. People like it a lot in pro play, obviously, against the Jace, but that has already been played. They like it a lot against the Rumble. It is really strong versus some of these matchups. And I think it's also can be quite good against the Varus if they are thinking there's a potential of this being a Varus top. The thing I would be nervous about if I am going Yorick blind is a lot of these champions, with dashes can be quite difficult. Basically anything that can completely ignore your cage and can threaten all ins can be really, really tough. There's a lot of kind of like more old school counters. People used to like Cho'Gath because Cho'Gath at rank 1 of the Maiden can basically one-shot the Maiden and get a feast stack off of it, which is not that fun. Renekton is another pro play answer that people love to it, but that is already gone, so maybe that's kind of making Doran feel a little bit more bold with the early pick.
I have this weird sneaking suspicion that Pays and Carry are going to play Zeri Yuumi again. I don't know why. I'm just feeling that that's what they're heading towards. The Rakan ban I really like. I think Rakan is really powerful, especially when paired with the Varus there as well, Chains of Corruption to really layer that extra CC. But the Jhin is going to be taken away from FaZe to avoid that long-range option, and he is instead going to go a different route as the Lucian will be locked away.
Yeah.
Melio probably on the cards unless Busio decides he wants to pick that one away.
Yeah, I would definitely think that it is going to be Lucian Melio as the answer here. You know, clearly, KC were trying to take away some of the safe laning options. The Jhin, the Ziggs, both strong laners, but they can also play from very far away. It's a lot more difficult to get onto them for champions like the Annie, who are really looking for that engage. Lucian, you need space to be created for you if you're going to be dashing in there with an Annie having Tibbers available, right? You know, that is always very, very scary. Varus, Nico, really common 2v2 that we had seen for quite a long time. Which does make me wonder, you know, if it is just going to be that lethality style, you know, even though that has received some nerfs.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. As soon as I see Nico Varus, I'm like, it's lethality. But
especially if there's not really a tank on the other side, it doesn't really matter that much, you know. They have pretty good damage, especially if you are going to go towards the Gnar. Kana obviously so comfortable on it. I do think it is a pretty good matchup for the Yorick.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, this is a bit of a scary one, picking it into the Yorick that's already there. But we did see kind of like pick a Gnar into a theoretical losing matchup yesterday, and he obliterated it. So
it's just
should
comfort,
be fine.
right? Like, he just loves this champion. And I will say, once Gnar gets to early tier 2 boots, this champion gets so much move speed from Hyper, from you know, from obviously having the upgraded boots. And if you're even thinking you need more, you can go Fleet, and then you have all of these move speed increases to be able to actually dodge the morning mist.
Dodge E.
To dodge the E. And that is really, really big, because every time, even post 6, if you dodge the E, then you're actually just putting damage into the Maiden itself. And then it becomes this weird minigame where Yorick is actually having to like pull back away from the wave to try to save the Maiden. And if the Maiden gets too low, you have to keep basing, which is really annoying. But if you ignore the Gnar and you don't throw your E, then he's just going to chip you down. So it is one of those matchups that I do think you can outplay from the Gnar side. But Doran's going to be pretty happy that this is the matchup he's seeing, I think.
Yeah, we'll see whether Doran can stand his ground. Can be difficult in the earlier stages, of course. But the Yorick, as we get later and later into the game, and the fact that T1 have been so good at locking down grub priority, I mean, getting the split push later on with 3 grubs and a Yorick is going to feel absolutely fantastic. And with T1's control of the map from mid to late game, I think that you'll be in a really difficult position if you are KC. But they've been really good, especially in the last game, at just staying the course and getting themselves into good spots. So here we are into game number 3. T1 with that match point. But KC, this could be the beginning of the reverse sweep.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to get that done. Yehu, you know, he is a former LCK player. You know, he has had some experience against Faker.
Yes.
You know, coming into today.
Do you want to know his experience against Faker?
He is 0-6 coming into today, so he is now 0-8. He has never won a game against Faker. And if they lose this game, he will then be 0-4 in series as well. So,
Ništa se ne brinite, nisam zaspao, došao sam na first blood, hvala puno.
Oh my goodness. This is just a lot of biffo. There is the barrier out of Kalist. Pace still has his.
Gazi se, koliko može da se gazi, trudimo se. MSI od 5 je malo nezgodan start, ali znaš kako, bože moj.
Wanting to race towards this level 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kalist is actually going Doran's Helm, which has been nerfed on this patch. And he's down a summoner, and he used both his potions first. So.
And he's gone lethal tempo, so he is going for the on-hit.
Yeah, which is interesting. I mean, you need someone to kill the front line off eventually, I guess. But it can be hard against these kind of comps sometimes to actually stand and fire, you know, for long enough. But if you do disengage the initial, you know, kind of go from Owner and Doran, then you may just be fine. As both these bot lanes trying to race for 2, but Pace is going to get it first. Then
there's the dash in, finds the double tap onto Kalist. The flash has to be used, and the Ardent Blaze just to make sure the Busio is out of there as well. This is Pace and Carrier in vintage domination mode.
Yeah, that is beautiful form from them. And one of these little things that I love when you see smart plays like this. So from that spot, as soon as I saw that, you know, KC overstayed, you know T1 is going to get 2, and you know Kalist is going to have to flash. But it will be one of the T1 members that has to flash to force it. So Pace holds his flash.
Oh, great wall up there from Kana as Doran finds a bit of health with the Q, but Mini-Gnar comes in, the boomerang comes down, and he can't quite get the auto. Turret would have definitely killed him there, but still manages to get the flash out of the Yorick. Maybe some more aggression later from Kana will be able to lock this one down. And he does get the shove under the turret.
That was really, really close. I thought that was going to dissipate earlier, but back to the earlier point. Basically, Keria or Pays, one of them needs to flash to force the flash from Kalist. So Keria does it early to force that flash and keep the flash available for Pays. So it's just these little optimizations that are just so smart. If they both flash, Kalist is going to flash there anyway. It doesn't accomplish anything. Look at the buy for Kalist, by the way. It's a refillable,
God.
and that is just horrible. It is a bit of a horror. It has been a tough day in the 2v2 for them in general, and Owner is now down here with no flash on Varus.
Yeah, Yike is here as well, though, going for a little bit of a defensive play. There's the flash flag and drag, but the Xin Zhao is there to meet them. Callisto just getting taken down. It's going to be first blood over to Owner. Yike trying to make sure that they can at least get one back, but he is dead as well. Busio running for the hills, and it's a 2-for-1 for T1.
That's really well done by T1. I think some junglers would have made the mistake there of actually EQ flashing, and then they would lose out on the flag and drag damage.
Yeah.
It was actually critical to flash first in that situation. They needed the additional damage there from Owner, and he knew it. If the jungler is there and I EQ flash in, I will just die. So instead, he flash flag and drag, gets the full damage onto the Varus, Pays is free hitting the whole time. Even though they focus down Owner, it's not a fight that KC can win from that spot. And it's just these little optimizations that you always love to watch when you're watching the best players in the world, right? They just have so much thought.
Oh dear, Busio is just dead. In the meantime, Pays in a little bit of trouble, but obviously Faker is here, and he's looking to try and lock down the kill onto Kalista.
Pa dobro. I guess da je drugi game bio close i to je otprilike to, ne?
And T1 close to a 2,000 gold lead at 4 minutes.
Yeah, that is really rough stuff here, especially, you know, when you are going Varus and Nico, you're thinking you're going to have a pretty strong 2v2, but things went so bad so early. So here's that earlier play. Like I said, he knows Kalist has no flash. It's not going to go for an EQ flash. Instead, flag drag, so he gets that full damage down onto Kalist, focusing him down. Even with Yike in position reading the play, it just didn't matter because Owner got his full damage out, kites well, and creates space for Pays.
Yeah, the fire kick as well from Keria was amazing to make sure that the Xin Zhao value is just not going to quite be there. As we have a look at this play as well, as Busio just taking too much.
Yeah, Busio was scrapping too hard there, absolutely. And as soon as the Tangle Barbs misses, as soon as that root misses, well, now you have nothing, right? And Pays just dashes right past that E and gets right in on him. You can see definitely not looking too happy is Kalist, as they are just getting blasted right now. And Yike is going to come down and try to help them out, but he is spotted. Owner is still in the area.
Yeah.
And this bot lane cannot breathe.
Yeah, clears the ward, but now you've got the Jarvan moving down. They know exactly where Yike is. He knows that he's seen, as Doran taking a lot of damage here as well. There's the Ghoulie wall down, and Kana should be able to get this solo kill, but the Q comes in, finds the boulder, and will be able to get rid of the Yorick. In the meantime, Faker very close to death as well, but that solo kill from Kana might be a bit of hope back for KC.
Yeah,
no What is happening here? Okay, that's a bit of extra money, as Tibbers did a fair bit of work there to Faker.
I kind of want to see the top lane again, because look how many minions are there. That was like a
Gdje smo bestali?
stack
Na,
wave.
koliko toliko. Ne, Jorik je pik u Gnara, to je fora.
So many of these.
He legit lost almost a full like 2 waves at least, I think, on that play. So it's not just the solo kill. The first death is often not as big of a deal in top lane, but when you die with no TP and the wave is at your tower, that can be game ruining, because look at the experience difference.
Yeah.
It's a full level off of that. That is not a fake 1 level lead. That is a full level that Kana has. Kana's going to have more minions coming back towards him. And so now, Doran, you can get into that tough spot where it's like, as Yorick, if you don't win sides, you very quickly get to, what do I do in this game? Like, what is my point?
And Nara is very good in side lanes, but also a fantastic team fighter as well. We know that Doran can make things work in team fights on a lot of champions. His team fight Olaf, for example, some of the best that we've ever seen. Yorick is a difficult one to make work, but if there's anyone that can do it, it's probably Doran. But hey, if you're watching MSI, you might as well get rewarded for it. Azale, head over to lolesports.com after you've finished work, log in with your Riot ID, and watch live for a chance to earn MSI 2026 drops. And Isaac, you can do that. Maybe just put your phone over to the side or something like that. You're not allowed to do it while you're working. And I'm watching, okay? You haven't actually reached for it, though, so I don't know why I'm being mean. Let's have a look at this little fight towards the top side, though, as the gnaw back is beautiful onto Doran. He does have some ghoulies here, but he is just going to be dropped down, and that is beautiful play from KC. I think playing towards your winning lane is a great way out of this initial slump that they have had. And that is certainly going to be working out for them as Carrier
Traži Carrier bubble.
bottom lane, but they do manage to protect the back from the Varus.
Yep, that is well done. As Tibbers is going to be dropped again. Yehu just kind of doing this on repeat, you know, trying to use it just to chunk him out.
Ne, Doran je kritičan, pa je kritičan, iskreno.
At least he didn't have the maiden out, so you don't lose a maiden. It actually sucks so much when you die early on in the game and you lose that maiden. So now he did summon it up. He's going to try to reset that wave because he needs to get it in to crash. And he will be able to do that because he has that power of the maiden. You can see him backing up now to try to preserve its health. As Owner is up here on that top side, but Yehu doing a good job with the bear, scouting him out.
Yeah, all with the Annie, because of obviously it's reverse Annie, so that is Annie that Tibbers is going to be dropping as Pays in a really uncomfortable position, but Relentless Pursuit is going to be used against its namesake and gets him out of there. When becomes Lightning, Carrier taking a little bit of damage there, but KC on the front foot once again. And I really like this. I feel like KC have just not been perturbed by the difficult early game towards the bottom side, and have just got back on that front foot, playing around their spikes as best they can. And now Pays could be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, he could. We'll see. Carrier is around and is level 6, so it would be tough to knock him down.
Faker igra Ryze nije behind, to je malo problem.
You would have to be really on point with your engage, so it's a risky play to go for KC, and they do know it, so they will play back for now. Dorian obviously in a really tough spot. If you're a Dorian, your job is get farm, protect the tower, don't die.
Yep.
And that is it. You're no longer playing for trades. You're no longer playing for anything in the 1v1. Just get in the backpack, let the teammates who have that lead get the job done.
I feel like Dorian throughout his career has been very good at that. Very good at the get in the backpack.
Goes right up in there.
Oh, he does. He fits real nicely as Busio taking a lot of damage. When becomes Lightning, going to miss as there's the culling from Pays. He's spacing beautifully as Busio taking a lot of damage himself, as that's a Relentless Pursuit in from Pays at the result of that play, and Carrier throws down the ulti. He was holding on to that one, but he still takes so much from the piercing arrow.
Owner's here.
In the meantime, exactly right. If you start that fight, you're going to have to make sure you finish it quickly, otherwise T1 will rotate over. But Owner is going to be taking a lot of damage here.
Yeti živ?
He finds a flag and drag towards Kalist, but he has a brilliant barrier to keep him alive. But T1 also absolutely fine. Yehu in this mid lane doing a lot of damage to Faker and holding him in the lane. That is the main thing. As a teleport behind is looking to try and finish this one off. Yeah. Gets himself out of there.
Uš, nice. Ovo je bilo lepo.
One versus three's health bar is massive. We're looking at Faker going down potentially here in this mid lane, but T1, they get away.
Ovo je bilo baš clean.
Was looking pretty ultra mega to me. He knocks him back and
Jel ima Faker rotaciju? Nema, ne znam što je radio ovdje. Čudno od Fakera, iskreno.
I think he thought he was dead, but just barely gets out of turret range and stops that last shot from happening.
This is such a huge win for T1 though. Look at Dorian, he gets to push in the wave, he's gonna get a plate, Kana TP's away, and that one ultra mega fire kick there from Carrier just completely denies the play. Pays flashing on top of Yike, getting inside of the ultimate there, bursting him down. Just knowing his limits so precisely is what is always so impressive about seeing his fighting.
Not to mention the fact that this is the Lucian, right? You have to be playing like this, right on the edge, in order to eke out the amount of damage to get value out of this champion. Pays has been devastating on this pick before, and he is demonstrating that right here at MSI. Feels like one of his best tournaments that he has had. Everyone remembers that 28-kill Callista game. This guy is pretty comfortable here as Busio looking for an angle towards Doran. He does get locked down with those tangle barbs. Is Kana looking for an angle, but Doran is going to be absolutely fine.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because Kana had a very optimistic Gnar that he threw the ult over onto Owner, but Owner was already out of there. And if he had his ult there, I think they do kill Doran.
Faker je otišao na Mercs, malo poštuje matchup, to je okej.
Owner and Carry up here to protect him, and look at Pays. No one is down there answering Pays, so he is going to be able to grab that first tower. They're already up 2K here. And congratulations to Owner, who has now moved to third all-time on that wins list here. And I'm assuming that is international as he passes Xiaohu, one of the all-time greats from the LPL.
And Faker, Carrier, and Owner. So it is 3 players on T1 that have the most wins at international events, and then Cooper and Caps
turns out
after Xiaohu as well.
More world championships than like everyone else combined.
Yeah.
You do play some games and win some too.
And Faker's like basically 100 ahead, 98 ahead of Carrier. The problem for Carrier is that every time he gets a win, Faker does too. That gap is never closing.
Yeah.
It's like wanting to get older than your older brother. It just doesn't ever really work. As all right, Owner is going to be able to take down this streak. That is going to be the second one locked in, and it's a Hextech Soul this game as well. A scary one for KC to be staring down the barrel of, but they are not going to react to it. They are just going to kill Doran again.
Jadan
That's going
Doran.
to be their plan. As Doran does find a bit of health back with that Q, and actually it's taking a while to kill him. Canon will be able to do
Jadan
it,
Doran.
it does take a little bit of time. 3 and 0 here. Like, all of the eggs are in the Nah basket.
They absolutely are, and it is a good basket to have. It is the ultimate comfort champ here for Canon. We'll see if he can get something done in this game. Busio just playing towards that lane, gets up towards the top side, does get them a kill, but even with the 1.4K gold lead that he has, they are so far behind. Calist is just going to be useless this game. You know, down over 2,000 gold here at 13 minutes is really, really tough. But, you know, you got to say, Yehu has been doing pretty darn well.
Yep.
You look back to last game and the advantages he was able to build. You know, this was his performance last game, 7-2-7, putting out a ton of damage. You know, was winning in that lane very slightly as well. And then this time coming back on the ante, gets a solo kill onto Faker, and does have that ever so tiny gold advantage, but in a position to maybe be that person to try to punish Pace.
Well, this is a weird situation here, as kind of does take that very deep Hextech gate in order to get into the enemy jungle. That is going to buy space to try and kill Doran again, is what I'm seeing. Yehu moving on down here. There are a lot of plates up and available. Doran takes more than half of his health bar from a bear drop. But now T1 looking for a fight on the opposite side. The culling just thrown into Busio and Calist, and Busio looks to be the target here. As Doran is dead once again.
Oni farmaju Dorana legitimno. Skor je 6-6, Doran je 0-4-0.
Fire kick going to connect, and Calist just needs another double tap as the Light Slinger will be able to take down the Varus. So 1-for-1 across the map here as Doran moves to 0-4. But that's a 3-0 for Paze.
Yeah, and Paze is the one getting all the gold. He is so strong. They're going to look for Owner, though.
Yeah, and they will find him. Owner doesn't have a lot of friends in the area, and he knows that he's dead. So a weird position for the Jarvan to be.
It is, but he just wasn't expecting them all to stay around. And the reason they are staying around is, guess what? No one is answering top, no one is answering mid. So not that bad. Because KC committed everyone to overstay on bot side to try to get that. But that does mean Faker kills the tower up in top lane, Paze gets plates and denies some minions in mid lane. So even though they get the kill, it doesn't actually change the gold lead really at all.
And now Yehu might just be dead as Paze forces the flash. My goodness, the damage out of this 2-item Lucian is absurd. Quick Blade's done. And yeah, it's only going to get worse from here as he's going to be building towards his Infinity Edge.
And Doran, unironically, I mean, this is working, going at Doran over and over and over, but he's not really worth any gold anymore. And you can see in the Coinbase gold grind, Paze very, very far ahead now, nearly 3,000 gold ahead of Calist, who is down 40 CS, down a bunch of kills, down a bunch of plates, down in everything. And it's going to be the strong members on KC's job to try to deal with Paze. But that is always so hard when there's an enchanter behind a giga-fed AD carry, right? Because Carrier is going to be there to protect him with the Breath of Life. He has the barrier, he has the cleanse, and he has Doran and Owner and Faker who are there to basically just keep him safe.
Yeah, and Yak taking so much damage. He flashes in to get the knock up onto Paze, but he gets himself out. He's got the ulti from Carrier to keep him alive. As Yike goes in, but Doran just being that front line. The knock comes back, though, as Canna turns up. Faker on the flank angle is able to take down the jungler. As the Pop Blossom only picks up Owner, and Owner doesn't really care about that. The dash forward from Paze, and they will be able to lock down that kill. On the opposite side, though, I mean, it is a 2-for-2 trade between the two squads. KC going to be okay with it, I think.
Yeah, honestly, I would say they should be really happy with that. The fact that he got flash is
Doran ne vredi ništa do duše.
Busio dies, but being able to get flash off of Paze is worth his life. That is worth its weight in gold. As Yike goes in here, Paze and Carrier kind of flex.
Ne, užas je, mislim, ali kažem opet, Doran je malo, ne znam. Ne znam šta radi u LCK-u eventualno. To je jedina stvar, nikako da srati mata da vidimo šta se događa tamo.
After that Proto Belt play from Busio, they barely kill Faker before he realm warps out on the side, but even though it's an even trade of kills, even though Paze is still way ahead, you now have a window in to potentially actually kill Paze because he has no barrier, no flash, you have flash on Kana, And that is kind of who you are looking at now.
Yeah.
You put all of this effort into getting Kana ahead. He has 6 kills.
He's massive.
2.6K. If he can find a flash ult.
Oh, good flash from Ona. And that is the ult that you were talking about. Could have been enough to take down Ona, and that would have been really good to locking down this dragon. But still, KC with the inside track. And Doran, he's got teleport, but he is just moving towards that top side, getting the Maiden to work on the inner turret potentially. And it looks like T1 will sacrifice this Drake. And the power of the double dragon for T1 is very, very strong. Because now they can use it to get control of this mid lane. They've also got the Yorick moving towards the top side. So a Drake sacrifice for so much more on T1's side.
We're basically 2 full towers is what they're going to get here. And they're actually looking for a charge on the 3rd one as well. Paze is going to drive this in, which always makes you a little bit nervous, but the engagement numbers aren't around.
Oh, they're not able to actually get the charge, and Paze is in a very uncomfortable position, but is able to dash his way out. Close to a 4,000 gold lead for just the Lucian.
Yeah, that is ridiculous, as we're going to see Doran getting stopped, and maybe Doran dying, or at least having a flash.
Yeah, he is going to be able to flash out of the way. Goldywall is going to go down, and so he is going to be able to get himself back. So still, I mean, getting a flash out of the arc going to be fantastic, but T1, 3.5K the gold advantage, and you're looking at the top of your screen, you're like 9-9, this game is very close, but at 18.5 minutes, 3.5K is no small lead.
Mislim, lead za T1, even gold je predobar za T1, iskreno.
Yeah,
that's not a bad place to put all your gold.
And that's exactly where all of it and more is, as far as the lead is concerned. 3.6 is a big one. And I do want to also talk about how these compositions are going to meet up later on and how it works out for T1 in their favor, because the biggest problem for late game team fights, in my opinion, is Kalist, because he's going to outrange kind of everyone. The problem is, he is the one that's 0-3. He is the one that's massively in the hole, and all of the money is on Kana, who is just decidedly short range into a Rise and a Lucian. They're going to be doing so much damage later on from about the range that Nana wants to be playing in.
And that's why, I mean, with Kalist completely out of the game, it is all about your engage tools, right? It is about Flash Tibbers. It is about Flash Meganar. It is about Flash Pop Blossom. And it is about really coordinating on that where everyone goes in and you're hoping to one-shot Paze at the very beginning of the fight. If you can do that, you can easily win a fight, but that is a very hard thing to do. T1 have the run of the map. They are going to be marking you, on all these angles. They're going to be warding everything out, and they're going to be playing around keeping Paze safe here. So Paze needs to play well, but we're expecting him to do it.
Well, Busio finds the pop, well, almost finds the Pop Blossom, and now the Realm Warp just to try and get themselves into the fight.
Dobro, Faker pada, KC vina fight. Bolji teamfight tim, šta da vam kažem. Nice, lepo. I ovo je Baron. A znate zbog čega? Pogledajte, kamera, može kamera, može dole kamera, please. Samo da vidimo pošto Tiva ne znam znate, ali ima 5 igrača. Znam da, hvala, tako, evo ga, 0.5 Doran spet pušuje. Ne možda igraš kod imaš 5 igrača, kad imaš 4. Očigledno.
You still have to pay some respect to the damage that they can do. Yeah, you had killed someone, but it was just Busio. Everyone else had everything available there.
And it was
Faker and Ona's just going to die.
Yeah, and Yike with the Crescent Guard as well. They Realm Warp in, and then immediately they're just thrown around like ragdolls. And they get even further away, even more disconnected from Carrier and Paze. Let's have a look at it one more time as it started off so nicely for T1.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good play here. Busio just gets locked into the Cataclysm, tries to flash out late to try to get on Paze. Can't do it.
Malo su ga overkillovali sa Chaseom, još su uleteli u double any combo. Gnar je bio tu, Yorick nije bio tu i to je to.
Tibbers is available. Everything is there. You're not that tanky at this point. It's not as though you're going in and you're trying to like instantly Zonias and bait the play. They just didn't have the tools to do it. And then Kana comes over, spends that flash, kills off Paze. T1 obviously still at a decent spot, but this game is even now.
Yeah,
and it was a massive lead.
And not to mention the fact that this Rebel Baron power play can be used to get themselves a second Hextech Dragon as well. And having a look here, this is Casey on that comeback. T1 though, when the tempo vibes move against them, that is generally the happiest they become. As Faker, what is he doing there?
Well, he's just split pushing, and they're going to try to just trade here on the other side. Kana.
Yeah, Kana versus Paze looks to be a bit of a 1v1 battle, but Carrier is there to support. As now Yehu is going to find Faker as well. Canner is just going to be taken down though, and Pays returns the favor and picks up the shutdown money himself. Faker is going to be able to get himself out of there, bring some minions with him, and he might even be able to eat some honey fruit.
Faker getting out safe there. But Con is so strong. That was very scary for Pays. They actually had to spend the barrier and the ult from Keria. Keria flashed. He realized, hey, this could actually go bad. One or two more autos come through, another hyperproc, and maybe Pays does just get killed there by Kana, but T1 do pull it off, as they often do in these tight scenarios, and now it means they're going to get the Dragon off the back of this. They're going to move to Soul Point, and it is Hextech Soul, which is
that's a good one.
Just bad news if you are a KC fan.
Doesn't feel very good. The good news is that it's not actually Soul, because they were able to deny the last one with some good team fighting themselves. It's only 1,000 gold the lead, as Busio looking to try and get in amongst it here, catching anyone trying to defend this top lane push that Kalist is on. No one here in at this particular moment, but Pays once again very used to being the man with the most money on the Rift, and they certainly do. Faker with that global taunt, still there, as it has been for so many years. As Owner just presses Cataclysm, gets himself out of it. That is going to buy as much space as they can get to try and keep this inner turret alive.
That was actually pretty critical that Yike had the Krugs there, because he was able to just dash out of the Cataclysm to the Krugs. Had they not been there, I think the vision that Owner had is he Cataclysms in by the tower, Faker one-shots the minions, he takes aggro, has to flash out, has to do something.
Yeah.
But instead, able to get out of there, no problem.
I've seen this play before, as Pays just goes into melee range with a Mini-Gnar, and he's happy to do so. Chases him down relentlessly, and it's kind of dead yet again.
And look at bot lane as well. Meanwhile, during all of this, Dorian was just pushing.
Yeah, the 0-5 Yorick having the best time of his life.
When you're 0-5 and you're down 3k on Yorick, you might not win a 1v1 against Gnar, but you know who you can win a 1v1 against? The tower.
Yeah, with minions. It's not really a 1v1, but he needs his friends, and he is going to be able to bring them. Faker is also doing the same thing towards the top side, and we were talking about this. 1-3-1 is definitely a possibility here for T1, and they are showing us that it absolutely is, as they move to 2,000 gold in the lead. 3.5 minutes until the Hextech Soul is available for them.
And this time, Pays made it look easy killing off Kana, because his culling was much better than the previous fight.
Yeah.
He was point blank, he got so much culling value, and culling just does ridiculous DPS. You know, at this stage in the game, when you have the IE, and now he's working in towards that LDR, Kana will be paper. There's no one that can tank the culling whatsoever except Yike with Crescent Guard. Like, that is it. Anyone else is getting hit by that thing. You need the Crescent Guard, you need, Tibbers to be blocking, you need Busio's clone. Something must be blocking this culling, or you are going to just straight up die.
Or you can interrupt it, right? Interrupting it sounds like a pretty good idea as well, but there were no options there for Canner in Mini-Gnar form in order to make that one work. So Pays level 14 now on their solution, Infinity Edge in hand. And now just looking for even more damage, as Armor Pen going to come in next.
Yeah, and I mean, Kalista at least does have 3 items, so that's something working for him. You know, he is relevant. He's still way behind Pays, but when you look at everyone else, 3 items is a real threat, right?
Yeah.
If he gets the hit, he will not be weak, as Dorian does have to run for the hills. But Faker also, his road...
Ne znam, mislim, kao, ok, ima on split, ima on demolish, ubija on kule koga ostave, ali... Tier 1 je jako lak, tier 2 tu i tamo, inhibitor kule već mnogo teže zauzeti.
And then all of a sudden, you're in a position where, as KC, you must kill Pays at the start of the fight to even have a chance. But if you full send every ultimate, every flash, every ability into Pays to do it, well, Faker might just wipe you.
Yeah. And Faker, I mean, thankfully for KC as far as these team fights, Faker has decided that he wants to play A-Rat this game. He is just top lane. That's what he's doing.
All tower?
Yeah, all random, all towers, all top lane, is what I was kind of thinking. It's not really the version that I'm used to, but I do kind of like it. Faker has been playing for a long time, so he knows all of the versions. Pays now sitting in the mid lane, and we'll be able to clear out that wave. The Baron going to be up in 17 seconds time. I believe T1 have that one on the mind, as they are T1. They always think about Baron. That is the thing. And Yike actually just going to get dashed on by Pays. The Crescent Guard comes in as they look to try and use Ona to peel, and down he will go to the GA.
Busio? Pays je fine, Pays živ. Na, ovo je vinzativan. Lep ult od Gnara, ali... Ovaj game. 26 minuta, dobro.
It's too late for KC in this series. I think this one's one's over.
It's absolutely over. A 5-0 clean ace, 27 minutes in. T1, make no mistake about it.
10, 1, and 7 on Pays. This Lucian absolutely dominating in this game number 3, and T1 will move
Nice
forward
game.
here in the
Lepa
play-ins
serija.
and remain undefeated.
T1, jedan game nije dropovo.
T1 bot lane, man, they are looking different in play-ins.
And who gets the player of the match, man? Is it Carrier or Pays? That's the hard question. Yeah, let's just give it to both of them.
Yeah.
Bottom lane.
We give it to the bottom lane. Desk, what do you think about it?
Right? They could definitely
part
share
of being
it.
sharing bot lane is sharing.
Yeah, yeah.
Imamo sad, ja mislim, jako dugu pauzu. Mislim da je tipa 24 minuta. Da, dugačka pauza. Tako da tamo idem doručkujem nešto. Tu sam na brzaka. Ostavit ćemo da ide program i ja se vraćam u seriji broj 2. Gledamo Liquid i DCG. Ekipa koja izgubi ispada. Tako da, eto, mala pauzica pa se vraćamo nazad. Vidimo se nakon pauze.
Player of the series. He did fantastic there in that last one, but also going back to the Bard game, being given his best champions, he delivered on every single moment.
And he was a terror in the Pike game. It felt like every game was him initiating the action, and I do think it was definitely difficult. It's one of those player of the games where you're like, can we share it? Can we like have a really cursed Photoshop of both bot laners like combined together? But no, because I do think a lot of what the early action was especially in the Pike game for me, it was him constantly finding it. This flash prediction was just so sick. It's going to show up in the eventual highlight reel of his career, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, he was just styling on them. Just some phenomenal play on the Pike, phenomenal play on the Bard. Milio playing that supportive role for Pays, but I think it deserves a mention. Both these players, not much time playing together, and yet they just seem so rock solid as a duo and so much trust in each other. Pays, he will dive forwards knowing he has the backing of his support there, challenging Kana, who was hyper fed at this point, but he knows Carrier has his back. Hello.
I think he was saying happy birthday, Kobe.
That's so nice.
Carrier's facing that way, looking at you. He's just multitasking, as this was the bloodiest 3-0 in international history.
Fun to watch.
We are at the 11th MSI, 16th year of League, LoL Esports, and we continue to make records. So many kills, and again, if you're a KC fan, the opportunity was there. There were opportunities.
I think there's two aspects with it being the bloodiest series. One, KC put up a good fight despite the series score, and two, the circus is in town. The circus has arrived in Daejeon. It was on display, and it was very fun to watch.
I just want to say, I did vote for Pays. You know, I'm happy with Carrier also getting it too, but look at that Lucian bar at the bottom. Holy moly, he was doing some work.
That last team fight, straight up shock and awe. Like the ulti straight down on Yehu, like the Lucian ulti, immediately flashes away from the Nico ultimate. Like, he played those moments so perfectly.
He baited out the Yeti game.
Yes,
you know,
all of it. That was incredible to see. And we're all in danger.
True. Wait a second, we're still in there too. Yeah.
Everyone's still alive, and again, the fact that T1 do it in a 3-0 fashion, saving strats not only for potentially later on in the tournament, but that qualifying play-in game. They are one best-of-5 series away from making it into that main stage, and they just look like the best team here.
I mean, they did go for the play-ins for Worlds last year, and they won Worlds.
That was a short play-ins, but I just think right now, with it only being one spot, it looks so tough for these other teams. The fact they still haven't dropped a game, it's messy, but the decisiveness in the team fights is just so hard to match. You know, we've seen even HLE in their series en road to MSI had early leads, and there was that game where T1 just fought their way back from basically nothing. They are a team you cannot disrespect, cannot give a single window to.
I will say, we're not focusing a lot on it because T1 keep winning, but top lane, maybe we'll focus on that later.
At some point.
Raz, final thoughts.
Oh my God, I thought they needed to warm up a little bit in play-ins. I think they're scorching red hot.
I think that they're warming. That's what warming up looks like.
Yeah, that Bunsen burner started immediately. So that's tough.
Yeah, going to be pretty difficult for anyone to stop them. One series away from making it in to the main stage. We are seconds away from being joined on stage by that Oppo player of the series. In the Verizon post-game interview, we're joining Keria. Let's send it on over now.
MSI 2026 플레인 스테이지 2라운드 승자죠.
MSI 2026 playing stage round 2 winners match.
완벽한 승리를 거두며
T1
4라운드에
take a
진출합니다.
perfect 3-0 victory over Carmine Corp and advance to the next round. Joining us now is T1 support Keria. Congratulations on the win. Thank you very much. Since we are in Pageant, I have to ask you this too. Keria, do you like bread?
네, 제가 빵을 또 좋아하는데
I
최근에
love
또
bread.
주말 사이에 또 3대 빵이라는 빵을 좀
Especially
좋아해서 왔습니다.
the recent trend, the trending bread right now is the 3-0 bread, and I think we were able to bake that up. And with yesterday and today's victory combined, how did that 6-0 bagel you baked taste? It was really good. I liked it. With this win, you guys moved one more step closer to the bracket stage. How do you feel after taking down KC? KC is one of the strong teams, and they have a lot of experience. So we were looking forward to the matchup, and I think we were able to have a great game together. And then in game 2, KC led your Bard through. How did it feel from your side? Honestly, my recent Bard plays was not up to the expectations, so I wish other teams also let it through so that I can practice Bard a little more.
너무 잘하시더라고요. T1의 한 방은 정말 대단했습니다. 중후반까지 핑퐁 과정을 주고받다가
And T1, the game was going back and forth, but the team fight was the key to success. How are T1 always able to turn the game around with team fights? We had such a great comp, and in the mid to the late game, we all know what to do, how to play out the game in order to get the win. So I think it's a combination of all that. And Keria, this is your 5th MSI. Compared to when you first stepped onto the MSI stage in 2022, what do you think has changed the most? Back then, I really wanted to be the GOAT support, but right now, I can say I am the GOAT support itself. And just one more win, you will be heading to the bracket stage. What kinds of mindset and ambition will you bring to the next match? So far, it was a double elimination format, so I was not too scared, but next one, we have to lock in, you know, one loss and we're out, so we're gonna lock in. Thank you very much, Keria, and please give it up one more time for the GOAT support itself, Keria. Thank you very much.
And Yike actually is going to get dashed on by Pays. The Crescent Guard comes in as they look to try and use Ona to peel, and down he will go to the GA. Yeah, who is just dead in an instant. You were mentioning the DPS on the culling, and my God, T1 are just going to mow them down. The Nan to 4 from the grave. That one was a little bit too late for Canna. And speaking of too late, it's too late for KC in this series. I think this one's over.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about
Your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Welcome to Arcane. Now live in Shanghai. It's your time to step into the rare Arcane world. This is absolutely the wildest Arcane carnival you will ever experience. Follow at Immersive Arcane on X for the latest show update.
From 내게 분에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 Girl on flow 바쁜 세상을 견제 When the beat goes 태도는 못 칠 건데 Ay 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 look at my lay back 오랜 시간에 쫓기지 않게 This night gonna be crazy 시덥잖은 인생 사는 제발 내일 얘기해 It's time to rock 승부 젤러 눈치 보지 마 그 시끄러운 사회가 준 고집병 빌딩 깊이 박혀버린 dance flow 위를 뚫고 닿길 바래 우리들의 보여 So what you gonna do? 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 무 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 speak your mind That's right just spinning around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려봐 부대에서는 내와 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 날 누름처럼 나의 bass drum again 분위기에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 오늘 밤은 one take 되돌릴 수 없게 my friend you know we got no time for hesitate then now take that red pills feel like living in the matrix 맞아 즐겨 춤을 추는 객기 yelling 뿌리는 champagne let us get funky hey girl so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 무 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 To the left, to the right 이끌이들은 좀 더 흔들어봐 To the left, to the right 목소린 더 높였어 you know what 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 speak your mind That's right, just spin around 어지러운 맘이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지
Convention Center for day 2 of the mid-season invitational. Digon here alongside Ox, Kobe, and Raz. And yes, we're getting the signature moment, but this might be one of the last moments for one of these squads as loser will go home. It is Team Liquid Alienware versus Relove Deep Cross Gaming.
How you doing, Kobe? My palms are sweaty.
You know what? I'm steady. I'm calm, Raz. You know, never doubted them. No doubt in my heart. No doubt in my head either.
I'm also calm. Are you calm, Digon?
I'm a little nervous here for Relove Deep Cross Gaming.
Digon's got something on the line too. You know, he's still NA.
I'm nervous for them because I feel like NA's coming in as favorites, but we'll see what
You notice how he
happens
said
here.
them, though. He's distancing himself from us already!
Relove Deep Cross Gaming's roster here, Florin, Pop9, Hung Swole, Fung, and Xiaoxi. They did not have a great start to their MSI debut here.
You have to win a game,
two.
And game 2 was super rough. And I think today, even though a lot of people favoring Team Liquid, getting a game, it's so rough to go to a tournament and immediately lose your series and go out. Not to win a game though, that feels sore. So just a strong start is what I'm hoping for.
A lot of questions got to be coming in from the LCP community because it's like they're just not playing themselves. Yes, game 2 looks heinous, but just in general, playing incredibly slow for game 1. So I feel like the international inexperience is like a big part of this.
Yeah, well, speaking of international experience, Team Liquid's head coach has a lot of it, and we got a behind-the-scenes look at some of their conversations after 2 games. Let's take a look.
Yeah, he's old.
Just enjoy the game. If we lose to T1, we lose to T1. We should not feel nervous playing against this team. Do you know who should feel nervous? They should feel nervous. He won with this mates. That's a nice ball. You played so well. Just be confident in each other. Get rid of the anxiety. Be confident in each other. Play with enjoyment, please. Guys, we're here for 5 games. I'm not going home after 3. I'm going to sit in the arena and watch the next 2. Let's go. Let's go. Chin up, head high, go out there and win the game.
So I do want to defend Spawn a bit because I saw some criticism for this, but this was released after game number 2. He's very clearly trying to keep the mentality for the team focused on these games, keep them from spiraling. You're playing against the world champions. You made some clear mistakes in the previous game, so he's trying to focus them up for game number 3. And the key thing, I think, is he kept mentioning trust in your teammates. That is something you cannot lose at an international tournament, especially a double elimination. So I thought it was actually good work trying to like steady and focus the team. Still focused on getting the wins.
Yeah, I think it's always tough when you're away from home. You've got the big crowd against you here, and then you just don't get to execute at the level that you want to. Even though you're going up against the world champs in T1, weren't favored, still to have a performance like that is tough. And I think if Coach Spawn is having a conversation like that, it can be dangerous for the squad if they don't bounce back. However, there were conversations had earlier at the hotel. The team is all on the same page, and they're going to be ready to go here against their big opponents in Relove Deep Cross Gaming. It's Team Liquid Alienware versus Relove Deep Cross Gaming. Let's get into game number 1.
Welcome back to the Capture Desk as we get ready for this series. Team Liquid Alienware versus Relove Deep Cross Gaming. Team Liquid Alienware, the first to take to the stage. It was a rough day yesterday, but optimism, I think, in the Team Liquid camp about what we're going to see today. Hoping for a big uptick in performance.
And I think on the opposite side as well for Relove DCG, I got in the same boat. Like, this was a team that came in with a lot of hopes, obviously only just getting promoted to the LCP this year, and they haven't quite been able to show what they were capable of domestically on the international stage yesterday. So I'm hoping that, you know, some of those nerves got out yesterday, because that's what some of that felt like, and we can see them kind of have that performance that they're known for domestically.
Yeah, and I'm hoping we see a lot of the same explosive kind of map play, maybe some of the dominant Lee Sin performances. Pop9 very quickly earning my respect in that first game. The second and third game, obviously, significantly harder, but there's a lot to be optimistic about, I think, for both sides. Despite the fact that neither of them were able to find a win, both had really good moments across those series and need to see who can kind of show more of that form today.
Yeah, and I think, like, we kind of got to see glimpses of what DCG are capable of in that game 1, where, you know, playing through 1-3-1, catching people in that mid lane, really playing for these overloads, I think is how we'll probably see them trying to adjust here coming into today. Whereas for Team Liquid, I mean, the bot lane was a little unfortunate for them, but I expect, like, with the performance Jose Diodo had, and like Morgan, who was absolutely clapping during in the top lane, like, I'm looking forward to see what he's capable of today.
Yeah, for Florida, I want to see that level up. I want a little bit more of a tight top lane race, but it's also just hard to say what kind of the meta is going to look like, what performance is going to look like after day 1, especially for a team like DCG. When you think about any team's kind of first big international debut, I think that first series is never going to be your best series.
I agree.
So want to see how much of this is just nerves, how much of this is going to kind of settle out today, because I think the expectations for at least TL fans, if not from TL themselves, is that this should be a really clear opportunity for a clean sweep to show a higher level performance. Reminder, the winner here goes up against KC tomorrow to see who will get the rematch for that single slot into the MSI main stage. Loser is eliminated. So high stakes across the board. Both teams really want to show what they're made of as we enter picks and bans. Nautilus going to be taken off the board. Nefiri, Poppy, a lot of jungle focus coming in from the side of DCG, trying to limit Jose Diodo.
And I think it's well-earned respect. He played absolutely fantastically yesterday, and as well has been kind of their powerhouse jungle in their domestic split too. Being able to focus on him, I think, is going to be a good call for DCG. And you know the Pop9 still wants to go towards, well, the Vi I was going to say, but like Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, these kind of picks. So if you can try and remove things like the Poppy, it definitely makes those picks stand out that bit more.
Yeah, and I think DCG often at their best when they have these very straightforward engage tools, these champions that kind of rally everyone together, right? When Vi pushes ult, everyone can follow up. It's such a clear indicator. You're not playing this spacing game with something like a Karma support. You really want those reliable go buttons, and that is currently what TL are trying to take away. Triple jungle bans, though. Lee Sin, 5 jungle bans in the first phase. We're getting deep into the pools. And look, we saw Kiana early. We've seen multiple different champions buffed on this patch in terms of what they can do in the jungle. Jarvan going to be the immediate pickup. This was a bit of a tragic one for Pop9 in that game, too. I think he is looking for a bit of redemption. There were some really rough moments around that dragon, especially where Busio just walked up and stole it. I have a feeling today we're going to see a lot more from him.
Yeah, curious now how Team Liquid would want to try and respond. Looks like they're just going to try and focus on bot lane, especially with the Nautilus gone, but going back towards the Bard, who can roam so effectively and impact the map, I think is a good call, because we know the real of DCG like to get active in the early stages of the game, so if you can try and match some of those plays with the Bard, could work out well. And the Xin Zhao, kind of the other clear-cut jungler with so many of those bans going the way of the jungle.
Yeah. I mean, no surprise, Jose Dioto's most played domestically, one of the premier jungle options, really has been for the entire split. Callie the debate here for DCG, but between the Bard, you know, immediately kind of makes the option of immobile champions like a Rumble a little bit less appealing. The threat of getting tempered faded, as we saw when Keria played it in our last series, really can make those immobile champions a little bit weaker. But we talk about the hot pot, Rob. You as an LPL caster, you know this combo better than anybody. The Rumble and Jarvan together is a terrifying duo.
Yeah, it's very strong, especially if you can try and play up towards that top lane and lend some focus towards Florin. But I was going to say, I feel like with the Bard as well, coming back to your point, the champions that you want to take here are going to be a little difficult for DCG. They go with the Cassiopeia. I imagine we're going to get a Caitlyn here for Team Liquid. And then the traditional answer to it is something like the Ashe, Seraphine that we've seen like into that Caitlyn Bard a lot of the times. But now you've got two kind of immobile champions that can easily be set up for picks on with the Bard. So I have to see if that's going to be the call. Is actually the Akali going to be locked in here early into the Cassiopeia.
And for Quid, this is absolute comfort, right? We know how incredibly good he can be on this pick. Of course, against the Cassio, it can be really tricky. The Shroud gets you a lot of space, but Cassio just such an oppressive laner. If she ever catches you out, procs that poison, the Twin Fangs start coming in, it's difficult. But I think TL very quickly recognizing they don't want to give away any more easy engage options. So Camille taken away. Xiaoxi, I think, had his best game on that Camille. And generally, Camille just looking like a meta powerhouse in the bot lane.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised by the Ezreal ban on the opposite side, because I expected that Real of DCG would go towards, you know, a Caitlyn ban, try and get rid of some of these like hyper-aggressive bot laners that want to just push the lane, and then you opt in towards the Ezreal yourself, and they can have some control over that
Evo serije broj 2.
Still keep that mobility, but instead maybe fishing for something like a Zyra Rakan instead, but I imagine the Caitlyn will be the ban.
And I think when you look at the way that TL is banning, it is so centered on comfort for DCG. I think they feel like, hey, we're the better team, and when push comes to shove, if we are playing meta or we are playing conventional picks and you're not on your signature picks, the picks that we saw or the picks that we saw you succeed on yesterday, it doesn't feel like they think that DCG can compete. Still gonna have to see though if that level of execution from TL is here. Also, I don't know. No.
I mean, he saw it from Morgan yesterday into the Nara, but that was more of a counter pick. So, but I mean, Morgan going back towards more what he played in the regular season in playoffs, right? It was about putting him onto that tank duty. Yesterday, we got to see him kind of pop off in the carries, which we haven't seen from him in a while, but just going back towards more standard here in this split.
It's true. Against Doran, the carries. Against Florin, the tanks, you know? Someone you can bully and lane easily like Doran. You got to bust out. I'm kidding.
Can't even finish it with a straight face.
Did you see the KC series? I can't be talking any smack about anybody on that T1 lineup. The debate here, though, from the side of DCG, Vung, what is the choice going to be? So Rakan, another proactive engage champion. This is what we know Xiaoxi for, right? Across all of the years of Xiaoxi, whether it's on this roster or any other, he has been the big engage player. And Rakan, maybe not as explosive early as something like Camille or Pike, doesn't have that solo kill pressure, but
Ne znam niko ovdje ulazi kao favorit, najiskrenije.
Will be the Xayah, because that was kind of what we were saying. Like, if you're going to go this style, you want to have some sort of mobility to deny the Bard, but maybe not going to be the case. I don't know if I love this, though. I think their biggest worry is because they hovered the Mel from Team Liquid earlier on, and that's just not going to be a good time if you're the Zaya into that Mel, so maybe just trying to play a little bit more scapegoat around that.
Yeah, and I think when you see the Jarvan, the Rumble, and the Jhin together, this is a trio, you know, often we see paired with a Yone, not a Cassio, that we know can just be this really long-range dive threat. Jhin always able to help set up and support with additional CC, but at the same time, you know, not maybe a Kai'Sa that's going to dive in with these champions or follow this Rakan. It's a little bit dissonant in terms of what some of these picks are doing.
It's also just very hard to set up as the Jhin in this because you're into an Orin, you're into the Bard, both long-range ultimates that can kind of snipe you down if you ever open up early with the curtain call. So it does become a little bit more difficult for Fong to have that in the team fights. And I mean, for Team Liquid, you can see they kind of just set up for a very strong front to back with this Akali playing for flank. And when you look at across the lead of DCG, a lot of that is dive with the follow-up from the Cassiopeia and the Jhin. So if that could be disrupted by some of those big ultimates like the Bard and the Orin, I think Team Liquid have a good shot here.
And really surprised to see Varus go this late, but it is just a new patch and a new meta, a champion that's not getting quite as much attention as it did in any of the domestic playoffs. But really, you know, TL set up with a pretty dominant 2v2 bottom lane. Want to see that uptick in performance from Yon, especially today. See if he can kind of level up, not to what we saw domestically. Domestic was also a struggle, right? But when we think about Yon for the last 3 years, as opposed to just this year, was this really standout player on an otherwise struggling TL lineup. Rebuild the roster around him this year, but it's the rest of the roster that's been shining. Well, he hasn't had that same shimmer, that same spark, and I think this matchup today is a good chance for him to really bounce back, to show how dominant he can be.
Yeah, because it was his lane partner that I was incredibly impressed with yesterday. I think Core JJ on the Nautilus looks fantastic, working really well with Jose Diodo, and even though they did end up losing 3-0 to T1, I think there was real moments where that jungle support shined. So I really want to keep my eyes on these two today, especially with the Bard being able to roam and support Jose Diodo. How do they try and influence?
Ne mogu i dalje mime, jako čudno, čovjek se zove Jose Diodo.
Game 1 where they tried to split the map and play through a strong side, but I don't know if that'll be the call here.
I think the thing that we have to accept anytime we load into a game of League of Legends with Relove Deep Cross Gaming is that fighting could happen at any moment.
Yeah.
And frankly, I'm here for it and I love it. But I wonder if some of this aggression will be tempered today.
Actually surprised to see Yon is opting in towards the lethality bars, because this was gutted on the patch. Like, they took a ton of damage out of a lot of his abilities, so I'm kind of surprised to see that they're still opting in towards this as Chelsea.
See, nice initial engage. Korg, big chunk coming out there. Yeah, Varus, the biggest change, not in the base damage, but in the bonus AD scaling. I think 30% taken off a full charge Q at all ranks, right? So early on, it's not going to be as important, but as you start to stack those lethality items, you're going to be missing big chunks of damage. Varus, though, I think with the lethality build, very similar role he fills in a team, like the Jhin, the poke. You kind of get some of this setup.
I'm keeping my eyes on Jose Diodo here, though, because he's gone for a 3-camp towards bot lane clear, so wondering if he wants to try and make some sort of play on towards the bottom lane. Otherwise, maybe just reset and look for an early longsword, but could definitely try and make something happen here.
For now, though, a relatively calm early game. Top lane, don't expect a whole lot here, but Morgan, if he's able to find or continue to build what is just a very slight CS edge, getting some early...
Morgan je lepo igrao juče.
The enemy is trying to farm you for money with that first strike. Lauren determined to be making bank here, what should eventually be a pretty Rumble-favored matchup.
Yeah, because we've seen some people start to swap over to the Deathfire Touch, even in these matchups against tanks, but personally, I just think you end up with so much gold off of the first strike. It kind of just becomes insane later on, like you hit all your 2-item spikes so early. So not surprised. Florin opting in towards that, and as you say, I think a lot of their team fight is going to rely on things like this hop-hop combo, but also the miasma from Hongsuo to try and keep people locked in that and make sure that they just can't flash away.
Yon. Reset to just come through from Core. Pop down on the way in, quick flash back from Yon. Nice reactions there. But that is flash for flash traded. Chelsea giving up his for Yon, so it's still a very good deal for the side of DCG.
Yeah, I'm curious how Jose Diodo responds to this, because if you hit tab and you see the pop 9 is only, well, or even just see that he didn't take his blue buff, you know he's probably gone for Crab and blue buff, which gives you a little bit of time here to try and play with. So he's going to go for Crab, but maybe try and look for a camp on respawn as they come through, or maybe try and make a play towards this top side.
Or contesting a bit of the vision here. Cosmic Binding will connect. Knock up there. Funk can fire back, get a little bit of chip damage, but DCG really got what they came for. Bot wave in an even state as they start to move up to make sure that that crab isn't going to be taken away by Jose. Very aggressive TP in. However, all of TCG are in the area, so is going to take a decent chunk of damage after TPing in. Definitely not ideal, but now Jose Dioda has to decide, can he actually contest these Raptors with all of DCG just so committed to lighting up the bottom half?
Ovo ne kontestuš u 3 života, vrati. Njih 4 dolaze kontestuju ti Raptore. Daj im Raptore, it's ok. Ješ se posla. Možda. Sad commit na njega, Hongsu je dobio Mousepad. Ima ga.
It's first blood for DCG.
DCG make it happen. Everyone had moved in to try and make that play, and now Florin. Morgan forcing that flash there. And also now they're pinging on towards Jan. He's a little overextended in that bot lane. He still has no flash.
Jan looks like he's going to be able to walk away. Pop 9. No wave here to force the tower dive. It would take a lot of time. And remember that DCG spent an immense amount of time setting up that play. They did get first blood, but it meant that Jan had a lot of time on his own in the bottom lane, so it wasn't without cost. And in fact, it was a really big gamble, but this is the thing I love about watching DCG is they're like, oh, I'm sorry, what? We're poker hand of the night, we're going all in. And a lot of teams just aren't ready for that. You're supposed to play slow, you're supposed to work into the game. They're like, we will bet our entire bot lane on contesting this. We will give up all wave control just to be here for this moment.
Yeah, and I think that's why it was lucky the kill went towards Fung, because he did lose a lot underneath the tower, but now still keeping relatively in touch with it. And I think they
Fair. Ne, mene ove 2 nedelje, ne znam kud bijam, bukvalno. Sad sam između prve i druge serije odspavao 10 minuta. A i oni su ga malo ubili s rasporedom, nešto kreće u 5, nešto kreće u 10.
But the fact that the Noxious Blast is able to connect, give that extra bit of movement speed really does make all the difference. The flash follow is also, grabbing core just makes it such an excellent start. And you can see the joy on these teams' faces, right? First international debuts, made their way up to tier 1, now making their way to international. Yesterday, starting to feel like a little bit of a false start, but I won't, count the chickens before they've hatched. Yeah. We've seen good early games from DCG. It's that transition into the later stages that we're still waiting for.
Yeah, I do think, though, this is a much stronger showing, though, because yesterday you could kind of see in Game 1, even though Shousey was on the Camille, it was a slow start. Wasn't really a huge amount happening, weren't really roaming. This time, though, they're already getting incredibly active in this early stage, and maybe looking for more.
9 going in, instantaneous Cataclysm, backstep from Jan does not work out for him, because now Fungus is going to be able to grab the kill. DCG continuing to show that level of aggression on the bottom side of the map, and
ako Liquid ovdje izgubi, onda je Evropa mnogo bolje od Amerike, jel tako? Tako bi valjda trebalo da bude.
They're off to a flying start in this one.
Certainly, stacking those dragons as well going to make it that much easier. Then get to Soul Point, force TL to fight on their terms. It'll be massive for this, Jarvan, the setup that he has in the fights. As I'm just continuing to chip, continuing to poke. Jan, level 6 to Funk. Level 4, though. So it has not been a flawless early game. There is a level 6 Varus to a level 4 Jhin. So as much as that kill hurts, maybe the pride, maybe the ego,
Sam možda ga ulta.
Really careful about walking forward here. Jan at the very least did burn ultimate, so he can feel somewhat comfortable, but pretty big experience discrepancy.
I am surprised Core JJ didn't try and play heavier on this mid wave though.
Mislim da može Feng da igra oko toga kad hita 6. On s ova 2 itema iz ulta, ako ove na pola healtha ga ubija, mislim.
Ooh, Shousey. Quite confident in...
A mislim, i ovaj plane je malo tough, iskreno. 4 ekipi, jedna ide dalje.
You could see her outline. There's just no way she was there. But he was feeling it. In the moment, he was like, hell yeah, we're going to get her. That was the one place she actively could not have been. You would have known.
Look, that's always the beauty of Shousey, right? That man is going to send it regardless. It's amazing.
After yesterday, some people were critical. I was like, I love this man. He is unabashed. He's just willing to go ham. And some players need more of that. And sometimes Shousey needs a little bit less. That might have been one of those times, but good still to see the roam into the mid lane.
So, from this position, I think if you're DCG, it is going to be a case of, though, trying to keep Shousey out on the map. Like, if you can start to roam towards, like, Void Grubs here and that kind of stuff would be really nice. You can already see, though, Jose Diodo has started this up. Has the level 6 more, or well, level 8 Morgan that can try and help him out if needs be.
Is interesting, though. Florin also there has access to the equalizer, but no flash. Pop9 currently just spectating. We make it a 2v2. Core slightly ahead of Shousey on the roam, but neither side is level 6. Smite from Pop9 does not work out. Immediate Q3 means that they're going to get a bit more CC. Lock up onto Quid, but he's stealth. He's fine. Cosmic Binding connection.
Dobar ult.
Excellent ult. Follow-up is there, but now the Orn Horde has been blown, and they're trying to salvage something out of the play. Quid running for his life. No one can follow up. The equalizer is there, but Jose Diodo still had access to the Crescent Guard, so buys himself an extra second, but will drop in the end.
Na kraju samo 1-1. Mislim da je ovo bilo mnogo bolje za DCG.
Morgan went for a heavy trade in that top lane as everything was kicking off, so managed to force Florin back, which meant he could get to the fight faster. Both junglers go down in the ensuing fight, but could have been a lot worse.
Certainly could have been. Messy exchange, ultimately 2 grubs to 1, and Hongsu is able to at least to grab the plate. Quid forced to come back to lane to try and contest here, but can't comfortably stay anymore. Yon continuing to hold on to almost a 30 CS advantage in the bottom lane. It feels like a small gold lead just because of the difference in kills and assists, but very quickly working towards that first item spike.
Yeah, I mean, especially having that teleport as well, Yon can play very aggressive in this bottom side, like continue to push and then have that TP in a moment's notice to get back into lane, which is kind of where he saw him start to build that CS lead off of a couple of those early plays. As CoreJJ spots Pop9.
And he takes the Raptor. Of course, Pop9 still gets the rest of the camp, and Jose probably still sad to lose the Raptors, but now they're looking to play defense on their own Raptors. We saw a lot yesterday.
Veruj mi, ja sam isto ono, ne znam gde sam bukvalno. Ali ajde, kažem, sutra bi trebalo bude lakše pošto u 10 kreće. Kao malo lakše diše sutra I prekosutra.
I think it was just, hey, look, is there something here? Because if we could maybe burn flash before this dragon comes up in a minute 20, that could be something that we can try and play through, but unable to do so.
I onda posle toga imaju još 5 dana od 5 ujutro.
Oh my gosh. That is a lot of damage from the Cassia. That's what a little lead looks like as Morgan is now in trouble with Florin knocked up. Wind becomes lightning. Follow-up is there. Crescent Guard to knock back Pop9 is big. Now they're caught in the Thunderdome. Jose Diodo versus Pop9. Neither one has finished that first item, but it's double buffs to Jose, but a massive health discrepancy. A little bit more healing coming off the passive. Dragon hits. Jose able to walk it off. 1-for-1 on the top side. So on the way in, Quid trying to walk away. Pop9 flash in. Auto. That's completely psycho. He's going to go for the 1-for-1. You got to respect it. But now in the bottom lane, as Fangwu's in trouble, the barrier not enough. Core coming in with the magical journey, finding the CC and picking up the kill.
Great binding from CoreJJ onto that minion to actually set up for Yon there. So they do manage to get something back on the bottom side, and CoreJJ continue to keep Shousey off the spot turret so they can get a few more plates.
The TP on the bottom lane, the play is absolutely not done. Core, how much longer on the cooldown? It is available in time. Florin forced to walk away. What is happening?
This game is nuts. But the thing is, though, like, while DCG are playing a hell of a lot around this top side of the map, that bot lane is opening up a steady lead. So you can see here, Pop9 thinks he's got a moment to play, but Jose Diodo does a good job reading this, covers to get one back on the end of this, and then it is the kill going across. Jose Diodo then kind of has to back away because he ends up so low, but Hongsu has a good roam here. But that's why I don't think Pop9 needed to go this aggressive. I think he was hoping for an auto with that passive would then be enough to kill. It's not, and he ends up falling down under the tower. But then in the bottom lane.
1-for-1, but yeah, this is the play, right? Nice little cosmic binding through the minion, really easy kill setup, but the action is not over, folks.
Nisam nikad čuo za taj problem da neko krene da jede manje, ima problem da mu se ne jede. Mada iskreno po vrućini je normalno da se ne jede ništa. Ja jedva šta jedem isto kad je ovako vreme, jedem dnevno, što nije dobro, ali...
All of DCG retreat, one member down, one dragon down in favor of Team Liquid Alienware. And the game continues with the gold still in touching distance.
Yeah, but again, a huge amount of that is Yon on that bottom side. Now Jose Diodo having turned that jungle matchup. Maybe they want a bit more as Florin tries to escape.
Doesn't have an equalizer. Nice proto belt to get away from the cosmic binding. Shousey sprinting down. Electro Harpoon doesn't connect onto Jose Diodo. He's able to walk that one off. Quid needs to be a little bit careful, but Shuriken Flip takes him out.
Yeah, I think he knows he's fine. Shousey used flash on that ultimate in the last fight, so not going to be able to really close that distance. And I think that was the big difference maker in this last fight, was the value that TCG were able to get out of their ultimates. Shousey didn't really get much. Florin's whiffed on the ultimate as well, and it just meant there wasn't a huge amount in the tank then to try and fight afterwards. DCG though, still trying to set up on this bottom side, get some deep vision. Like, this game is bedlam right now.
And I think we just have to, let's take a breath. It's one Drake to one Drake. Most of the quests getting completed, still a few here or there that have not come through. Level 11 around the corner for both Quid and Yon. First item completion still not there for Quid, still rushing to get that Gunblade, as you can see Hongsu pulling ahead in terms of overall itemization. So still super close game, but each side kind of has their respective strong points. Florin, I think, getting a lot of additional gold out of that first strike helps. And you saw the Protobelt getting that first item completion actually saved his life in the bot lane play. Oh, there's play in mid lane. Yon is going to be in trouble, immediately rooted. Core buys a couple of seconds. Charm now fading away. Yon wants to get the magical journey, but there's just too much damage on the side of DCG. No one else from TL in the area to cover that play.
Yeah, it just seems to be a heat-seeking missile for DCG. The second Yon doesn't have that flash available. Managing to pick up the play, couldn't keep him safe. And that now starts to spill over into side lanes, because you can see as DCG start to play up towards this top side.
Razmišljam koliko Ornov scaling možda pravi razliku ovdje, jer DCG izgleda u jako dobroj poziciji.
Overload mid and then spill into the side lanes afterwards.
And I think this is the struggle of Yon being that sole strong point in terms of overall gold. You can see Jose Diego, the only other member of the team who has a decent lead that's even now starting to even out, is you're very vulnerable as this immobile carry to that Jarvan, to any of the potential Jarvan.
Mativan uništio. 3-0 stomp.
Definitely not going to get easier as we get later into the game, but I think he's just hoping that he'll be able to operate a little bit further back, you know, kind of an arm's reach away to make sure that it's not so easy for them to find those picks.
Yeah, he does just kind of have to play towards this top side of the map, because you can see the defensive line of vision that's been set up on this top side where he can actually keep himself safe. But the bottom side kind of belongs to DCG. Rift Herald up and available though. You can see the contemplation by Florin to see if he wanted to move up towards this Rift Herald, but looks like DCG just going to give this.
Or are they?
Oh no, there's the TP, never mind.
TP from behind. Pop9 going in. They will give it. But they might be looking for a fight afterwards. Nice equalizer across the top. Morgan in the midst of the pick. Quid immediately diving into the backline to try to play Fung out of the equation. Ulti coming in from Morgan is going to find the solo knockup on Pop9. Who'll get deleted before the fight really even kicks off. Yon looking to spot the flanker. Florin all on his
Sad i da i on je rip. Mislim i da preživi, ovo je što god waste, ovo je flash. A neće ni da preživi.
Flash forward with the W as well to seal the deal.
DCG just way over-index into that, and Team Liquid played it perfectly. Morgan in particular managing to get double knockups on towards the jungler of DCG, sets up the team fight, and Team Liquid are going to get so much off the back of this.
Yeah, good patience, good punish really. DCG, I don't think they needed to be there, but clearly felt like they had an angle to force the play.
But I think for Team Liquid, like, great call, right? They knew the position. They were like, DCG can't really contest us on this. And Morgan teleports directly into the middle of them and just sets them up brilliantly. Now you can see mid lane tower down. Morgan has to push in bot. He's going to be able to take that turret as well. Actually, does he? Yeah. Should be able to take it just off the back. And then you're in a perfect spot here.
Yeah, and I think this is a really nice game for Morgan, right? Obviously playing against Rumble can always be tricky, but just stacking MR takes out 2 of the major damage threats, and Jhin notoriously really bad at killing tanks until 3-4 items. So he can just TP into your face and be pretty comfortable to impact team fights without risking too much.
Yeah, but I want to highlight Morgan again in this, because he immediately goes on towards Pop9. Shousey doesn't get the knockup, but then gets the charge onto the wall for Pop9, which immediately gets the follow-up knockup, but then they're able to finish off Pop9, which just turns the fight immediately, because that's the main engage tool down for DCG. And then Florin trying to escape, but Jose Diego was not letting him get away with that one.
Some calm gum chewing and clapping there from Mr. Spawn Tiberi. Jose Diego continuing to fish, and now it feels like Team Liquid for the first time in this game has a bit more of a secure control on the state of the map. Kings coming in on the bottom side, setting up for another arena, another battle around this Drake. Third Drake of the game, 1-1 thus far.
Good vision for DCG, basically knowing where Team Liquid are. But they really need to be careful around these choke points, especially against Morgan.
Same is true for TL though, about walking into the river here, but Morgan going to be the one to kick it off. Horn blown. No one's going to get hit by the knockup. Hongsu going to flash backwards. The ulti going to completely whiff. Lockup is there from Core.
Jako Leopard ult, ali nikakav follow-up nakon toga. Prodaju fight i puštaju Drake-a, šta će?
There's no damage to be spoken of. and everybody walks away with their life, but it's TL in control of the Drake.
Yeah, Team Liquid kind of have this shotgun composition where so much of their damage is front-loaded with this poke virus, with the Akali. With them not getting the kill, there's not a huge amount to follow up afterwards, but they do enough, and that's all they needed to force DCG back, and they will be able to get the Dragon.
Drake picked up. Infernal Soul would be big for either side. TL maybe laying a trap here, trying to force a fast play, but gets spotted by the Scryer's Bloom. Top 9 has the DCG right back on the map, ready to fight for these camps, but really don't have that much vision information. It would be a gamble to step that much further forward, but Cassio here in the top lane, slowly working away at the tower. Unfortunately, Morgan is kind of one of the people that you can't really contend with. In an extended lane, sure, but in terms of immediately taking a tower, not
even then, he has Kanik Rookhorn and the Merc threads, like going up against either solo lane.
Ovo mislim da je prvi Varus, što je najjače. Varus se baš ne igra više.
Than you have.
Yeah. He just has to stand there and dance for a little while and, you know, spin around. Yeah.
It's tough. Maybe some Magic Pen to come through a little bit later in the game.
I do think, though, Xiaoxi's been doing a decent job of getting vision for a lot of these plays for DCG. Like, you can see, again, they kind of have this trifecta of wards. One of them just deleted there in Tribrush. But either way, like, it's giving a lot of info to DCG about where Team Liquid are. They just haven't been able to capitalize on them. And a lot of that is because Team Liquid are playing very well around Morgan's engages and playing the front to back and kind of picking their fights at the right time. In particular, Quid, I think the Akali, like, this is difficult to try and play around. But in the last fight, you can see he ended up dodging away from Hong So's ultimate and timing that perfect execution so well.
Very aggressive evade here on the top side from Team Liquid, and the smite going in the favor of Jose Diodo. Doesn't mean that they'll secure the red buff, so has to be a bit careful here. Uses the Scryer's Bloom just to give him information of anybody coming. Has the ward there as well to spot out Jose, but Baron already here. Jose Diodo just going in for the 1v1 and is dominating. Backstep is good. Now looking for a little bit more follow-up. Knockback on the Chelsea.
Opet jako lep Bard ulti. Core baš lepo igra Barda.
You saw Jungler just walk in and solo kill a mid laner. Well, you're seeing it now. Core in the end. Gonna take away the kill.
Jako lepo od Core GG.
Team Liquid happy to find that pick, and DCG had full control a few seconds ago, but Cassio sticking around a little bit too long.
Yeah, nice pick. As Team Liquid going to be able to take this top lane turret. They TP'd in with the Akali as well, maybe thinking they could get a little bit more, but happy enough with the top tower take and this push now in the mid.
Certainly are, and Jose, of course, the strongest member of the team. 2 items completed, right ahead in terms of XP against Hongsuo. Has the full additional item completion, so knew he was stronger in that duel. Xiaoxi not able to get it in time. Does make things a little bit trickier. Before, at the very least, will be able to grab that.
He's got an Akali behind him, though.
Horn once again blown. Tries to get a little bit more space. Has the blast cone. TP is there.
Ooh, Phil. I like it.
What an escape. A few pixels closer to the wall. A slightly different angle. Maybe they could have got it. But a high price to pay for a single tower plate, losing that teleport.
Yeah, still, I mean, the fact that you end up not giving over that kill is massive. You still get push out in this top side as well, which will buy you a little bit of breathing room, especially for like 2 minutes now. When that next dragon's up, you kind of get a chance to back and continue to get control over these side lanes. So it does buy a little bit of time for DCG, but
dropovi su emotovi, ikonice i esports kapsule, a nemam pojma što je u esports kapsulama, iskreno.
Oh, he just does, there's just not, you know.
No.
Imao range on za to. Trebao je da flashuje, a nije imao flash, tako da nije imao range.
There was supposed to be a wall there.
I mean, even if he got the Bellows Breath offer in the clap, something, but no, just not there.
Yeah, not quite enough. But they still get the TP, which I think they could be relatively happy about. It is, you know, ultimately not the full play that they wanted, but Quid uncontested for now in the top lane, able to grab a plate of his own. Baron not sure when TL will feel like it's a good time to start this. Do not have an on-hit 80 carry, right? So it is going to take a decent amount of time. Don't have the luxury of a Cassio either. So it's a quite slow Baron if they ever want to start
I do like how safe Jan is playing in this mid lane, though, because you can kind of see that Pop 9 is constantly threatening on this mid wave. But Jan, like you can see, the second the wave is done, just immediately pulls back. And even on the initial threat, as they were getting controlled on the top side, he's just playing super safe. And I think he's kind of learned his lesson from that early mistake where he got caught. And it is making it tough now for DCG to try and play through what was their winkle.
Top 9. Standard just to spot out Jose Diodo, who 1.6k ahead individually. Strongest member on this team relative to their opposition. Although Jan at 3 items deserves a special mention too. Having the additional shred on those shields. I love Serpent's Fang, man. Anyone who builds Serpent's Fang, good by me.
Vidi se su kasteri Emerald Max.
As we look at the coin-based gold grind, we can see, you know, there's some kill gold definitely mixed in there, but the kill gold is close. It's a
Ili da samo ne igra AD carry-a, moguće da je to.
Almost 1k more in the favor of Jose Dioto. But now a potential fight.
Pitanje ignorišem kao i uvek, samo znate sam ga vidio.
Not to flash here. Ulti there not really going to connect the stun. Ulti coming in from Morgan.
Dobro, vidi ostao u Shroudu nakon engage-a, jako clean.
Running for his life, trying to burn down Jose Dioto, can't quite get the job done. Jan moving in for one more auto, a little bit more movement speed, but it's a magical journey for Core JJ, and it is not so magical for Florin. Arrow through the heart from Jan finishes the job as Pop9 opts for a re-engage onto Morgan, and it's TL in full control here. Nope, Quid forced to flash back. I spoke too soon. Full control for a half a second before DCG decided it was time to fight once more. Root onto Morgan. Knockup going to be interrupted by the Bellows Breath. Unstoppable for a second as Morgan slowly starts to fall. Jan doing good damage. Unlocked down here. How much more do DCG feel like they have in the tank? Because Jose Dioto's not even there. He's just focusing down the Drake, but Chelsea continues to walk forward.
I think just trying to buy space so then Funk could maybe get this mid lane turret, but Team Liquid able to get their place on this mid wave and make sure they don't have to take more. But yeah, this fight, and like again, I love the way Team Liquid are playing these. Like, they split up DCG so well. Pop9 playing very far back, where JJ realizes, sets it for Hongso, but dodges away from the petrifying gaze. And then Morgan as well.
Što je Kali ušla u Shroud je jako big bilo. Jer nju je pogodio i Rakan, ali nije ni bitno jer je bilo u stealthu.
And by that time, with the Shroud to set up for the kills, so Team Liquid, again, like, very quickly decimating some of the key members of DCG.
Yeah, and obviously in the extended play, DCG happy to commit to get some of those exit kills, but the only reason it really works out for them is because Jose Dioto isn't there, and some raised eyebrows in that moment.
I mean, also, like, there wasn't much in the way of armor on Morgan for that fight, so Fong able to get a lot more value, and that has changed, so may not be able to do as much work, but definitely helping DCG get one back there in the end.
Last Whisper, though, coming out for Fong as well, so we'll see if he's able to get through that beefy health bar when we come to the next fight. Mid lane, the next target here. Root is there. The follow-up, though, really not coming together as Jan is able to land the ultimate on a Pop9. The follow-up ulti, the connection coming through onto Fung, and now he's forced to flash back, and it is Quid standing behind them with an Ornn to support as Akali's dream. 2 instantaneous kills.
Quid. Quid.
Members of DCG because Quid killing everyone. It's a triple for the Akali.
Team Liquid just destroyed DCG in one move. You end up going for that dive in the mid lane. They don't commit, and that moment of hesitation is enough for Jan to get the chain of corruption down. And immediately Team Liquid pounds. Quid saw his moment, picks up Pop9, holds the perfect execution because he knows that if he can connect with Florin, it's lights out for the Rumble as well. Quid played that beautifully.
I live for the coach campaign expressions. That was the, oh, pretty good, I'll take it. Clap, 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 clap. That's my guess. Maybe we get an interview later, we can ask him.
Yeah, I think you're going to be pleased with that one.
Yeah. 6.6k gold lead. Honestly, that previous fight felt like it was where it's really solidly established TL in control. And this most recent one, DCG again, overcommitting just a bit.
Prvu seriju je Tivan stompovo 3-0 i to baš jako.
It's very true. It's as Jan is playing incredibly safe under a tower, Team Liquid are supporting him. You could see that DCG thought maybe they had a moment, but they're constantly aware of what DCG are up to, and I think it speaks volumes to why, even though DCG started to get some leads, it is completely fallen in favor of Team Liquid now.
Yeah, and I think Team Liquid adapting playstyle pretty quickly after what was a very, I'd say, messy early game, a very chaotic, kind of brawly early game to slow this down, play more at a comfortable pace for themselves, and DCG, a team that's so eager to make plays that it often backfires if the enemy team is prepared, and Team Liquid have been prepared as now they start sieging bot lane tier 2. DCG have, you can see the combo angles, right? The hot power, we talked about it, the Jarvan and Rumble ultis together, but the poke from Jan, pretty merciless. It's just difficult for DCG to walk up right now.
Mislim da oni nemaju resursa i alata da se biju ovaj game.
I think Team Liquid going to start to very quickly open up this Red Bull Barn power plays. Morgan just fearless stepping forward.
Is going to get rooted, but there's absolutely no fallout. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Quid's just going to solo kill Florin. Nope. No, misses the Q, misses the R2. We'll get the flash out of Florin. Definitely had the damage. Just a few of those cooldowns not quite connecting. DCG trying what they can to fend off the empowered cannon minions. Wood still hovering around. One tower, one inhibitor down. Knock him onto Jose Diodo is good, but he does have the GA as well as the ulti coming in
Mixi je
support.
fajn.
Buy him an extra second.
So-
His own ulti will now start to fade. Hongsu hovering off to the side.
Dobro, on će biti šotovan, lep pult odkasio je, samo što će i dalje biti pod pressureom. Varus je useless, nebitno što su njega ubili.
Doesn't need it because Jose Diodo is here looking to make the difference. 4 members of DCG repeating it is a 1-for-1. Yawn for Hongsu, but it's TL in the base, empowered by the Baron. However, they don't want to push for any more. They don't want to risk it. Happy to get double inhibitors and walk away.
Just gonna step back. Little risky with a good engage from Xiaoxi, but again, Team Liquid end up completely routing them. Turn it back. Will get the inhibitors that they want. And DCG...
Da, mislim ono, T1 klasika. A fore što je jako čudan play-in, kažem, jer ti imaš 4 ekipe koji igraju play-in i samo jedna ekipa ide dalje. Tako da Liquid, DCG i KC, ono, jako mala šansa ću raditi bilo šta.
I would agree. I don't know if that'll stop DCG, however.
Yeah, I think at this stage, like, Seeker's arm guard completed for Quid. You still haven't burnt that GA on Jose Diodo.
Even if you get the Drake, you might just lose the game. Look at bot lane. It's in such a disastrous state. If you lose more members than Team Liquid in any kind of fight, it would fall apart. DCG recognizing it. It's definitely not what they want, but they just really have no other choice. The risk is too high to try and contest. So now it's Infernal Soul, which for Yawn is a dream come true. This man getting a lot of free damage already with the Poke Boris, and that number only going to go up.
Yeah, I think if you're DCG, you're really hoping that Team Liquid kind of flub on the initial engage, because again, like a lot of that damage with like perfect execution and Yawn very front-loaded, and then maybe you can find a moment, but I think you need several to try and bring this game back from the brink, and you're not getting it.
Nope. Xiaoxi caught out. Goes for a bit of a charm, but is instantaneously knocked down. Game 1 looking like it's not going to end with a bang or a big explosive fight, but just a quick pick onto Xiaoxi. See if DCG can mount a greater defense, but it's just going to be so difficult. Quid has the arm guard as you highlighted. Jose Diodo fearlessly running face first into this tower, which might get a little bit punished. But again, still has the GA from the previous fight. Quid
Akali, pozicija.
CC locked out. Miasma taking away, is desperate to get over the wall. Flipping back, but
Dobar Bardut, cancela Gina. Varus levo smetalo. Taj guess reset, pa onda probaš opet.
Trying to shepherd DCG in, but DCG holding the line for now.
Still, I mean, even with this, Team Liquid kind of just get to reset and then go for the Baron in a minute 20. So the waves are still pushed in, those super creeps still doing work. So even though it's a little messy, I think it's still just kind of like a stopgap until we get towards that Baron.
Certainly is. And yeah, Quid, absolutely terrifying, right? Quiet start up against the Cassio, kind of as you expect in lane, but 6-0-1 now. Almost a 3K gold lead, empowered further by Morgan upgrading the death cap into whatever the greater adjectives of death and cap are.
Yeah, I don't know what it is anymore, yeah. Do they even get names now?
I used to know them because Medic was really weird and competitive about knowing all the names of the items.
I think they got rid of them when they like changed it to be like you just get 1,000 gold stats.
Yeah, I think it was Death Crown.
Quid je prejak.
But that doesn't feel like an upgrade of a hat. There has to be a better hat word.
On je baš prejak.
Article of hats.
Yeah. But I mean, even the fancy hats are just called like top hats. We didn't really work on the hat nomenclature, you know?
Pa pazi Falcon, ovo ti je play-in faza, ovdje ti igraju najgore ekipe koje će igrati ovaj turnir. Recimo da si gledao, doduše ne krivim te što nisi jer bilo je u 5:45 ujutru, ekipa Tivana je gubila 5000 golda, skoro i vratila se nazad. Tako da ima i toga, ima i vraćanja, ima i play-eva. Ali ove dve ekipe su najgore dve ekipe koje će igrati MSI.
Baron now going to fall. DCG again just pushed so far back in. The inhibitors have not respawned, so it just makes for an easy setup for TL. No contest for DCG. They do poke their heads in just to see if there might be an angle. Now here in this Red Bull Baron power play, likely the final of the game. Nearly a 9,000 lead for Team Liquid. The first 10 minutes of the game, incredibly scrappy. Yon caught out some really good angles of attack in that first play on the bottom side of TL's jungle, but after that it has really been the TL show from start to finish. And well, we're just about at the finish as we're now in trouble.
Možda mogu bar da probaju šotaju. Da. O, okej. Ovo je dobar, ovo je jako dobar ult od njega da kupi vreme. Da. I sad samo Gino ostavi taj game.
The victory march down the middle lane. Yon flash forward. The ulti quids jumps in to steal the kill. 12k advantage. Team Liquid.
Ja navijam da T1 osvoji. Ali ove dvije ekipe su definitivno najgore. T1 se očigledno ne računa, jeli?
Looking confident in that mid game to take down DCG in game 1.
That they were. DCG sent back to the draw.
Malo sporiji vi nego što sam očekivao, ali svako solidan game. Vidjet ćemo da li će Ameri uspjeti da se vrate. Bilo bi cool da Liquid ovdje dobije, ja navijam malo za njih. Jer bi volao da gledam Liquid KC kasnije. Tako da 12 minuta pauze, vraćamo se sa gameom broj 2.
Victories that built up to the big one here for Team Liquid Alien, where they are up 1-0. How you feel?
Keeping the celebration. I feel way worse now that Raz is there.
Raz.
We're celebrating.
Raz, control yourself.
A hard-fought victory.
Do they know it's a best of 5?
I feel like they forgot.
Yeah, it's a best of 5, guys.
All right. I'm well aware. I mean, honestly, though, I was a little bit tiny worried at the very beginning when Jin overstayed in the river and we still tried to take that little skirmish fight, and then you know, they chased us down, got a couple extra kills. But not super nervous.
It was a slow start for sure.
Yeah, let's start with a couple of those
this
fights.
One right here, actually.
Oh God, we have to see it?
Yeah. That's exactly what we're talking about. So this, though, so there's a cost for this. Yes, we see the kills on screen and everything, but Jin overstayed to do that, and Yon was pushing bottom lane.
Yeah.
So Yon does end up with this big CS lead for the Varus, and you know, that's going to be the kind of the consolation for that invade. Of course, then Pop9 still returns because he got level 6 really quick into this game because of those early kills, and so he returned bottom and still got the extra one.
I think it was cool to see, though. This was more of the DCG we expected with that level of aggression and always looking for these kills. That petrifying gaze there as well, massive. Turn that play around.
That's why I was genuinely concerned for Team Liquid, because a lot of the skirmishes I felt like DCG was on the same page for. Even this fight in particular, I thought Rumble coming in pretty clutch, like flashing forward to get another kill on Jose Diodo.
I felt like in terms of the same page, it's just a pamphlet. There's only one page and it's going in. That's how you stay on the same page.
Straight, consistent. That's what you like to see from DCG. I will say, from Team Liquid side, the fight that kind of blew the game open was that Herald fight. And I wanted to talk about it a little bit here because it kind of gave you a reason why they prioritize, Team Liquid prioritizes Akali so much. Because as you can see, like, a slight gold lead that is there for DCG, and a TP that's coming through from Florin. And the goal is basically to be able to threaten the flank. Yon is going to be there, Core JJ essentially, and like Pop9 does poke his head, and we can start to play immediately. He comes in with an opportunity to look for a smite fight, but then immediately the TP is going to be the biggest threat for Pop9 because he does want to commit to this fight. And Florin with the shield does want to look for the fight. But then immediately Quid goes straight into the backline, and I really like this play from him because as we start to see it, 1, 2, 3, go. Suddenly, yes, Xiaoxi initially tried to find an engage on Jose Diodo, but then has to peel back for Feng. So like Feng, Hongsuo, now your goal is to try and keep him alive. So while they're trying to do this entirely, now Rumble backs away. He's kind of cooked. And then all of Team Liquid then look towards the Jarvan. So let's just play this through to see what ends up happening here. Nice to be able to see them buy as much time and humanly possible to try to protect Feng, yes. And so it just turns into a play that DCG was initiating, but gets completely deconstructed.
And I feel like the timing and decision-making from Quid was so good there. Going in just as Miasma comes out, so he doesn't get pinned down, then ulting away, after the Shroud runs out. It was just sort of perfectly playing his role in that fight.
It was almost kind of comical. You could hear the music because there's two people with sweepers trying to scout a collie in the Shroud.
Where is it?
And Quid just runs the circle around them, you know, dodging out on the Jin W and everything too, and is able to have a pretty big fight for them.
And for the rest of the game, it felt like Hongsuo was trying to find an effective ulti, but Jose Diodo and Quid were really good at being able to play a patient game around it. So I thought that was a good part. That being said, that early game was still too close for my liking.
Yeah, but it's good to know that, hey, Jose Teodo, MVP candidate, able to pick up smites, and the 2024 LCS Spring MVP going back to that form with Quid popping off here on the Akali.
They just didn't have a good answer for him when he comes in with a TP here. It was an overcommit, but the cleanup is so decisive.
Yeah.
And I feel like even though you have things like the Cassiopeia there with the miasma, we so often see Akali picked into it because the mobility, and if you're coming in on the flank, so hard to prepare for a pick with this many tools.
Good news for DCG is that that is Quid's best champion.
True.
And so he can't play it again. Is also very, very, very powerful on the Yone.
Yeah, don't give him the Yone angle.
And I have pretty good confidence here in TL after seeing the first game as well. For even if there is a volatile early game and DCG start to get some kills, I still am going to have confidence in Team Liquid pulling it back through the mid game, you know, setting up for dragon fights, setting up on side lanes.
Ox, one thing that happened though in the draft, there were 5 jungle bans plus the Nautilus and then the jungle takeaway. It feels like that was the focus here for DCG.
I think a lot of the plays for DCG have kind of been led by the jungle, so getting Pop 9 into a good position. I think definitely had a better game today than maybe the series yesterday, but still need to see a bit more. And I like that we're getting the proactivity from them, but I still feel like in the mid game they were kind of losing their heads a little bit on what they wanted to do.
All right, well, we'll see what happens here. Team Liquid, they're able to weather the storm of the early aggression from Relove DCG. Let's see what happens in game number 2 after the break. You're watching MSI 2026.
Keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting.
Send it anytime you do water.
Anywhere is fine. Keep going. I will take bottom half the Kill lumber and bottom. Lumber and bottom.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
Welcome back to the MSI 2026 playoffs here in beautiful Daejeon, South Korea. We just came out of a game one that was, for the first 10 minutes, incredibly close. After that, not really at all. DCG were pretty heavily dismantled by Team Liquid. And as we go into game two, Dagda, hoping to see the same aggressive early game spark from DCG, but maybe tempered a little bit more this time around.
Yeah, I think it was because we got this like full shift from them to kind of get first Scuttle Crab, and I was like, that's a bit crazy. And that kind of set up where like Yon actually ended up getting a little bit of a lead. And then from that position, there was moments where we saw DCG still being able to find success on the top side, but they kept trying to run through over and over, trying to use that lead.
Yeah.
And like, shout out to Morgan. I think he played the Orin incredibly well in a lot of these team fights to just make it very difficult for them to use that lead.
Yeah, and it's impressive, right? Went up against the Rumble with First Strike, who was consistently ahead in gold, due in part to that First Strike, but just always felt like he had that bigger impact in those crucial team fights. And he was kind of the standout performer yesterday as well against T1, against Doran, winning out in those laning phases, really generating individual advantages. So see if he can keep that train going. But as we get ready for picks and bans, I want to see if there's going to be any cooking today, because the mage bot lane infestation that Mr. Razzle Laplasm promised us has been one single mage.
Yeah,
and I don't think that's an infestation.
She's been doing pretty good. Like,
yeah, I think Mel is awesome. I don't think
No.
that is a bot lane infestation. I think that's Mel is a good champ. So where are my mages at, friends?
Yeah, I mean, I think people are going to start looking at this and go, oh, we should probably get on top of this, and then that's when we're going to have the arms race between all the mages bot lane. But it looks like at least some of these teams haven't quite picked it up just yet. We'll have to see, though, as this rolls on through in the draft, exactly what their game plan is going to be.
Yeah, once again, taking the Vi off the board, see if the Lee Sin is going to follow. Nope. DCG will actually ban it away. So the kind of a shared comfort pool here in a lot of ways for Pop9 and Jose Diodo, which means if you want them off, you got to be willing to take it away from your own jungler as
I mean,
well.
are we just going to continue to have this, like, 5 jungle ban, then we move on from there?
Yeah, I'll be honest, if I want to see the bot lane mage infestation, I'm going to need all those bans to shift for bot lane. If anything, we're going to see some weird jungler infestation at this point.
I mean, things like the Trundle and stuff, if we do start to dig deep, really do become exceptional. So I wonder if that thing becomes a priority, because Nocturne banned away, like, I think we're just going to continue with this one now.
What jungler do they want?
Because Poppy was the last one as well, which was a respect towards Jose Diodo from yesterday. So maybe that's a plan here again. But again, you could opt in towards a Trundle into the Poppy if that then becomes the priority. So we'll have to see what the plan is.
What's the angle? The bait is here on the side of DCG. Okay, Orianna. Of course, Quid, we know him for those, melee, more assassin-focused champions, but the Ori did look pretty good for him in playoffs as well, and certainly the Orianna and Nocturne combo. But Ryze going to be the first pick lock-in. Ryze has just been relevant for so long, and I really thought when they got rid of Phase Rush that it would finally be an era where we wouldn't see Ryze, and I was wrong.
No, he was just like, I'm going to take Ghost instead of TP and still be fast.
Still be very, very fast, and it turns out the champion who builds, Roa and still does 1 million damage is a good champion.
It's also when they kind of just made Actualizer specifically for him, it feels like he kind of is still pretty strong, so...
Yeah. Yeah, the Actualizer is a interesting item. It might as well just be Ryze exclusive in the same way that like Hydra used, melee exclusive.
And Imperial Mandate Nami was it for a while.
Yeah.
But on the opposite side, Xiaoxi getting a pick that he's all too familiar with. The Nautilus and the Senna going to be locked in for Fung and Chase in that bottom side. So a pick that he really likes to play aggressive on, and something that he can set up for Pop9 on a lot of these playing in the bottom side. So we'll have to see if DCG can try and get control there. As Team Liquid hovering the Nivea. Kind of a shout out, kind of a flex if you really want to pop it into there, because the wall you can use to like interrupt the Nautilus hook. Infestation?
Bot lane mage infestation! 1 point to Raz. Okay, this is the other mage. This, to be fair, I would not consider part of the infestation. This is the other mage besides Mel that has very commonly been played bot lane. But I like this option into center, right? It's kind of a classic choice. It gives you range, gives you wave here, gives you so much damage.
Also very good with the Camille if they wanted to go for it, but maybe not going to be this here for Core JJ as he's hovering the rel at the moment. But definitely something that can play hyper aggressive alongside that in the lockdown with that Camille ultimate provides.
Epa, ajmo da vidimo. Ryze Ziggs
LPL and that, but gonna go for the rel, which
jako čudno u istom draftu.
group everyone together for
I ne znam šta će im biti AD za to.
It does, but now going to need to see a decent amount of physical damage come out on the side of Team Liquid. However, if there's no tank on DCG, it's you know, not as important. DCG opting for blind Gnar, it looks like, with rooms to support it with double ban in the next phase. This is an amazing sign, whoever made the fist cutout sign.
But still, like, I think if you take the Gnar, you still have a loss that you have to try to... I suppose, actually, well, Varus is gone. Vayne would be kind of the other option. Jace is already taken away. Maybe you're worried about the Yorick, but I suppose Morgan actually doesn't really have a huge amount here. And then the question is, if you do go for kind of that AD top side, what do you try and take as Jose Diodo in the jungle? Because you don't really have a lot of those tank junglers that can still do pretty well. And if you opt in towards something like the Trundle, I think you can help somewhat with the Rel for the setup, but I don't think it's as ideal as you would like it to be.
Yeah, Pantheon, a jungler, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Can be rough into the center sometimes as she goes into Shroud. The range on your stun does make it a little bit difficult to just click her. Syndra also going to be taken away, so don't want to just be outranged in that mid lane matchup. Both sides taking the time in the second ban phase. Looking for physical damage on the side of Team Liquid in some form or another. And again, just keeping track of how DCG protects this Gnar on the top side. Vayne and Yasuo, both pretty strong options.
Yeah,
taking off the board.
Morgan did well in the Yasuo matchup against Thor yesterday, so deciding to take that one away. I still think you can go for things like the Jax though here, so Morgan still has a lot of options in towards the Gnar on that top side. And then it just, again, it kind of becomes the focus of what does Jose Diodo want in that jungle, because he does like kind of the things like the Xin Zhao, the Lee Sin, these kind of playmaking picks. But if you want someone that wants to synergize with the engage, things like the Jarvan being taken away don't help him.
Ari now also, again, another champion who post level 6 has a lot of these really proactive playmaking tools, whether it's charm flashing or just using your ult and finding those charms. These are things that DCG have shown to just be incredibly comfortable on making these snap engages, so don't want to give that away.
I was actually going to say if I'm Pop 9, I'd probably take away the Wukong here. I think it synergizes incredibly well with the rest of the comp. And then you kind of remove
Yasuo, Vayne.
for Jose Diodo, but
Ne znam kako bi im Vayne leglo ovom kompu. Tivan Stomp ukrenuo.
I mean, we saw yesterday it works perfectly fine into
Ti jako brzo.
and also matching the ghost and you're good.
Yeah, we saw basically this exact same composition, but it was TL playing it against T1 yesterday, and they were able to find really huge success snowballing the Talia early on. Of course, the enemy team was a little bit different, as now...
It was Aurelia and Ribbon. Aurelia would be spicy.
Please.
Jax would be...
Jan, you're playing with our heart. You can hear all the fans here in the arena want something spicy. It's Pantheon. Okay. Makes sense. Solid jungle option. Again, the point and click, pretty comfortable.
Still could be a spicy pick, though.
Also something you really don't want to give to the enemy team, right? You already see Talia. You don't want them to have a Pantheon alongside it.
I think it's also like when I see a Ziggs and a Ryze, I'm like, oh, you have really strong options for a 1-3-1. So something that can try and play towards that.
Nije Liquid nešto puno bolji, iskreno. Mislim, jeste. Bolji su malo.
Bro, quad long range ultimate is
Kakav shit komp.
The Ziggs Mega Inferno Bomb, the Ryze Realm Warp, the Pantheon.
Njihov jedini AD je Pantheon.
Just forgot. Grand Starfall alongside the Destiny Gate, and Olaf is going to be the answer.
Koji su Galija da uzmu samo. I da stakuje Mar na njemu I da bude besmrtan.
Did get his Q damage buffed on this patch in terms of damage to monsters, so his clear speed will be relatively faster than it was in previous metas, but we've really mostly seen this on the top side played by people like Doran as this late game kind of inevitable scaling threat.
Yeah, I have seen junglers coming into the tournament practicing Gnar jungle, so that's why I was kind of hovering for a second. Yeah, there's been a couple of boys that I've seen practicing it, but looks like it's not going to be the case. But yeah, that's why I wasn't sure if they're going to swap the Gnar into the jungle and put the Olaf top, but looks like it's not going to be the case. Instead, they are just going to keep the Gnar there. But I mean, the Olaf, for essentially a composition that wants to try and keep you at bay, should have a nice time here.
Should, but my number one concern, Rob, as we get into this game, is not there will not be enough blood. That one, there will for sure be enough action. Jan has one game in Tier 1 on Ziggs. He played it versus CFO last year at First Stand, another representative of the same region. He lost that game. And so now I believe that there has been the necessary practice to improve that level of performance. And I don't think that Ziggs is the most immensely complicated champion, but I do think it takes a decent amount of mastery, and so I'm a little bit nervous for what this is going to look like. When game 1, certainly good. Yesterday, not so good. How is he going to fare on something that is most certainly not a...
Samo užasan draft. Mislim, nije užasan draft, samo je čudan draft, nemam pojma.
I think his role here is actually very similar to what we saw in the last game, which is like stay safe, use your TP to kind of move around the map to where you need to be and just clear.
Ja se nadam da će biti GLP TF. Ne GLP, nego Hex Optic.
Quid and Morgan be the focus for out of this game. And I wonder if we do get Core JJ really starting to exit bot lane early and start to roam around to try and facilitate that, because you have so much setup with both Quid and Morgan opting in towards those ghosts to try and play around like a Rune Prison or a Gold card in either of these solo lanes.
Yeah. We'll see how quickly Pop9 is able to clear the jungle here as we keep an eye on the early jungle pathing. Yeah. Team Liquid have set up in every single one of their lanes for this Pantheon. So really need to make sure that Jose Diodo is not able to run away with this early game.
Yeah, and don't forget Pop9, or the Olaf, did get that buff in the jungle as well towards that monster clear, so... Oh, hang on.
As Thor going in, nice trading here. Jan landing necessary abilities.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're going to have a lot of kill pressure level 1 here, but the Arcane...
Treba im daju da gledamo top ako ništa.
A lot of work as well in the early stages here for Jan, if you can just continue to get that poke. It's kind of when you opt in towards like level 4, level 5, if you've successfully landed some of that early damage, like we're seeing at the moment, you can really look for that kill pressure with the satchel.
Oh, lockdown is there. Level 2 going first in the favor of DCG, however. Jan able to consistently land these bouncing bombs. Heal now coming out. That's the satchel shard. Xiaoxi knocked back. Core trying to block any potential hook escape, but Xiaoxi's going to be forced to flash over the wall, but does manage to make it out. So Heal traded for the heal and the flash. Very positive exchange.
Pantheon in that bottom side, though. I think he's looking for the play on Xiaoxi here. Oh, Xiaoxi not stepping up far enough, so just going to look for the reset. Oh, cancels it, though. I don't know if diving the tower is it, though.
Traže dive, tradio Real za 2 kila, ali ne zna će naći 2 kila za to. Ok, ovo je mnogo bolja opcija. Jedan i out.
Yeah, great job by Core JJ. Has the Shattering Strike to remove the shield from Xiaoxi and gets away from underneath the tower before any of that real CC can land. Nicely done as Jan would just
Vidi, kad god je MSI u 5, ja sam tužan. Ali dobro, sutra je u 10, to je ok.
Exactly what you want as Team Liquid in this early stage.
That it is. So in the mid lane is able to get a little bit more prio, and the second he knows that Jose isn't in the area, confidence to step up, and Pop9 starting to run away in terms of jungle clear speed, right? Got the full clear. Jose Diodo did spend a lot of time in the bottom lane, but the kill really more than makes up for the difference.
Keep eyes on Pop9 though as he moves down. Going to be looking just for the Scuttle Crab, but wasn't sure if he's just going to reset after or look for a little bit more, because he already has his reset come through, so an opportunity.
Sutra mislim da je loser match, to jest winner match, ne loser match. Team Liquid protiv KC-a i onda prekustra igra T1 i pobednik tog meča. I onda imamo dan pauze i onda kreće glavni event.
And Olaf will be a problem at some point. He's going to be a fast boy. Does not have the luxury of having the Ghost, though.
Yeah, he does have a lot of support tools, though. Like when you look towards the Senna, like the shield, the heals are all absolutely exceptional, and you've got a lot of lockdown that can come through. So, especially if Pop9 can pick up some early kills, I think that would be where DCG would be very happy with the way things are going. But for the moment, Team Liquid keeping their control over this top side. I think they would like to look for an invade on towards the Raptors to answer for the steal that Pop9 already has, but they just don't really have the push and control over mid to do so.
No, and good timing. Initial push out as the Raptors respawn in favor of DCG, and as the waves reset, Pop9 already in position to grab that Raptor camp. So again, a game of small advantages thus far. Really the only big thing to happen is that kill in the bottom lane, as well as the steadily growing CS lead in the jungle.
But what we've seen traditionally is that Team Liquid are more than happy to go for these slower paced games, right? They know that given time... Oh, hang on!
Flash in, looking for a little bit more lockup. Long is able to make his way out. Explosive Minefield does some good return damage, but a lot of sums traded. Getting double sums out is massive for any potential follow-up
jako I guess plated steel caps i onda ide na...
Really understanding the value that you can get with this satchel charge. Setting up nerdy for Core JJ there. And now, do we
ne znam, ja, Duskin Dawn je sad shit. Feng nema summoner, mislim Pantheon samo još gubi ovdje. Strao da ih zona ka dole, ali ne može. Mislim, pameti su pa beže oni na gore. Basic nije kill.
And now looking for the catch out. Quid finding the lockup. The trap has been set, and Hongsu falls right into it, but maybe they can get something back. Jose Diodo walking away as Pop9 is determined to get a kill back in exchange. 1-for-1 thus far, but Xiaoxi is running as Quid ghosts into the fight. Fung getting the kill onto Jose Diodo.
Pop9 very close to that level 6 if he can get towards the wave though, but Fung's been isolated.
That he has. No sums left. Make this an easy dive to pull off. Core gonna grab the kill. Maybe not ideal, but TL still happy to deny even more resources away. Lock up on the Quid is good, but it just turns it back. Xiaoxi! He did the math, but he did it wrong!
Yeah, it's kind of twice we've seen Xiaoxi go for some Nautilus hooks that are a bit questionable as he ends up going down on that one. Had the heal, I believe, as well, which makes it even more unfortunate, but Team Liquid punishing through this bottom side. Jose Diodo going a little bit too far here with the flash forward, like, didn't even have like an empowered Q, was maybe hoping he could get a few auto attacks to get there, especially with Core JJ trying to support him, but it does mean that with Pop9 arriving and he gets isolated thanks to Weaver's Wall, he ends up falling for Hongsu. And at this stage, I think for DCG, you're kind of almost happy with the way things have gone because you at least get the trade back. But it's then with Pop9 not supporting Fung to go towards the tower and pick up the wave, it goes bad. But Quid.
Solidni za Liquid. Bar protiv DCG-a. Protiv Tivana niko ne izgleda solidno, realno gledano. Nije kill. Ne znam čemu flash, ali ajde.
Don racing towards level 6, but it's going to take a little bit too much time. Recall will come through.
Still should be able to get some decent damage on this tower, and Ziggs very good when he gets some alone time with these turrets. Xiaoxi going to come down and try and clear out the wave a little bit, but this is still an incredible bot side play from Team Liquid, constantly getting this pressure against DCG.
All right, we look back. I cannot see what the number was, but I can see the reaction. There it is. 1 HP. Looks like what Jan said. A little bit frustrated. Still full control of the bottom side of the map, and meanwhile on the top lane. Morgan keeping the CS close, but definitely not the gold close. Fun fact, I was talking about Jan only having played one Ziggs game. This is Morgan's first ever TF game.
Yeah,
Yasuo, it was his first time on Yasuo yesterday. So this man is just casually first-timing champions.
What happened? Like,
at MSI.
I looked at Morgan over the course of the play. I was like, he's going to be on tank duty. He's going to play weak side. They're going to play elsewhere on the map.
Well, and we heard rumors from our colleagues in the LCS of Lord Morgan, the man who is allowed to dominate lane. And we said, there's no way we'll see that man. We'll see tank duty Morgan. But the Lord has returned on the top side. Morgan, right now, it's just a small gold lead. Due to the crime of counterfeiting money. But later, I believe it will likely continue to grow as Core finds a quick engage here. That's the ulti coming in, the Destiny. Xiaoxi now in trouble. But Morgan, of course, still just on the top side of the map, using it to get back to lane.
TF igra Kraken na kraju.
They're getting proxied. Pop9 is getting so much, but his gold lead is only 25. It's a 20 jungle CS lead, but it's just so fake because his bot lane is paying entire waves.
And you're also getting nothing on the map elsewhere, right? Florin just reset, and even though you got
I Ziggs može uzme cooldown wave ako
you
hoće.
end up going for the reset as well. Like, yeah, it's a disaster class for DCG.
Nije htio da uzme cooldown što će da ih proksija, dobro, to je fajn.
Long well past the threshold, even on the new patch where the drop rate is notably lower, and Jan just continues to chip away. And while Pop9 has finally arrived, he ain't got no boots. He can't, I don't think he can run Jan down.
I don't think, you're ever getting close to him either. Like, this is kind of the joys of Ziggs, is that you're 2 screens away and you throw a bouncing bomb and walk off.
This is a
toughie.
Thank you, Tuffy. I was looking for the right word. We'll go with Tuffy.
And it's also like, again, because there was so much hype around DCG coming in, and obviously it is tough for this team, right? You're coming in, and especially when you've had CFO that are representing the region in the past, and you're kind of taking their slot in the LCP, and you've just had this incredible performance of going straight from the PCS into the LCP promotion into now going to internationals. You kind of want to show what you're capable of on that main stage, but unfortunately, like, this young team hasn't quite been able to find that same success that they have domestically.
And I think it's one of the hardest things about being a new face when you go to international competition, right? It's oftentimes if you are dominant domestically, you know, whether it's through mechanics or macro play, it's really hard to transition those things to a bigger stage against, you know,
a larger pool of opponents against stronger overall competition, and we can see that has been a struggle for DCG. They played with that same fire, with that same confidence, and half the time it works out just as well as it did domestically, and the other half of the time the enemy team is much more ready to punish than a lot of their domestic competition were.
And I think that's the main point for me, is like consistently we're finding Team Liquid are kind of edging them out on the play first. It's, hey, we're already playing ganking bot lane because we saw Pop 9 go towards top lane. We have vision control that lets us know exactly where Pop 9 is. This time around they don't, and they may not spot Hong Solo though, so maybe this is their moment, but you can see the second that Pop 9's on vision, do they back away?
Flash in, Shousty goes for the lockup, Pop 9 now chasing in. Jose Duda already burned the Aegis Assault, so he can't block any of the fallout damage. It looks like he is just going to fall down, but the flash is barely taking him out. No! The Sentinel across the top, Bong reading the play of the escape route. Locks him down and gets a kill for himself.
Hongso hiding in the back line, manages to get there with the Weaver's Wall and turn that play. Even the vision as well. Jose Diodo not realizing that he was stuck on a ward. Will be a little bit of a wave lost in mid lane, but a massive swing in control of that bottom lane.
That it was. Just barely able to grab the kill, but even despite the CS deficit means that Fung has that slight gold lead. A few more souls just now ticking over to 20. Of course, Jan already has a Luden's done, so still not easy to trade, but the scaling. With enough time and enough souls, anything is possible.
Yeah, still, Team Liquid having that Pantheon ultimate available means that DCG can't actually commit for much after. As Florin now trying to see if he can keep Morgan off, but here comes Quid.
Moving his way into the top lane. Everybody's invited to this particular party. That's going to be 3 semi-globals committed just to make sure that little Yordle goes right back to the base.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little unfortunate for Florin. Ends up managing to get 2 of them out of the equation, but the late arrival of Morgan was sealing the deal.
It did feel like an unnecessary escalation of violence. Like they were talking smack back and forth.
Iskreno mislim da bi Liquid trebao samo da krene na kulu ovdje. Nema šta. Razumem zašto nisu htjeli na početku jer su mogli da abuzuju Fenga, ali sad kad više ne mogu, nema razloga da ne uzmeš kulu pa da kreneš rotacije na mapi.
Portal could never, you know, they've gotten all out here.
Yeah, this cake is absolutely certifiably true. This is some true cake. There are no lies here. So Fung going to do what he can, right? But it's already in a pretty dire situation. We are seeing the Olaf. You can see some of the potential of what it could do when running this composition down. All that CC, all that damage, if it's not enough to burst to his health bar. But I just don't know if DCG are going to have time to get to that point, and without a ghost on the Olaf, Flash makes it easier to steal objectives for sure, but it's just going to be really hard to keep up with a lot of these targets.
Yeah, I think it's, if they are pummeling you as well, like because they've got this lead, it makes it significantly more difficult for the Olaf to survive it, right? Because on the flip side, even though it is a lot of squishies, the squishies deal an awful lot of damage, and if you can't close that gap effectively because your team's behind, it kind of just becomes a bit lackluster. And as well, like Olaf definitely kind of wants, you know, 3 items before it becomes that real, I'm just going to run through everyone and not care. And as you say, like, I just don't feel like DCG are getting there.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. Obviously, always something that they have in their back pocket, but it feels like it's a similar story to the Senna scaling, where you can see the angle, you can understand how it could be powerful, but getting to that point in the game, getting to the position where maybe you can get an Olaf on the flank, is just a really tough thing to do. Jan playing more to the top side, nice satchel back, flash away from
Flash
the
je fine.
To force out that summoner spell.
Mislim, DCG ima 2 Drakea, Sol nije optimalan, ali nije ni loš, pogotovo za ove heroje. Mislim da je Olafu giga broken. Ostalima je okej. Slažemo se, kolege kasteri.
If they can get Cloud Soul, everything I have said, and we have said about Olaf being hard, gets a hell of a lot easier. He gets Ghost for free now, for at least a couple of seconds, if he's able to get that far.
Yeah, and I do think this is where there is a question of, like, I'm going to take Relove DCG out of the equation here, but there is a world where you could play away from Dragon, and you could try and, like, get more gold onto your side lanes and, like, let Team Liquid have that, you know, Dragon or whatever. But when it's Relove Deep Cross Gaming.
If you turn
they
off,
are playing the
yes. If you turn off the nameplates and ignore what you know about this team and the way they like to play the game, there might be an alternative path. But they don't go over, they don't go under, and they certainly don't go around. They go through. That is the only option. And it does get them into trouble sometimes, but it might not this time. Florin, a very nice flank here. The rage bar starting to fade away. He's going to jump in onto Jose Diodo. Immediate flash follow. Flick back onto Jose means no smite in the area. Nice pick into instantaneous. Rift Herald is a good look, but again, Morgan already pushing in the bot lane tier 2, so it's not free.
TF malo koristiji nego Doran sa Yorikom.
Yeah, I mean, still a nice pick, right? The fact that you managed to get the W from Fong to connect there.
Možda udari u kon da vidi kad mu dolaze, ali ima i ulti pa da se izvuče.
The tower top, but not quite.
So nice flick back. Flash out as well. But going to back away and just pick up the wave, the guaranteed gold. It cost him effectively, you know, 200-300 to just go for that play. So opts to back away instead. But getting the flash out of the Talia as well as the Ghost. Nice to chip away at those cooldowns. But Team Liquid really haven't extended their gold lead, right? It feels like they've been around 2K for the last 7-8 minutes.
And I think the fact now you have to fight at this next dragon is kind of the big focal point, because Quid, kind of just the Rod of Ages, not a huge amount there. Janssen not having that second item. And you have that Rift Herald to try and play with here for Pop 9 too, so I think there is a world where DCG can try and fight this, even though they are a little bit further behind in gold.
I mean, major item completions are the thing that we're generally looking at before these big fights. TL have access to that locket. Is Pop 9 now running in? That's the ultimate. Pop Morgan needs to get the hell out of dodge. Pop 9 needs to get into melee range, but unfortunately can't get that auto.
Oni flasha, već je komitovo Gozda.
Get out. DCG lose the Olaf ulti, but again, just chipping away at sums for themselves as well. Every team really focused on that next Drake. 1 second till Cloud spawns. Florin needs to be careful about walking up. Now 4 members of TL waiting. Florin, that's going to be the wall, but nice stun. Wall coming in from behind him, looking to lock up Core JJ. Lockdown is there. Quid now free to start opening up. Florin going in for Core. Finds the wall up onto just about nobody. Knock back to the double into the Gnar, though. There's also Herald in the midst of the entire fight. Pop 9 might have an ulti, but he's still getting a little bit of damage down. It's a messy fight, but it's top lane for support trade. Team Liquid happy with that one, as now the ultis can start raining in. Destiny across the team. Jose Diodo moving in as well. Morgan on the back line looking to lock up Hongto, but he gets flicked back and taken down. The Comet Spear across the top, the only reason he'll fall. Aegis Assault fades away. Jose Diodo no longer immune to that damage. Pop 9 getting into melee range, hoping to burn him down. Flashback is not enough, but Fung will grab the kill. It is an absolute bloodbath. Neither side able to start the Drake.
It's just Trade City in these fights. 1 for 1, constantly going back and forth. And at the end of it, as you say, Dracos, nobody's able to actually go towards the Kraken.
Se likvida ko skini jednog Drakea, oni su na konju. Samo da zaustave Soul Rush i to je to.
It's a fist fight. It is a brawl. TL using their semi-global as well, but kind of the turn and burn here we see from some of these cooldowns is so crucial.
But it's Core JJ not getting over the wall here that really starts, but then after, as Florin tries to follow over, this is where it then gets a little topsy-turvy, because Florin tries to look for the W, doesn't quite get it, actually gets stunned by Core JJ just before he dies, and that's then where he tries to get the follow-up, but the ultimate from Fong a little bit late, so
Pantheon je najbroken spell
At
ikada.
this stage, I expected both teams to kind of back away and lick their bruises, but instead, we end up with this Pantheon ult that actually splits Team Liquid entirely. Yon and Quid can't come in because of Xiaoxi and Fong, and it means that then you immediately turn on to Morgan. Pop 9 thinks he can survive through the damage, being Olaf and also having this Senna beside him, but not quite able to get away from the rest of the damage. So it's just this constant back and forth on the trades.
A little bit of a sigh there. There was a TF who did not lock gold card when it moved past and instead locked blue, maybe just hoping for that bit of extra damage. But, nope.
Dragon taken though.
Thor caught a bit out. TL do get the dragon, that is going to be the big one. And a credit to TL, really, they did such a good job of respecting Florin on the Mega Gnar. Everyone backing up, making sure that it kind of looks awkward because the only person he hits is Core.
Ult za wave clear.
The person he can hit, right? The rest of TL giving him that.
I dalje nisam ubeđen s ovim kompom Liquid, iako vode 2000 golda. Super je za uzimanje kula, ali Ziggs na botu se obično igra sa AD-om na midu. AD TF je polu AP i dalje.
With the composition that Team Liquid have can be a little tough, but by overcommitting then for the rest of the play, that's where we start to get this trade over and over. Before JJ spotted.
Pop 9 debating if he wants to commit here. Does have an ulti. Destiny coming behind. Is able to make it out though. Clutch there, Hongso. Perfect timing.
the knockback on the Weaver's Wall, meaning that Morgan can actually shoot that gold card at him. So manages to escape away, but the Weaver's Wall being down and Morgan's ultimate being down as well means that this kind of side lane threat on both sides a little lessened. But Team Liquid looking for this top lane tower.
Team Liquid got more side lane ults.
Yeah,
they got so many. They never run out. Jose Diodo might not even need it though. Hungso walking a bit too far forward. Immediate gold card follow. Flick not quite where it needs to be. They'll grab one kill, but now the follow from Pop9 is there. That gold card's not going to do anything, Morgan.
Sačio da ga Olaf. On je pogodio i nije Quantum X.
And that is their time to turn. Core gonna grab the kill. Xiaoxi now in no man's land as Flung tries to usher him out to safety, tries to escort him away. And TL are gonna respect it.
DCG hoping for the pop 1v9, but not able to make it happen there with no real support. It was just the Olaf being taken out by Team Liquid. Still though, Team Liquid invests a huge amount onto that top side, and Florin will be able to answer for the turret take in response.
Well, Grubby coming out too. But again, the goal lead. The Dragon did go to TL, but the gold lead stays at the same point in his bed for 10 minutes or more. I keep saying random minutes because I can't keep track of time, Rob. I have no idea how long it's been the same, but it's been a while.
When it's this fast-paced, I don't blame you. Time is all over the place when you're having fun like this game. But I think for DCG, like, you are getting moments to, hey, Fung is getting towards 2 items. Pop9 also having 2 items completed. Did have a Hex Drinker for a moment there, but actually sold it, so going immediately towards the GA, it looks like instead. Or maybe that Death Stance could also be an option, but any uptime that he can get in these fights is going to work wonders for him.
That it is. TL doing what they can in mid lane. Oh, okay. Thank you, production. We're like, wow, this is such a breakneck pace of game. This is a slow DCG game. This is a very slow DCG. This is the slowest DCG game. Day one was almost 1.2 combined kills per minute. This is 0.7. So we need to chill.
Oh ja, da, mislim, spora partija, nema šta.
Yeah, my bad. 18 kills in 22 minutes.
Ajte, ostavite TF-a, pogodio je gold card, vidim koliko damage radi bar.
We need to be on F1.
What, the safety car is that?
You can't just go right 30 times and call that fast, you know? You need a little bit more. I don't know why NASCAR is sketching strays. I know nothing about NASCAR, but you know, it's fun to fire strays every once in a while.
I played Forza recently, and that's about as much knowledge as I have of cars in general. Yeah.
If I just say like Hamilton a couple times, and someone will be mad at me. I just know the musical, not the driver, so it's tough. Here we are, however, in a relatively soothed, calm state of the game. I have a distinct feeling that that will not remain this way for long. Or perhaps the second that we said this was a crazy pace of game, we have invoked a caster curse, and we will now play a very diplomatic, side-trading sort of game of League of Legends.
Head nods and backing away. Although, as you say that, I see 4 members of TL running to bottom lane, and Florin does not realize that that is going to be the case.
Ah, I see. Whatever we say becomes wrong. Yes. I like that. It's going to be a slow game.
Very slow.
Very
Crazy
slow. Glacial. No. Of course, Dragon is the next big objective. 35 seconds away. We check in on item completions. 2.5 really across the board. No one sneaking into that third major item completion, but there's a Jose Diodo sneaking into that bush. But now
I opet neće dobiti kill. Samo što mislim da ovdje da moraju da beže. Ola bez ulta nije heroj.
Healing coming in for Fong as well, but these health bars just getting chipped away. The superior range of Yon on the Ziggs doing a ton of work.
Yeah, the AoE damage is doing wonders, but great play from Team Liquid. Just hiding off the Fog of War, making sure that there was no way for DCG to spot them out, and Pop9 takes so much damage, he's just out of the equation, has to go for the reset, and it gives TL a second Dragon.
Oh, TL got the Dragon. Now they want a Talia. Core moving in, should be an easy
nice.
pick up. Quid really starting to hurt. Florin going for the Goomba bounce, immediate flashback here. TL going to walk up, Quid going for the slow. Xiaoxi there to body block. Hook won't connect on the Quid, but you can see Team Liquid getting a little bit eager. They want to push this advantage further.
I think they see the blood in the water. Overextension from DCG in the bottom side, and now Team Liquid looking.
Root going to connect on the Jose Diodo. Core going in, but the ulti is not going to connect. Pop9 3 seconds away from getting an ulti. If he's known, he just needs another second, and now he's running through the entire team. The damage from Yon has to be there. Trying to sprint back, but he's just not tanky enough. Pop9 getting one. Florin about to go mega. DCG
finally gonna back away as their bot lane tier 2 falls.
But they lost 2 in that equation. Pop9 and Chelsea falling, so Team Liquid still coming out ahead of the play. And now you can see the pings going on towards Baron. I think they're just gonna reset and run over towards that objective.
They are. Actualizer also there for Quid. We've seen how incredibly oppressive this item can be. What a third item, Power Spike. Fung, at least 54 souls now, 315 has recovered exceptionally well from what was in
ili Hex Optic, ili pa verovatno jedno I drugo, nešto drugo da builda.
But if this Baron falls, it's certainly not the final nail in the coffin, but it's going to start to feel insurmountable. Playing against a Ziggs team with Baron, tall task, and unfortunately DCG just going to be too late to this play. Team Liquid picking this one up for free. Yeah,
it's also the combo of having that Twisted Fate as well. It's kind of like take your pick and finish them off, because Go card with the rapid fire cannon into this Ziggs damage, like how do you really get to play the game?
Well, you try to play it now before they reset up, before they get back to their lanes. Flip back on Dion will not connect. Rocket Belt taking him out. His core just barely able to escape. Wall blocking Xiaoxi's hook, it looks like. So DCG now on the retreat. Team Liquid now active on the map, 5 seconds away from Morgan's ultimate. DCG need to be careful not to overcommit here. Losing a fight when the enemy team empowered by Baron very likely just ends the game.
Still, DCG, you kind of have to back away after missing out on that play.
Ovo nije live. Inače Sena ne bi igrala... Sena ne bi igrala Shiv, to više ne radi na Seni. Patch gdje je Deathfire nerfovan, zato ga ne ranuje, ali nije promenjen Q na Seni sa on hit na on attack u ODTF. Ne ODTF.
And now the follow-up ulti coming in as well.
Oj.
Across the top, the grand starfall for Jose Diodo.
Pa mislim, Nautilus je level 10, on buho da ne igra. Nije kriv, samo je tako supporta ima.
Ulti now coming in for Pop9. Jose Diodo might be a little bit in trouble. Florin going for the stun. CC immune now. Pop9 grabbing one. Destiny proc, but Morgan just using it for a bit of information, a bit of threat. So they lose Jose Diodo, but Hongso and Xiaoxi still down. Fung now backing away, blue card waiting for the red, and he's already out of range. So Fung gonna live a bit longer.
They got what they wanted. Tower, inhibitor, flash from Fung. Even if they don't get the kill, they're still decimating the base of DCG. They're trying to regroup and get this defense. Team Liquid, can they get out?
Morgan up on the side, gets the gold card. Engage coming back in from Core, gonna deny any potential follow-up. Xiaoxi next on the hook. Fung untouched on the side, but he does not have the damage to kill.
Mogu završi game ovdje. Sena je živa, ima previše range-a, ne mogu ubiti ih sve. Ako ne umre od kripova. Mora sidestepa, lepo. Dobro. Nice. Iskreno lepo od Fenga.
Cannot face check a brush against Quid, but a nice little hold coming in from DCG.
Great play from Fung in that one, sidestepping so much in that last engagement, buying time for Hongso, because I think if he went down, that could have been absolutely it. But you can see here, Team Liquid, Corey JJ with a great engage, sets up for the play. They're getting so much damage onto Pop9, and without that ultimate, the CC layering is so good from Team Liquid. But it's here, Fung plays this so well, managing to get the slows, dodging away from the follow-up from Core JJ, knows that Yon doesn't really have the mana to try and follow up, even baiting the Shattering Strike there, and buying that time for Hongso to join in.
And good look for Fung. You can see he is getting stronger and stronger. But Team Liquid still laughing, still smiling, unconcerned. A 6K gold lead, I think, makes it pretty easy to understand why, but it is 20 seconds away from the next objective. Now the kill pace a little bit closer to the regional average. We're up to a little bit above 130 at 29 minutes. We'll see if we can get that pace. You know, not DCG's tempo. Let's be clear here.
Playable je, samo što mislim da skipaš Shiv. Faker je, da. Mislim da nema neki veliki procenat, ali ima procenat Ivana.
Only have to commit Pop9, but if Florin goes down here, it could be incredibly costly. Morgan ulting in, but not able to get the gold card down in time. Quid will grab a top lane tier 2.
But I think this is a trade waiting for... Oh my god!
Ulti does disgusting damage! Another grand Skyfall!
Pa dobro, ako ubiju Senu, to je samo game.
Morgan on the chase looking for the gold card will connect. There's no immediate follow-up. 3 members left alive on the side of DCG.
Hongso bi trebao da može da klira wave ovaj ako ništa. Ali gube i top cool.
Top side of the map has to stand strong.
Florence fishing, seeing if he can find something with the Meganar, but I think at this stage, Team Liquid, they know that this could be it as they start to step towards the Nexus turrets.
Morgan locking that gold card, 5 seconds he can threaten. DCG running out of time on the Mega Bar. 15 seconds before you'll be able to stack that Rage again. And Yon just going to shred through these towers. Lock up onto the Mininar. Immediate kill going to come through, but Pop's not trying to turn it back in their favor. And Florence still living for an extra second. The Olaf starting to take over. Knock up onto Morgan is there. Ulti across the top coming in from the center. Morgan now set to fall. Quid running for his life, but the hook is there. The CC denied the shutdown. DCG aren't done yet.
DCG refused to go down without a fight. It is Yon alone who looks for Shao C, gets the kill.
Dobija. Ne, Scorch ništa.
What? I can't believe they managed to hold on to that one. Relove Deep Cross Gaming digging deep to find that fight that's still in them. And Hakeem, you go for the engage here on towards Florence, but Pop9 gets so much value from these AoE auto attacks on towards the front line. The damage from the static ship kind of helping out there as well, as Team Liquid just chased out of the base, and even the hook at the end to deny Quid that realm warp. Great from Shausi.
And TL really had the setup onto the Gnar, onto Florence, but they just could not finish the kill. Nautilus had 8 HP also in that fight.
Wow.
So whatever Yon, I didn't see what Yon went back and purchased, but it is now enough to have finished off that Nautilus. That is just anything would have done the job. Baron about to spawn in 5 seconds, but the base is in shambles from the side of DCG. This is a tough one to contest. Luckily, they have a lot of the waves pushed out, but you can see 4 or 5 super minions pushing in bot wave. If DCG stick around here for too long, they're going to lose everything, but they just want to force a fight. I don't know how Pop9 is already at 50% HP.
Protobel Ziggs radi posao. Ajde Morgan, tuci. Ajmo TF. Ima free DPS ceo fight, gledaj. I nema ult za Andro svakoj game, mislim da... Vidim koliko radio damage u ovom fightu, mislim dobro. Liquid uzima i još jedan game. 2-0 i vidjet ćemo da li nas čeka još jedan 3-0 dan. G2 igra glavni event. Tako je, znači sutra ako sad Liquid dobije, sutra gledamo KC Team Liquid. I onda prekosutra gledamo T1 i pobednik tog meča. Imamo 12 minuta pauze i tu smo za možda i finalni game dana.
It was in control, felt pretty good, and then see, that just a little bit of excitement out of nowhere.
There was some party game in there, you know, they're having some fun.
They're having a good time.
Honestly, it was pretty fun. You know, TL went with like the Avengers comp with all the global ultimates and stuff popping off.
Yeah.
Quid though on the rise, I think for me was definitely the centerpiece.
It was just like the typical Team Liquid fiesta. Like the fights here, there.
Oh yeah, right.
It's a party.
Oh! That's right. The fiesta was in full force there for Team Liquid. In control and then a crazy one.
That was a good one. Yeah, that was nice. That was nice.
And it was a little scary at points because you're into the Olaf and the center, and that combination, especially when you have such a CC-based composition without a reliable AD carry, you saw some moments like towards the end.
Yeah.
Go a little spooky.
A little spooky. A little spooky. At least they outranged them, and then I felt like they played well through side. It was tough because at first I was like, okay, we're giving Herald. That's nice. Just let the Twisted Fate split. And Jose Diota gets too close, then you're like, oh, now you died. Let's just have a clean moment within the game. And it always felt like that was not there. We were getting something slight as a lead, and then it was being ripped apart. So a little touch and go.
Let's take a look at how Team Liquid started it out, because they executed quite well, you know, towards the bottom side, especially towards the Ziggs. And let's take a look at some of these dives.
I mean, so often when you have a Ziggs, it's about playing to other points of the map. But here, using the pressure they had early, because the bot lane duo for Team Liquid played a really strong 2v2, and it got a little bit scrappy later on. You know, the flash in here from Jose, maybe not the best to follow up on the kills, but as more members started moving over, Quid gets this great angle onto the Talia, and Core JJ is there to follow up.
with all the like messy gameplay that we've been seeing generally, I think Quid has just been really on point throughout the series so far. Deathless in game 1, nearly deathless in game 2 up until the very end.
He's been kind of the eye of the storm, where everything's chaotic around the rest of the map. He's just doing his job in the mid lane, very consistent.
That is what mid lane normally is. However, there was another fight there, 24 minutes for DCG, where, again, you want to see a little bit more dominance here from this Team Liquid squad, who is thriving to be the best in North America, but you get moments like this where it's like, okay, cool, here we go. We're just going to run on in. We saw them get punished because Jose did it before. This time it works out well.
Yeah, this one, I think, is the vision control for TL, and so they're the ones just jumping on DCG who are not respecting the position, and Dragon was just taken, then they continue to force these plays. Core JJ jumping in there, getting the extra initiation, and having the globals there to follow up.
That's the thing. I think the beauty of this one, I didn't really catch it when we were going through the draft itself, but the Semi Globals gave him an opportunity to basically always deny Florin on sides. If there was ever an opportunity for him to split, he could never feel comfortable past the river. Otherwise, he was just going to have, if they ever were pushing out a fog through mid, then a Rise can just jump you like that.
I also love the fact that we saw all that damage from the Ziggs. Ziggs is full skill shots, and every single other member of your team not only has CC, but easy to land CC, like a gold card, the Pantheon stun, the Rise route. So it just meant it was so easy to land those big bombs, make that impact.
And we got to see all of it thanks to our reliable Cisco network. The Avengers fly on into the top lane just in time to take down Florin, as all the different angles, Florin's like, I can push this wave, everything's safe, and it's like, okay, I'm dealing with one global, maybe a second global, then a third global comes on in.
I feel like he must have said something in all chat, because this felt personal.
Assemble!
But they just beat him up. They caught him slipping, and it was not pretty. As he goes in a mini-gnar as well. Yeah.
He thought he was playing a normal game. He's trying to zone Morgan from the wave. He's like, surely this is, like, how are you going to come? Oh, yeah,
you know what?
Teammates.
This is the average top lane experience, and that's when they say top div. It's a 1v1 lane, right?
And TL choose this time because they know you're going for Dragon, and so then they attack the other side of the map.
My favorite one was Morgan, who probably very easily could have walked. But, you know, there's those distancers where, like, I could walk or I could catch the cap there, and he, like, uses Destiny Gate just to go, like, just a couple of team
Maybe in the comms, they were like, we're ulting. And he's like, yeah, we're ulting! We're all ulting!
I mean, Morgan Twisted Fate had a couple ults that were going, you know, super deep later on. He was testing a few limits here in this game. He was feeling some stuff out.
Oh my god, enemy blue side jungle. He's like, I've got them. Gold card the Olaf. He's coming at me.
I do want to bring it in before we go to a break for Relove Deep Cross Gaming. It felt like they had a couple of hats to hang on and just weren't quite able to turn the corner because of the deficit that they were in there, Ox. Who is the guy that you want to see step up here, given the fact that they're still looking for their first victory at MSI, but they're down to their last loss?
I think the Olaf pick was cool conceptually. I think Pop9 had some good moments. It has looked better today than yesterday, and he has often been the driving force for this team. I really hope they can get at least a game, because it would feel pretty bad to go home having not won a single game. And they have to get a reverse sweep now for this series, but I think even a game would make a big difference. And at least today we're seeing more of those aggressive tendencies we expected from them. Yesterday was a lot more subdued, and I hope if this is the final game, they go out with a bang.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I hope for TL to just fit 3-0.
Oh, I see how it is.
And look to tomorrow, because that might be an interesting matchup then.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll see what happens. It is Relove Deep Cross Gaming down to their last loss possible and looking for the first victory for the LCP in 2026 international play. We'll see what happens in game number 3.
Oh, cover here. Fine. Cover only. Olaf no ulti. Olaf first. Talia no flash. Keep checking. W2. This guy no flash. Okay. Go please, go time. That's it. Yeah, that's it.
DCG held on as best they could, but Team Liquid chasing for the full sweep.
told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon.
Traitors! Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Don't care if you're the talk of the town. I want them all talking about. Good times to make your vibe get down. Step true with a big vibe and sound. Time to make your vibe get down.
Attack the dance floor, 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 attack the dance floor like a bulldozer. Keep it going now.
Don't care if you're the talk of the town. I want them all talking about.
Cruising through in the morning, windows down in the night. We know all the warnings, always can't understand why we don't speak through the lines. Baby, I'll take you on for a ride, get high, get
Welcome back to MSI 2026, where TL are up 2-0 over DCG. If they win, they will face KC tomorrow for one last shot at a rematch versus T1. If they lose, we go further into the series, one step closer to Silver Scrapes. And I can hear it in the back of my head. For DCG, it's a tough story, because while the stakes for a 2-0 TL are optimistic and exciting about how far they can go, DCG may be eliminated here, knocked out of the tournament without finding a single win. And it's a bit of a heartbreaker, but just haven't been able to find that edge over either of their opponents.
Yeah, especially because, like, you can see there are certain moments in both series they played where you think, oh, maybe they can actually kind of play their style and show what they've shown domestically in the LCP, but unfortunately just haven't quite been able to get a solid footing in the early stage of the game. One thing kind of goes awry, and unfortunately just can't quite continue through. So looks like MSI 2026 kind of looking like 2026-0 so far over the course of the last 2 days, but we'll have to see how this one goes, because for real of DCG, even just for the fans back home, you'd love to be able to pick up some wins just to kind of put them on the board, but it is definitely an uphill battle.
That it is, especially when TL have been so comfortable banning out your comfort picks, and I don't think that is going to change. I expect to see Elise in here in this first round of bans. Once again, there are 4 junglers removed, courtesy of Fearless, and there are probably going to be at least another 4, courtesy of this first rounds of bans. Nefiri, Poppy, Vi taken away. And we're not super deep into Fearless yet, but with how heavily the jungle pool has been hit, I imagine we will see something a little bit different here.
Yeah, I mean, we still have Pop9's Rek'Sai, which maybe he wants to bring out now. We'll have to see if that's going to be the call, but definitely getting deeper and deeper into the champion picks for those junglers specifically, whereas, like, everyone else kind of just had a field day. They're happy enough to continue playing. I wonder if we do get, like, the Camille focus here, though, for Shousey, because I do think, like, having that kind of roaming support in the early game is the best look for real of DCG.
This is the latest we've gone into a series thus far at MSI, I believe, without seeing the Camille. It's almost always been game 1. It was game 2 in our first series of the day just because it was banned in game 1 in the second phase. But that's going to be 5 jungle bans. So there you go. 9
technically Jace as well.
Technically Jace also, So say 10 jungle bans at this point in the series. Immediate Orianna pickup was nerfed on this patch, but just a bit of base health and a bit of flat damage on the ulti. Ulti scaling actually went up, so the later we go, the more potential is for this, big shockwave kind of combo.
Yeah, I think maybe just going towards, as you say, that kind of wombo combo style, maybe the best bet here for real of DCG, because they just having those moments where you can maybe bring back a game from the brink, have that big turnaround play, could be the call, because Team Liquid have just been able to outpace them in a lot of the maps.
Realno moglo biti 3-0, ne bi se punili.
Liquid going back towards the Victor, decent into the Orianna thanks to that range, and with the nerfs towards Orianna's laning specifically, can do relatively well there.
Yeah, Quinn, of course, 50% win rate on the Victor, but I believe his most recent performances were pretty solid ones. Now, I will say that because we're seeing the Victor, I think it's going to be a bit of a slower, more respectful game of League of Legends from TL, despite the fact that they're 2-0 up, clearly still don't want to underestimate their opponents here. And that right there is Illusion. And I'm going to be clear right now, if you've only been watching TL at this tournament or only this year, you might be skeptical about Jan's Lucian. But in 2024, we witnessed this man do what no Western AD carry has ever done in the history of the game, and it was play a good Lucian Nami game alongside Core JJ. Now, Imperial Mandate has been effectively removed from Nami's potential pool of items, but I got a lot of faith in Jan when it comes to this champion, even despite a pretty abysmal year thus far, and I'm really hoping that this is a pop-off from him to send a message to a KC who are waiting tomorrow for their opposition. However, the cost of picking this solution is giving up a Wukong and a very heavily, chipped away at pool of jungle champions, as well as a Camille, which has been incredibly strong, Dagger.
Especially if you can try to focus down like the Melio in the early stages, or even just play hyper-aggressive. I think it makes it a little bit more difficult for Jan and Core JJ to really get that control that the Lucian wants over the lane. So I like what we're seeing from DCG, including the Wukong.
Šta sad, Melio ili Nami?
Like the Victor Wukong combo for that zone control and the follow-up with that gravity well, but not going to be the case here. I think DCG setting up for a very strong wombo that we were talking about.
Production just uploaded a stat, and I didn't understand why, but after reading it, I do. Fun fact, Hongso is 6'7" on Orianna. Hand motion. Thank you, production. Helpful as always. Of course, Renegade now locked in, pretty stable top side. We haven't seen any Camille top. I wouldn't really expect to see her up there. But I do like, Morgan has just been super good on the top side of the map, so just blind picking of something stable does seem like an excellent angle, and we'll see what Core wants to pick up to go alongside the Lucian. I imagine, based on the first series today, we will see the Melio banned away.
Yeah. But that's the thing, right? Like, if you end up taking away a lot of these picks, I am curious what you want to try and go for. I think obviously Lucian got changed a while ago, where he's less limited to just going with the Enchanters alongside him, but definitely he is significantly stronger with those Enchanters beside him. And as you say, the Melio, kind of the creme de la creme, Nami disappearing a little bit thanks to changes to Imperial Mandate. But I am not entirely certain what they do want to try and go for, because I do think you will get the Melio ban alongside the Braum here.
And Braum, I think just generally, obviously one of the kind of the really old school Lucian pairings, but really easy to proc the concussive blows. Nice alongside the Renegade, and really good against compositions that want to die.
Će banuju samo Lucian pairing. Ja bi možda banovo Milija, iskreno.
But the Ezreal trying to limit the mobile options for bot lane as well as a potential top lane counter to the Renekton. So split bans here from Team Liquid in terms of what they're trying to focus.
Yeah, I still think you have options like with the Alistair maybe for Core JJ if you really want to try and just play keep away from the Camille. Like just accept that you are going to unfortunately lose out on that bottom side of the map, but that's not exactly what you want with the Lucian either when you lock this in, and Alistair can make it a little bit more difficult for you to try and play to the strengths in the mid game, but at least you can try and match some of the early Roman. Shyvana was hovering yesterday, is something that Jose Diodo has in his champion pool, but flicking through a few options here.
What is the option gonna be? Okay. They picked the Victor and the Renekton so that the rest of the map could cook. Because my god. It's a Shyvana. Oh, yeah. I don't. Why is that annoying? Shyvana is also very cool, actually.
Shyvana je fine.
But I really thought we were getting a.
Nešto se žale.
I mean, I think Zac would be insane. Like, yes, you do get to play with the Lucian on that mid wave with the Zac really well because of the effective leap range, but that is definitely some cooking against this composition on the opposite side.
And it is. Of course, Shyvana was hit on 2610. We played on 2609? I can't remember what we played.
We played 2610.
Yeah, so we already played this.
We're 2611.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Trying to keep up. A lot of times we're synced in terms of those regional patches, but so Shyvana has not been hit since we last saw her. She was last touched down a little bit. We'll see how good she can be in the context of these drafts as we have the Jax now locked in to go toe-to-toe with that Renekton and a potential Draven.
This would be a statement, but I like the Kalista as well.
Yeah, both these are.
Just hyper-aggressive bot lanes. I think a great call for DCG, especially when you've already got like hyper dive. The ability for Xiaoxi to really full send and have that safety with the Kalista can help quite a lot here.
Has played the Kalista once before domestically, did not win the game, but hoping to turn that around here today and wants to fight fire with fire. Thor debating on what the option is. There's some Thor fans out in the audience.
Yeah, it does have a all-time decent win rate on the Kalista at 62.5%, so still something that he is very comfortable on, even if we don't see it from a huge amount this year. But
Renata.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I like it. Obviously, Kalista Renata, the pairing that we know, kind of both.
I uzeli su Renatu pre Nami, što je dosta interesantno. Sad sam mi rekao da banuju Milija. Milija je mnogo češći pairing s Lucianom ovih dana nego Nami. Nami se čini kod da skoro niko ne igra.
It's still going to be a difficult matchup in the early stages, though, because you just have so much all-in potential in that bottom side of the map, especially if Pop 9 shows up. But as you start to move on, then I think you give Jan a lot of ways to try and play aggressive on that mid wave with this Renata. And it also, as you say, like it does end up a little awkward just because you kind of then hyper-rely on the all-in potential from DCG to start a fight, or that hostile takeover to kind of catch people out. But I do think when you're looking at a very heavy dive composition on the other side, you will get value at some stage from this Renata.
That you will. And I think this is one thing that I really like about the picks that Team Liquid have assembled, right? In the Renata, in the Victor, and in the Shyvana. Really good at punishing these big dive options. One of the biggest issues that Shyvana has, whether it's pre or post rework, is sticking to enemy champions, especially without ultimate. But when they're coming to you, the amount of damage this champion can unleash is so damn high. And it's something that's going to be tricky for them to navigate, because while we've seen so many Camille's get away with these quick picks, these quick engages, it's a lot harder against the composition that TL have put together, at least when they're stacked up.
Yeah, I do think, though, for DCG, this draft is their best way to try and get ahead in the early stages, right? Like, you have Florian you can try and play through. Core JJ can match the roams, but he is very susceptible to just becoming the target of some of these plays if you try and match Xiaoxi on some of them. So I think this is where, if I'm DCG, hyper-aggression in the early stage, really try and blow up in this game early, is exactly what you're looking for. Even having the exhaust on Feng is really strong against the Lucian, especially if he ever dashes in, you immediately exhaust, and you can hard win that trade against the Lucian.
And of course, when we talk about DCG, we talk about combined kills per minute. I'll hold that so we can take a look at all of these beautiful skins. So the question really is, with these two compositions, with these two drafts, are we going to see that same breakneck pace of game? And for
Opet Camille all in level 1.
That's an immediate exhaust to the bottom lane. Yon, the spears are already stacked, and this Lucian is in trouble.
Yep.
And he is dead. He is in a body bag. TL already sent packing in the early stages. That's a devastating level 1.
Yeah, point and case right there. Hyper aggressive in the summoner spell choices here from DCG, and they make it work. Immediate kill, great control, and you're going to be able to go back and pick up a nice early longsword for yourself as well. For Fong in this bottom lane is Jose Diodo, considering evade, but will be spotted.
Yep, not quite sure. Looks like he did manage to evade that early ward and will be back to his red buff. No, excuse me, that is the question mark thing. So he was spotted. Well highlighted, observers, just to showcase how important that early vision has been. Xiaoxi now roaming potentially into the jungle or just into the mid lane. DCG, this is their pace of the game. This is their tempo, and I don't know if TL are ready for it. Quid forced to flash in the mid lane. Good reaction, but losing that summoner is just going to make it that much harder on the next go-around.
No, this is well orchestrated by DCG. Bot lane summoner spell is gone, mid lane summoner spell is gone. Gives you a lot to work with here as Pop9 going to start to clear down towards his bottom side. I expect it won't be in the next couple of minutes that we really see much here, because Pop9 will need to start clearing out kind of his own top side, and because we had that little bit of a split map. But still, I think DCG will be able to punish really effectively over the next coming moments.
Take a look back at this all-in. Remember, Kalista has exhaust, and that is going to be a really big difference in this fight.
Yeah, I think a little bit of mistake there from Core JJ.
Se meni jako čudno ljudi umiru od Camille level 1 all-ina. Šta će Camille raditi nego all-inovati na levelu 1?
You just really don't have the damage to match, especially as a Lucian in those early stages.
Yeah, the offensive summoner spells, the exhaust ignite, Hail of Blades, everything is just so favored for the side of DCG, but now with a few more levels under their belt and a bit more backup on the right.
Balonja lagano, Faker je završio završio je 3-0 danas već. Tivan je pobedio dosta ubedljivo. Tako da Faker sad ne igra sutra, pa igraju prekustra. Protiv pobednika verovatno Tivana i Casey'a.
That's ruthless. Oh, one more. That, Core. It might be giving his life for this decision. Magic damage shield though means Yon just gets the free hit. They did not keep track of the Lucian.
Wait, but that's a lot of minions.
That is a lot of minions. Punk warring this down.
Možda je Feng mogao ostane se bije.
They need to get in the brush, but the vision is already there. Q.
Plašio se Belota verovatno.
60 HP, 50 HP, 40 HP.
Yeah, I thought Fong might have actually committed to that with the full wave hitting, but instead just decides to back away. Still cautious of the barrier that Yon had available, so ends up kind of calling that one, I feel like, correctly, but definitely a tight one as Pop9 spots out Jose Diodo in this top side.
Trying to evade, will not steal it away. Jose Diodo clean on the smites once again. And I gotta say, despite, I was really worried that that level 1 would spell doom for TL in all of this early game, but they recovered excellently with these plays in the bottom side. Xiaoxizo looking to make a play of his own here in mid lane. Again, Quinn lost his flash in the previous fight, the previous gank, but Core is here to cover. Shot wall dive, Core reads it perfectly, nice reset. Handshake not going to amount to too much, but importantly, Quid has to walk away with his life.
Yeah, it has been a little bit of a weird one for Pop9 though, because he's only now clearing out his top side, because he ended up taking like the top side jungle initially, and then moving back in over to protect his bottom side, but then had to go into the bot lane to try and cover for it, and is now only kind of just gone back into this top half. So he ends up very far behind when he comes towards the CS, because it's just been an easier clear cycle for Jose Diodo, who even managed to steal away one of those camps in the get-go as well. So even though it's kind of looked decent for DCG in the early stages, Pop9 is very much lagging when it comes towards the jungle matchup.
That he is. And it really was just that first level 1 play that went in their favor, as well as that mid lane gank. But not being able to follow up, not being able to punish the lack of flash in mid lane for Quid does mean that advantage is kind of shrunk away. You look at the top side, top lane and jungle, both wildly far ahead of their respective opposition. And Yon, despite that big hiccup in the all-in, the rest of his team supported him in punishing those missing summoners. And you know, Camille can really be this powerhouse if she gets going, but if she falls too far behind, really quickly runs out of value.
But even if you just confine her to lane, that's a win. And that's exactly what Team Liquid are doing now. Using that push they have, they're going to start to look for this Krug, or this Gromp even.
Smite fight round 2.
Jose Diodo once again wins. This time because Pop 9 doesn't have smite. Xiaoxi's now in trouble. Jose Diodo.
Mislim da ima
with the
30.
fireball.
Ali tako nešto, možda jače.
Maybe a little bit frustrated. The flash out.
Znači ćemo dio.
Flash traded. Of course, Jan losing his in exchange for Pop 9s, but right now,
Ne, okruglo 30.
running the map.
And this is
96. godište.
exactly what you want to do. As I was saying, if you can confine Xiaoxi to lane, the ability for this Camille to really impact the game is limited. And then when you get to that later portion, just doesn't quite have that same level of oomph. As Fong now taking good damage from this Lucian. And with the pressure on bottom side, you're getting
I opet gledamo Jacksa u Renegtona I Jax koji ne vina taj matchup.
shutting down what was the strong point of the map for DCG.
And now a full level advantage for Jan over Fong, and a full level advantage for Jose Diodo. Almost a full level advantage topside on top of the gold that they've been building out. But Xiaoxi now making that play mid lane. Excellent shockwave. Quid burning down just a little bit. DCG finally getting something back for themselves.
Quid trying to hover down towards the bottom side of the lane because I believe they spot a Pop 9 on the top side. But
again, exhaust is on Jan. Coling now coming out, willing to give his life there. Doesn't die, importantly, before the kill comes through. So the reset from Core doesn't keep him standing.
Xiaoxi has flash as well. Core JJ does not, so looks like it should be a kill for the Camille here as well.
Level 3, level 4.
Ima damage, treba vidi ima.
It's barely enough mana, not gonna be enough vertability. Xiaoxi will pick up one more. Jan still holding a massive gold lead, but TLR getting a little bit sloppy.
Still, as you say, you lose that wave to the tower. That gold lead is still going to be going in favor of Jan. Like, you're barely level 5 to 6.5 for Jan, a 1.2k gold lead. And Morgan threatening Florin here.
Morgan really is poking and prodding, slowly chipping away at the turret, continuing to extend a CS and tower plate advantage. Florin really needs a few more items under his belt. Jose Diodo starting. Again, the more he's able to take down these neutral camps, etc., he's going to get stack up on the scale mail, the Shyvana passive, just to get him tankier and tankier.
Core JJ now matching a lot of Xiaoxi's movements towards this mid lane as well, realizing that he kind of needs to make sure that Xiaoxi isn't operating around this mid lane again. It is hard when Hongso doesn't have the ultimate available, but Core JJ just needs to keep track.
So in trouble, that's the Dragon's Descent now coming in, Fireball to follow up.
Shyvana radi neobjašnjivu količinu damage-a, bukvalno. Ne znam šta je s herojem od Riverka.
With those last hits to further extend his lead.
Yeah, just pulling off of that comp on the top side.
Aleksandre, pa ne previše, ali ko pomaže.
It's DCG trying desperately to make something happen.
Ali nije neka prevelika razlika sad.
But unfortunately just can't get their footing at this international stage.
Samo je cool da ljudi mogu gledaju stream I dobiju rewardove.
Team Liquid scrapping better and better against this DCG lineup. Some hiccups here and there, but not so comfortable at this point in the game. Xiaoxi on the way down, but spotted out by this control ward. Core still waiting off to the side.
And I think for Team Liquid, like, having a performance like this really does kind of help you out. Because again, going to be going against KC tomorrow. Just getting that confidence back after the T1 3-0 them, I think is going to be massive for them. Because they played fantastic and had some good showings against T1 as well. But just having the confidence and the control that they have had all series long speaks to what this team is capable of achieving.
Yeah, and it's not just that it will be an elimination match, but it's the first, hopefully not only, NA-EU matchup, right? Which just means the stakes are so much higher for all the players involved and for the fans at home. Of course, TL haven't closed this one out yet, but they're just in such a favorable position. Need to see how TL look to extend this lead or what they go for next. Jose Diodo has been fantastic this game, participating in getting 3 of the 5 kills. Shyvana, who starts the snowball, just gets so ungodly tanky for free.
Yeah, and I think like himself and Core JJ have been doing such a good job so far in this tournament. Like, they were excellent yesterday, even though they couldn't pick up the win. Like, Core JJ's Nautilus I thought was superb in that game too. And then Jose Diodo's Poppy really like finding key moments to set themselves up for what was a very hard fought game too against T1. And I think this has kind of become the core focus for them now is, can they just continue to play through the strong jungle support?
Yeah, and you mentioned the Poppy, but also the Wukong in game 1, right?
Se Liquid vodi 2200
really wasn't anything that happened on the
u Kalistu. Kalista je behind što ne bi nikad smelo se dogodi. Taj heroj mora da hvata momentum, inače samo nikad ne dođe do tanky itema I onda u mid game-u je samo puno squishi.
DCG getting a little antsy the second that Team Liquid disappear because Jose Diodo on the way.
Rightfully so. Shousey's still relatively comfortable as long as he's got the hook shot. Keep him safe. Top lane matchup getting a little bit harder now that Florin has a few more items under his belt. That's the Dragon's Descent immediately into the Molten Breath. The Shockwave gets a little bit of space for Hung, so he's trying to sidestep, but there's just simply too much aimed in his direction. He can't outmaneuver that. Another kill going in TL's favor.
Yeah, the Fear and the Twin Bite doing so much work in that fight, making sure they're able to pick that one up, and Jose Diodo doing a good job of tanking Thor to enable Quid. Pick after pick. This is kind of starting to slip away from DCG. Still a 2.5k gold lead for Team Liquid. Can this Wukong do something to change that?
Spotted on the vision. Good diligence from TL. Even if they're winning out in the 2v2, to respect the potential of someone else getting involved, or have they respected Core? Excellent handshake to deny the engage. Pop 9 now going to go in. Flash forward to get the Cyclone going. That's the ulti across the entire team. Hostile takeover doing a lot of work. As Jan tries
Lucian
to
nema. Da sam kaže ima rez.
Get it. Team Liquid overconfident. They saw Pop 9 there, but they thought they could outplay.
Yeah, they thought a handshake would be enough, but Shousey getting the... oh, hang on,
Morgan going all in. That's the dominance used, traded for Jax's ultimate as Florin just tries to hold on. Morgan, does he want to tank the tower? The answer is yes, but Florin trying to get tricky. That's the counter-strike. It doesn't matter when he's getting sliced and diced.
The Jax turns into mincemeat in the top side. Morgan getting a solo kill. And speaking of more plays actually happening, Quid.
Shousey going mid. No shockwave available means Quid is able to walk away. He wants to get something back on a Shousey. Jose Diodo running in, but without the Dragon's Descent, doesn't have that reliable gap close. It's still a big lead for Team Liquid, but credit to DCG. They are always finding these angles to get kills.
Yeah, still, I wanted to give a shout out to Morgan there because I think he's also someone who's really stepped up. Like, we talked about domestically, him being much more the tank player, not really finding those success on the carries, but against Doran yesterday, he was bringing out the spice with things like the Yasuo, way more of these carries. Now we're seeing it again today against Florin, who, like, I think people won't realize just how impactful he has been as a top laner.
Sure.
Domestically, like, it has been so much conversation, been potentially being one of the best players, if not the best player in the region, but unfortunately has not been able to show his Team Liquid move into this bottom side and want to punish the bottom lane.
If they do, Jose with the Dragon's Descent immediately going to jump onto Shousey to stop any potential playmaking. Attack sweep not enough, as Shousey is going to run it off a little bit more. How? How is he not dead, Team Liquid?
Nisu gubili, ne znam koliko je bitno ovdje.
Sub 100 HP.
Sad je malo obrnuta situacija, u smislu, prošli game DCG imao 2 Drakea, ovdje Liquid ima 2 Drakea i još je Infernal Soul.
But still getting more and more of this structure's plates is going to be very nice for the Team Liquid bot lane.
Yeah, just extending the gold lead. Jan does now have access to the flash as Morgan and Florin just continue to trade blows. But Shousey now, he's level 6. 8 seconds away from the ultimate being back available. Sundered Sky finally here alongside the Blood Song. This is one powerful Camille. Core, 7 seconds on the hostile takeover. Incredibly small window of timing. If they go right now, it is incredibly favorable for DCG. DCG getting pushed back. Team Liquid respecting it. Heal popped. Cyclone popped as well. And Morgan starting to lose out in the 1v1. Rage stacking, not able to grab that healing, but Jose Diodo is here. That's the Ruthless Predator to find the stun. It's a split fight, but Team Liquid just backing away in the bottom lane. Florin hoping to find the kill. The ward not quite there in time. Florin taken down. Jose Diodo taking a bite out of DCG's top laner is now Jan looking for a little bit more. That's the hostile takeover. Berserk. Jan getting a little bit more space, free to dash back into Shousey. Nice sidestep, but it's Core who's been caught out in the meantime. Pop 9 overcommitting though. They've got the tower standing behind them.
Ok, ode Camille.
Bang running.
Kraken damage. Još gledam šta je munja što ga pukla.
Pop 9 desperately now trying to retreat. DCG overstaying their welcome in this bottom lane. Quid dropping the ulti, tries to go for the clone trick, but TL not falling for it.
TL, they TP in, they outplay on the bottom side. They get the kill top as well. They just blew this game open. What was kind of a 2k gold lead suddenly ballooned to a 6,000 gold lead for Team Liquid.
That is the problem when the enemy team has that slight lead and you take these big aggressive fights. They start to farm up. They get these objectives on top of it. Shousey. We saw Busio steal something, so you know it's possible. Unlikely, but definitely possible. Shousey running for his life. Jan getting stronger and stronger. 1.5 items. Not too far ahead of Fung in terms of full item completions, but in terms of raw gold value, the items he's picked up, wildly far ahead. Jose Diodo. Pretty big diffy in the jiffy here, Mr. Dagda.
Yeah.
Top 9 making some plays happen, but that bot play going awry just feels like it might spell the end.
Yeah. I mean, it's great to see Jose Diodo back in the main stage, but we get to see this play as I thought maybe with actually Chelsea. Oh, he did get clipped by it. I thought he'd gone past the hostile takeover.
Lucian damage-ovao mi dalje dosta ok. Iako nema ni Milija, nema ni Nami.
Happy to just play forward. The double tap on the Fong just enough as well. And Pop9 tried to get something back out of Core JJ, but there's just nothing. Again, I think trying to go for that play without the Wukong ultimate just makes it that little bit lackluster.
That it does, as Jose Diodo is about to find Pop9 in his jungle. Pop9 does not win this 1v1, but he may be able to escape with his life, although the odds of that are getting lower and lower as he's being chased back into Team Liquid's base. Jan looking for the blast cone to follow him over the wall.
Problem is this is an ARAM. There is no Canon to get you out of this one.
But if there was, this would have been an escape, most certainly. Instead, he'll be donating a kill to Jan, who's happy to have the additional gold.
Yeah, and he's already at base, so gets to spend it immediately. Efficiency.
There you go.
Amazing for Jan.
Jan will remember this is the day where he most certainly caught Captain Jack Sparrow. We can take a look here at the Coinbase gold grind. There's a lot of kill money in favor of Mr. Jose Diodo, and also a pretty decent lead in terms of jungle camps picked up.
Okay, Core JJ. I think Hanzo is about to die.
I would say that he is all on his lonesome here in the bottom lane. Does get a 3-man shockwave.
Decent shockwave al džabe.
Stop any further follow-up, and Team Liquid will grab another.
Yeah, and I think like this is kind of where we're seeing again, like DCG just never in position to like look for a cross map, look for something in response. It's always as they're on reset that these plays from Team Liquid come across, and it is rather unfortunate because again Team Liquid then get to reset. They're going to push out these waves. You got Dragon that's about to spawn, so they're going to pick that one up. A third Dragon and potential for an Infernal Soul. Unfortunately for DCG, it looks like their tournament might be coming to a close fairly soon.
That does. Difficult to find that avenue for a comeback. Chelsea, the only individual member with a gold lead, and my gosh, the win probability, powered by AWS, showing us a pretty clear picture. Kind of repeating what you already said yourself, but Morgan might be in trouble. Might win the game, but he might lose his life in the process. DCG sending 4 members to the top lane, and they will get their man. They will lose a Drake, they will lose a tower, and maybe another tower, but they got their kill, and they're going to grab that objective bounty.
So at least it's something for DCG, but yeah, as you say, the gold lead still fairly sizable for Team Liquid, especially as they take that tier 2 in the bottom lane. And now you're kind of looking at, okay, a minute until the Baron. You have decent Baron take as well for Team Liquid. So one mistake from DCG where someone gets caught can immediately be that purple worm.
Vidjet ćemo, ne znam, mislim, po svemu sudeći sutra gledamo Liquid protiv KC-a, to će biti zabavno. I kreće u 10, što je dosta cool. Tako da eto, malkice vremena se naspavamo ko ljudi. Ovaj game, kažem, teško će šta raditi.
Does a lot of damage, 2.5 items.
Yeah, 2.5 items, barrier and flash. I think he can very well play up on this.
Jose Diodo on the side, maybe looking for the Dragon's Descent angle. DCG grouped up, but it's split pressure. You can see Morgan debating if he wants to come to the mid lane, and the top lane, though, Quid already pushing in. They're going to look to start chunking away at that tower.
I mean, it's already been chunked,
well, chunking away. It was
chip. Chunk to chip.
You'd kind of just look at it sideways and it would die. Kind of, you know, little breath onto it is now Chelsea thrown forward. Immediate ulti. Florin looking to follow up with the hostile takeovers there. Chelsea's just getting beaten now by his own top lane.
I nema res. Timing opet, ali nebitno je jedan, samo radi previše damage-a. To bez Infinity Edge, što je dosta insane.
Double kill in that play. Jumping onto Core JJ. Sure, he's squishier, but that just means Jan has all the time he needs to dish out the damage. And there we go. Immediate Baron turn with the picks.
Quid walking in, looking to solo Pop9. Proto belt forward. Ulti from the clone, going to delay Quid there. As there's now a TP coming in the mid lane as well. That's going to be Florin. But he's not going to be able to do anything here. So it will just be Team Liquid picking up the big purple worm, further extending that lead as Quid now looks to go in, contest Pop9, who really has no business being on that kill. Jose Diodo going over to the full breath. He's looking for a bit more. Pop9, they're looking to save their jungler. They will get their jungler out.
Just about. Pop9. That was a close one.
Yeah, it's all clouds, and we're really grasping for the silver linings at this point. As Chelsea goes in at the same time, the shockwave comes out, so an easy flash for Quid. Florin going in for a bit more. Morgan struggling a little bit in this 1v1 match as we've gotten further into the game, but Florin absolutely cannot match Quid right now. who just does a ton of damage. Counter-strike there, flash away. Next tech Ray. And Team Liquid gonna break open the base. We'll see if they want to push for an end, as Jan is getting exceptionally low. Bang. Fung.
Once a static shiv does get a bit of work done. Poor JJ now kind of needs help as well.
So, sidestep with a proto about to get away from the handshake. Core JJ getting lower, will fall. There's going to be no kill reset here, so a nice pick to at least slow the Baron advance from the side of DCG.
Yeah, a bit of a whoopsie there from Team Liquid. Like Fung managing to get Jan off that mid lane tower and then being able to collapse onto the top side. So Team Liquid overstaying their welcome a bit. Still though, I mean, you get to keep this Rebel Baron power play going until that potential soul, which makes it really difficult for DCG to try and answer.
Chelsea running. Morgan gonna walk in here anyway. Alright, unconcerned.
Da, za Worlds. Kad dobiješ Worlds, da. Ako pobediš Worlds, dobiješ skin.
We gotta stop, guys. We gotta stop running graphs.
Yeah, we're kind of ahead of schedule on this one.
We get it. Team Liquid is winning. Stop bringing up the stats. It's not. The people understand. We get it. It's all blue.
Unless we find out who's going to be 6-7 after this game and winning champion.
Morgan mrtav.
Morgan in trouble now.
Pitanje koliko damage samo može da vrati. Što je Camille izašla iz ulta, what?
There's always a way out of this one. Morgan has lived. There is a giant dragon running in 3 members of DCG, and Morgan looking for a bit of revenge against Floor, and Fung getting completely and totally cold. Not even Chelsea's going to be able to get away. Gravity field is there. Jan dominating the victory march, coming in for Team Liquid.
Team Liquid just styling on them now. Jan with the
Kaj, mislim mogu možda i završe kroz top, iskreno.
And DCG, they got 2 members out on the
Oriana porta na bot.
but their towers are being
Oriana se
torn through in this
What?
mid lane. Or top lane.
Their top side recalling, hoping to mount.
A, okej, recallovala se. Vat, ja sam vidio dole nešto svetli crveno, rekao. Da nije valjda baca port na bot, to je grif. A, neće završiti game, dobro, ima još malo vremena.
But that's one dead now with that soul that we were talking about. So maybe DCG, you can already see the pings kind of immediately rush that one down. So might have just bought themselves a little bit of time.
That they have. Another lease on life. Again, it is, or probably would be, one of the most insane comebacks of all time if DCG could win this. And for their sake, I want it, but it just feels impossible. This Drake is not enough to put them anywhere near close in this game in terms of overall control. But they will grab it. They will slow down the soul. They have stalled out the Baron. So yes, there's an inhibitor down, but they've at least bought themselves a bit of time.
Yeah, just a little kind of like, oh, wait a sec.
Going in.
I don't know about that one.
I know about that one. That was not it. Quid, quick backstep. They're going all in on Quid now, who's just dropped his ult. Heal coming in from their redemption. Jose Dito comes over the wall, and they're all dying. They're going out on their terms, Rob. No one will ever say DCG did not go out fighting.
Ma da. Našao je ona, ali šta god.
You just kind of got to dial back the fighting, but that just isn't in the DNA of this team. It is Relove Deep Cross Gaming, unfortunately not able to pick up a win as Team Liquid swarm towards the base.
Mislim da Core ne možemo cancel je recall zašto on umire od Oriane. Pametan Vard, iskreno. Možemo Nexus dobijemo place, da možemo, nice, okej. Dobro, Team Liquid 3-0. 3-0, još jedan brz dan. I sutra ćemo od 10 sati gledati KC protiv Team Liquida i mislim će to biti jako, jako zanimljivo. Da vidimo ko će tu biti bolji, Evropa ili Amerika. Taj matchup uvek volimo da gledamo. Tako da, sve u svemu, lagan dan, brz dan. I sutra gledamo nastavak akcije. Što se današnjeg programa tiče, generalno smo brzo završili. Šta smo 5 sati svega bili tu. Tako je, tako je. Sutra od 10
to their opposition. But for more on that
Team Liquid KC, a za danas smo gotovi, ja ovdje dodspavam još malo ljudi moji, tako da se vidimo kasnije, pa ako ste gledali, a mi se vidimo sutra od 10.
In front of the audience alongside Team Liquid over Relove Deep Cross Gaming, who will take this experience on the international stage and use it to build upon the next split over in the LCP and hope for an international win next time. But they did not have their best, while Team Liquid Alienware looked back to their best, especially in that game number 3.
Yeah, a message to Relove Deep Cross Gaming, of course. Love to them, who a lot has happened in such a short amount of time. They were in the PCS, then they qualified to the LCP. They went through two honestly incredible splits to be in the finals of both. And so for them to be on a stage like this, first time being on an international stage for almost all of them other than Chelsea, if I remember correctly, like, it is a ton of experience for them to look back on, and it won't be the last time we'll see them, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's obviously tough not getting a single game win, but I think today was a much better representation of the team they are than yesterday was. They showed more, and I imagine if they had more time in the tournament, maybe we'd get more and more glimpses. It's just, you need more experience. You are going against a lot of players with a lot of international experience in the play-ins.
And they've had a